Welcome back to Dark Horror Narrations. If this is your first time here, settle in, turn the lights down, get comfortable. What you are about to hear is not going to let you go easily. Tonight we have 10 stories for you. 10 encounters, 10 narrators, 10 moments in the American wilderness where someone crossed a threshold they did not know was there and came back changed by what they found on the other side. Skinwalker, Dogman, Fleshgate, Thunderbird, The Rake, Mothman, Goatman, Ozark Howler, Sheepsquatch, and something that does not knock twice. These are not campfire stories. These are accounts from hunters, hikers, guides, engineers, photographers, people who know the wilderness, who know their own minds, who had no framework for what they experienced, and are telling you about it anyway because silence felt worse than the telling. We do not sensationalize here. We do not jump scare. We let the details do the work, because the details are always enough. Stay with us tonight. The wilderness is large, and most of what is in it is not interested in you. Most of it. Before we begin, drop a comment right now and tell us, if you could only have one question answered about the cryptid world, what would it be? We read every single one. And tonight we want to know what is keeping you curious. Now, let's go into the dark. Story 1. What the Skinwalker Wore. It had Tyler's face pulled over something that wasn't built like a man, and when it smiled, the skin around its mouth split at the corners because whatever was underneath was too wide to hold the expression. I want you to sit with that image for a second before I tell you how we got there. Because that moment, standing on a dirt trail, in the Four Corners Desert at 11:30 at night with my headlamp cutting through the dark and that thing grinning at me with my brother's borrowed face. That moment is the axis point. Everything before it was a slow walk toward something I didn't have language for. Everything after it was survival, pure and simple. My name isn't important. What's important is that I'm a 41-year-old high school geography teacher from Flagstaff, Arizona, and I have been hiking the desert Southwest for the better part of 20 years. I know how to read terrain. I know what belongs and what doesn't. I know the difference between a coyote track and a dog track, between a flash flood scar and a dry wash, between the sound a canyon makes when the wind moves through it and the sound a canyon makes when something is trying not to be heard. I tell you this not to impress you, but because what happened in the fall of 2019 in the Canyon Country along the New Mexico and Utah border needs to be understood in that context. This was not an inexperienced hiker having a panic attack in the dark. I know what I saw. Tyler is my younger brother. He's 37, works in HVAC, lives in Albuquerque. Every October since 2009, we have taken a 5-day backpacking trip together somewhere in the desert Southwest. It is the one tradition we have kept without fail through marriages, job changes, a pandemic that forced us to do a modified 3-day version close to home, and the kind of ordinary life friction that quietly erodes most brotherly relationships. That annual trip is sacred to both of us. We don't talk about it being sacred. We just show up every year, every October, boots laced and packs loaded. For 2019, we had picked a section of canyon country in the Four Corners region that I'm going to be deliberately vague about. Not because I think it matters to your safety to know the exact coordinates, but because the area was sensitive enough that the Park Service asked us in writing in the incident report that followed to refrain from publicizing the specific trail name. What I can tell you is that it was backcountry, proper backcountry, the kind where you sign a paper permit, where your nearest cell signal is 40-something miles of dirt road away, where the ranger who processes your paperwork at the trailhead station gives you a laminated card with a satellite phone number on it and says, in a tone that is just casual enough to make you understand she is not being casual at all, if something happens out there, that number is the only number that matters. We signed in at 2 in the afternoon on a Wednesday in mid-October. The ranger, A woman with sun-weathered forearms and a no-nonsense braid down her back looked at our gear list and nodded at the bear canister and nodded at the water filter and paused at Tyler's boots. "Those broken in?" she asked. Tyler said they were. They were not. He had bought them 3 weeks prior and done exactly 2 neighborhood walks in them. I had told him this would be a problem. This is relevant later, but not for the reason you might expect. The trail dropped into the canyon system within the first mile, switchbacking down the sandstone face stained deep burgundy and rust orange. The light that afternoon was the particular gold of October in the southwest low, saturated, turning the canyon walls into something that looked almost warm enough to touch. Tyler took photographs. I checked the paper map against the terrain features and confirmed our campsite for the first night, a flat bench of ground near a seasonal creek, approximately 8 miles in. We made camp without incident. 8. Talked the way brothers talk, when they're away from their regular lives slowly, without agenda, the kind of conversation that trails off into silence and doesn't require filling. The stars that night were the kind you only get 50 miles from the nearest paved road. We were in our sleeping bags by 9:30. The first thing I noticed the next morning should not have registered as alarming. In isolation, it didn't. But I want you to file it away, because looking back, it was the first marker on a trail that was being laid for us well before we understood we were being herded. 3 miles into the second day's hike, on a section of trail that cut through a narrow wash between 2 sandstone fins, Tyler stopped walking. He was ahead of me by maybe 30 feet, and he just stopped, standing very still in a way that wasn't the posture of someone admiring the view. I came up beside him and saw what he was looking at. Spread across the trail in a line that went from the base of the left fin to the base of the right fin, perfectly perpendicular to the direction of travel, as though placed by a hand with a ruler and a purpose, were 7 animal carcasses. Jackrabbits, mostly, with what looked like 2 small rodents on the far end. They were not fresh kills. They were dried and desiccated in the way that desert sun and dry air accomplish over the course of days, but they were arranged. That was the thing that my brain kept snagging on, kept returning to, with the same quiet insistence. They were arranged. Each one was laid flat, spine up, facing the same direction facing us, with a spacing between them that was almost mathematical in its consistency. "Coyote?" Tyler said. He said it the way you say something when you already know that's not the right answer, but you need to hear it out loud to confirm the wrongness. I said, I didn't think so. Coyotes don't arrange their kills. They don't space them. They leave chaos. Whatever had left these had left something that looked more like an installation than a predation site. I photographed it. We stepped around it carefully, staying to the right-hand side where there was a narrow margin of trail between the last carcass and the rock face. I looked back at it once after we'd passed. The arrangement was even more striking from that angle. A straight line, 7 carcasses, left like a message in a language we didn't have the alphabet for. I told myself there was a rational explanation. I have spent enough time in the desert to know that strange things happen out there that have perfectly ordinary causes. I filed it under unexplained and kept walking. We stopped for lunch at a water source marked on the map, a spring seeping from a crack in the canyon wall into a shallow basin that the map labeled as reliable. While Tyler filtered water, I sat on a flat rock and ate and looked at the canyon walls around us. It was quiet the way the desert is always quiet, which is to say, not truly silent, but filled with the specific texture of sound wind, the faint trickle of the spring, the distant call of a canyon wren. And then Tyler's voice, coming from somewhere behind me and to my left, said my name. I turned. Tyler was 8 feet to my right, crouched over the water filter, not looking at me, not speaking, not having made any sound. "Did you just say my name?" I asked. He looked up. "What?" "No." I turned back to the left. The canyon wall. Nothing. The voice had been exactly his. The inflection, the particular way he slightly clips the vowel in my name, a habit he's had since we were kids. All of it precise. But it had come from the wrong place. It had come from somewhere that Tyler was not, and Tyler had not made it. I did not tell Tyler what I had heard. I told myself it was an echo. Canyon acoustics are strange. Sound bounces in ways that defy intuition. It was an echo of something Tyler had said earlier that had taken a circuitous path along the rock face and arrived from the wrong direction. It was explainable. I believed that for approximately another 2 hours. We were climbing out of the lower canyon toward the second bench when I noticed the figure on the ridgeline. The ridge ran parallel to our trail about 300 yards to the east, a jagged silhouette of sandstone pinnacles against the afternoon sky. The figure was standing between two of the pinnacles, upright, roughly human-shaped, and completely motionless. At that distance, and in that light, it was impossible to make out any detail. It could have been another hiker. The backcountry permit system for that area allowed for multiple parties on the trail simultaneously, and it was not impossible that another group had taken a higher route along the ridge. What was not explainable was what happened when we stopped to rest. The figure stopped moving. We had not seen it moving. It had appeared stationary. But the moment we stopped, the exact moment, not a beat later, it settled into a stillness that was different from the stillness it had been holding before. A stillness that felt deliberate in a way that normal stillness does not. Like the difference between a rock that has always been there and a rock that just became very committed to looking like it had always been there. "Tyler," I said quietly. "Ridgeline. Between the two tall formations. 3 o'clock. Tyler looked. A long pause. "Yeah," he said. "I see it. Been there a while," I said. "Is it moving?" It was. I think. Not anymore. Tyler watched it for another 30 seconds. Could be a hiker. Could be, I said. We kept moving. I checked the ridgeline every few minutes for the next half mile. The figure moved when we moved and stopped when we stopped, maintaining a consistent distance and a consistent position relative to us, always parallel, always 300 yards east, always between us and the ridge, as though it owned that strip of terrain and was simply allowing us to pass through it. We reached our second campsite, another flat bench, this one higher up with a view down into the canyon system, and set up before dark. I did not mention what I had been tracking to Tyler, because I did not yet have a framework that wasn't going to sound like I was losing my mind. I told myself that the figure had been another hiker taking a parallel route. I told myself that the movements matching ours was coincidence or confirmation bias. When you're watching for something, you see patterns and randomness. But I positioned my tent so that the door faced east. The second night was colder. A front had been forecast for later in the week, but it was arriving early, and by midnight the temperature had dropped to somewhere in the low 30s. I know this because I was awake for most of it. Not from cold, I had a proper sleeping bag rated for those temperatures, but from a low-grade unease that I couldn't locate the source of. The way you sometimes wake in an unfamiliar place and can't immediately remember where you are, except that the disorientation doesn't pass. At some point past midnight, I heard Tyler get up. The sound of his tent zipper, the soft crunch of his footsteps on the sandy ground moving away from camp, the specific silence that follows someone stepping just far enough away for privacy. I waited for him to come back. 5 minutes passed. I unzipped my tent and looked out. The moon was 3/4 full and bright enough to read by, and the campsite was clearly visible in that cold silver light. Tyler's tent was closed. His boots were outside the tent door where he always left them. The camp was exactly as we had left it before bed. Tyler had not gotten up. I had heard him. I had heard the zipper, the footsteps, the specific cadence of his movement. I have been camping with my brother for over a decade, and I know the sound of him moving around camp the way you know the sound of your own breathing. But he had not gotten up, or something had reproduced those sounds with a fidelity that made them indistinguishable from the real thing. I sat in the door of my tent for a long time watching the desert. Nothing moved. The canyon below was a pool of shadow. The ridgeline to the east was empty against the stars. I did not sleep again that night. By morning I had made a decision. I did not tell Tyler everything. I told him I had slept badly and that I wanted to push our pace, cover more ground, get to the section of trail closest to the trailhead, and camp there for our final night, rather than at the originally planned location deeper in the backcountry. I framed it as wanting a shorter final day's hike out. Tyler, whose boots had begun to raise blisters on the outside of his right heel exactly as I had predicted, agreed without argument. We broke camp at 7 in the morning and started moving. The third day's trail wound through a section of canyon that narrowed significantly, the walls pressing in to within 40 or 50 feet of each other in places, the sky reduced to a strip of blue directly overhead. It was beautiful in the way that constricted spaces can be beautiful, intimate, textured, full of the kind of geological detail that takes 10,000 years to make and 5 seconds to forget when something else is demanding your attention. Tyler was ahead of me by about 40 feet when he stopped on a switchback and called back without turning around, "Hey, come look at this track." I caught up to him. He was crouched beside a section of soft soil at the inside edge of the switchback where a thin seep of moisture from somewhere above had kept the ground damp enough to hold impressions. There was a track there, a large one, roughly the size and general shape of a human foot, but deeper at the toe line than at the heel, the pressure distribution of something that had been leaning forward when it stepped, something moving with a different center of gravity than a person walking upright, and the stride length, extrapolating from 2 partial impressions visible in the mud, was wrong, too long by at least a third. "Bear?" Tyler said. "A bear track is nothing like a human footprint." Tyler knew this. He was reaching for the most available rational explanation, because the alternative that something large had been moving through this canyon on 2 legs, with a stride that didn't belong to any human anatomy he could reference, was not a comfortable thought to sit with on a narrow trail 40 miles from the nearest road. "No," I said. We stood there looking at it for a moment. "We should keep moving," I said. Tyler nodded. He stood up and we kept moving. The next thing happened 40 minutes later, and it is the thing that finally broke through the rational framework I had been constructing and maintaining for the past 36 hours, with the careful dedication of a man who does not want to admit what he is actually dealing with. The trail ahead of us curved around a large sandstone, outcropping a blind corner where you couldn't see more than 20 feet in front of you. As we came around it, Tyler stopped so abruptly that I walked into his pack. Standing on the trail ahead of us, perhaps 60 feet away, was Tyler. Not a person who resembled Tyler. Not someone wearing similar gear. Tyler. My brother. Exactly as he was dressed that morning, the red and gray flannel shirt, the dark green pack, the tan hiking pants with the small tear at the left knee from where he'd caught it on a branch the day before. Standing with his weight on his left leg the way Tyler always stands when he's at rest, looking at us. I turned to my right. Tyler, my Tyler. The real Tyler. The Tyler who had been walking 4 feet ahead of me for the last 3 hours was standing beside me, perfectly still, his face the color of old ash, staring at the figure on the trail ahead. Neither of us spoke. The figure on the trail ahead did not move, did not speak, just stood there at 60 feet, wearing my brother's face and my brother's clothes and my brother's specific way of holding his weight, looking at us with an expression that was not quite right, even at that distance, too settled, too composed, the way a photograph of a person looks like the person but doesn't carry the quality of actual presence. Tyler grabbed my arm. His hand was shaking. "That's," he said, and stopped. "I know," I said. "That's not." "I know." The figure tilted its head. A slow rotation, the kind that you do when you're listening to something. But there was no sound. The canyon was absolutely silent. No wind, no birds, nothing. The silence was the wrong kind, not peaceful, not empty, but evacuated, as though everything that should have been making noise had fled. And then the figure smiled. It had Tyler's face pulled over something that wasn't built like a man, and when it smiled, the skin around its mouth split at the corners because whatever was underneath was too wide to hold the expression. Not a tear, exactly more like the seams of a garment pulling when the body inside it moves in a way the garment wasn't cut to accommodate. 2 small splits at the outer corners of the mouth, dark inside, and the smile itself was too wide, stretching past the edges of Tyler's face into territory that Tyler's face did not own. I said one word. I said, "Run." We ran. Not back the way we came. Back was deeper into the back country, further from the trailhead, further from the road. We ran forward. Toward it, angling hard left on a social trail I had spotted earlier that cut up the canyon wall toward the ridgeline. The thing on the trail made a sound when we moved toward it, not a human sound, not an animal sound. I have a name for something between a resonance and a vibration, felt more than heard, in the chest cavity, in the back teeth. It stepped off the trail as we went past it, not quickly, not with urgency. It stepped aside with the unhurried confidence of something that knows the terrain better than you do, something that has already calculated every route and found them all satisfactory. I did not look directly at it as we passed. I looked at my feet, I looked at the trail, I looked at Tyler's back ahead of me. I did not look at the thing that was wearing my brother's face, because some part of me understood, on a level below language, that looking at it directly was an invitation to something I had no framework for surviving. The social trail up the canyon wall was steep and loose, and in two places nearly vertical, requiring hands and feet, and Tyler's blister did not matter anymore, and my legs did not matter anymore, and the 40-pound pack on my back did not matter anymore. We climbed behind us. I could hear or feel that resonance, not getting closer, not getting further, maintaining a fixed distance with the same eerie consistency that the ridgeline figure had maintained the day before. We crested the ridge, and I grabbed Tyler's arm, and we stopped for 10 seconds, just 10, just long enough to look back. The thing was at the base of the canyon wall below us. It was standing at the bottom of the route we had just climbed, looking up. It had not followed us. Whether it couldn't, or simply had decided not to, I cannot tell you. What I can tell you is that from the ridge, at a distance of maybe 150 feet and in the full light of the afternoon sun, it no longer looked like Tyler. It looked like something wearing the general concept of a person, upright, limbed, proportioned, approximately right, but the details were not holding together under the increased distance and the harder light. The face was wrong. The arms were too long. The joints bent in ways that suggested an underlying structure that was not a human skeleton. It stood there and watched us go. We did not stop moving for the next 4.5 hours. The ridge route was not on my paper map. I navigated by terrain feature and by compass, keeping the late afternoon sun on my right shoulder and heading generally southwest toward where I knew the road had to be. Tyler did not speak. I did not speak. We moved through the late afternoon and into the early evening with the focused silence of people who have agreed without words that conversation is a luxury that can wait until there is a door to close between them and the desert. We hit the dirt access road at 7:15 in the evening, at a point about 2 miles south of the trailhead parking area. The moment my boot touched the graded dirt surface, I felt something release, not in the air around us, not in any quantifiable external way, but in my own body. A tension I hadn't fully registered carrying unwinding all at once, leaving my legs shaking and my hands unsteady. We walked the 2 miles up the road to the parking lot. The security light over the trailhead kiosk was on, a harsh orange sodium glow that turned the packed dirt of the parking area the color of old copper. Our truck was the only vehicle there. I stopped at the edge of the parking lot and looked back down the road. At the point where the sodium light gave out and the desert dark began, at that exact line, that exact threshold where the artificial light stopped and the natural dark resumed, something was standing, watching, still, tall in a way that was not quite right. The details weren't visible at that distance, in that light, but it was there. It did not cross into the parking lot. I watched it for 30 seconds. It did not move. I got in the truck. Tyler got in the truck. I locked the doors, both of us, simultaneously, without either of us suggesting it, and I drove. I drove for 22 miles before either of us said a single word, and the first thing Tyler said was, "Don't tell Sarah." He was referring to his wife. "She'll make me promise never to do this again." I did not tell him that we would have to make a report. He found that out the next morning. We filed an incident report with the Park Service at 8:45 the following morning. The ranger who took our report was a man named Garrett, a tall, quiet man with 15 years in the backcountry division who listened to everything we said, without expression and without interruption, making notes on a standard incident form in a small, precise handwriting. When we finished, he asked us 3 questions. He asked whether we had been consuming any substances in the backcountry. We had not. He asked whether either of us had a history of altitude-related illness. Neither of us did. And then he asked, and this is the part I keep returning to, the part that told me more than anything else that our experience was not unprecedented in that area. He asked whether the thing we had seen on the trail had attempted to speak to us. We said it had not. He wrote something on the form, nodded once, and told us the report would be filed under Incident Classification 377B, which he described as unspecified behavioral anomaly, backcountry, possible wildlife involvement. Tyler asked him if that was the standard classification for what we were describing. Garrett looked at Tyler for a moment. Then he said, "It's the classification we use when we don't have a better one." He gave us a copy of the report with the incident number on it. I still have it. The number is 377B-4-4, filed October 17th of 2019. I keep it in the same folder as my backcountry permits and my emergency contact information, which is not a coincidence. It belongs with those things. It is documentation of the kind of situation those things were made for. We never went back to that canyon system. Tyler suggested the following year that we return, that going back was the only way to feel okay about the whole thing. I considered it for about 10 seconds before telling him no. Some trails you walk once, and then you leave alone, not out of cowardice, but out of the simple recognition that certain places were not negotiating with you. That thing on the trail had stepped aside when we ran past it. It had not pursued us up the canyon wall. It had stopped at the edge of the parking lot light and watched us drive away. It had, in its way, let us go. I have thought a lot about that, about whether it let us go because it couldn't follow, or because it chose not to, or because letting us go was itself a part of something we don't have the conceptual vocabulary to understand. I don't have an answer. What I have is this. We left the canyon, and the thing in the canyon stayed in the canyon, and we are alive to tell you about it. The year after it happened, I started doing research, reading accounts, talking to people and hiking in backcountry communities who had experiences they couldn't account for in the Four Corners region. The word that came up, the word that people used when they were past the point of trying to sound reasonable, was skinwalker. I'm not going to get into the cultural and historical context of that word, because it is not my context to speak from. What I will tell you is that the accounts I found, the voices from the wrong direction, the mimicry, the arranged animal remains, the figures that maintain fixed distance, the thing that stops at the threshold and goes no further, all of it matched what Tyler and I experienced in the canyon with a consistency that was not coincidental. We go out every October. We have not missed a year. But we pick our locations carefully now, and we never go back to canyon country in the Four Corners region. And there is one rule I have kept every year since 2019 without exception. If you are in the backcountry and something calls your name in a voice you recognize, do not answer it. Do not look toward it. Do not try to determine if the person it sounds like is standing beside you. Turn to the person beside you with your eyes, not your head, and if they are there and they are not speaking, then whatever made that sound is not something that deserves a response. Keep moving. Keep your eyes on the trail ahead. Do not give it the confirmation that you heard it, because the moment it knows you heard it, the performance changes. And if you see someone on the trail ahead who is wearing the face of someone walking behind you, run toward the light. Any light. Parking lot, headlamp, cabin window, highway median. Run toward the light and do not look back. That is the only rule that kept us alive in that canyon. I hope you never need it. There is one more thing I want to tell you, because it has been sitting with me for 6 years, and I have not told anyone outside of that ranger's office and my brother, and I think the telling of it matters even if I can't fully explain why. When we were climbing the canyon wall and we were scrambling on hands and feet up that loose social trail, packs throwing our balance, the sound of that resonance behind us low and constant in our chests. Tyler slipped. A foothold gave way on a section of crumbled sandstone, and he went down to one knee hard. And The momentum of his pack started pulling him backward, and for 1 second that was very long. He was balanced right on the edge of going back down the slope. I grabbed his pack strap with both hands and hauled him forward, and he caught himself, and we kept climbing. We didn't speak about it. There was no time to speak about it, and then later there was no need to, because Tyler had felt it and I had felt it, and there was nothing to say that the feeling didn't already contain. But here's the part I haven't told anyone. In the second that Tyler was going backward, in that one very long second before I grabbed him, I heard a sound from below us on the canyon floor. Not the resonance. Something different. Something that was, at its core structural level, a sound of anticipation. The specific quality of a silence that has been holding its breath and almost got to exhale. It wanted him to fall. I don't know what would have happened if he had. I don't know if it would have come up the slope to where he landed, or simply waited at the bottom of the wall, or done something else entirely that I don't have the imagination to predict. What I know is that the sound I heard in that almost second was not the sound of something that was indifferent to the outcome. It was invested. It had been following us through that canyon for the better part of 2 days, and it had been patient in the way that things are patient, when they have decided that patience is the most efficient strategy. And in that 1 second when the strategy almost paid off, the patience cracked just enough to let something through. That detail is the one that I return to most often in the 6 years since it happened. Not the mimicked voice, not the arranged carcasses, not even the smile and what happened to the skin at the corners of Tyler's bar of mouth. I return to that sound, the held breath, the almost exhale, because what it tells me is that whatever was in that canyon was not hunting us in the way a predator hunts prey. It was not chasing us. It was not trying to close distance and make contact. It was guiding us, hurting us, moving us through a landscape it knew better than we did, towards something, a place, a condition, a particular configuration of events that it had decided it wanted. I don't know what that configuration was. I only know we didn't reach it. The compass heading I chose when we crested the ridge southwest, sun on my right shoulder, was not a calculated decision. I made it in the same breath I made the decision to run on instinct and training in 20 years of navigating desert terrain. If I had chosen southeast, we would have gone deeper into the canyon system. If I had chosen due north, we would have hit a section of cliff band marked on the map as unpassable, without technical gear we didn't have. The southwest heading was the one that put us on the dirt road before full dark. I have wondered many times whether I chose that heading or whether something else chose it for me. Whether the thing in the canyon was done with us by the time we crested the ridge, or whether what happened next, the road, the parking lot, the sodium light, the threshold it stopped at, was the destination it had been moving us toward all along, and we simply got lucky in how it ended. I have no answer to that. The desert doesn't give answers. It gives you the morning light through sandstone and the sound of a canyon wren, and the particular silence that falls when everything in the landscape has decided to hold very still, and you either know how to read that silence or you don't. Tyler and I have had exactly one conversation about it since the ranger's office. It was 4 months after, on the phone, late at night. He called me and the first thing he said was, "I keep seeing it on the trail ahead of us when I close my eyes." And I said I knew. And he said, "Do you think it's still there?" And I said, "Yes, I think it's still there. I think it will always be there." That canyon did not rent whatever lives in it to us for the duration of our permit. We passed through its territory and it let us leave, and the canyon is exactly as it was before we arrived, and will be exactly as it is long after our names are gone. "Okay," Tyler said, and that was the end of the conversation. He still comes out every October. Last year we did a stretch of trail in southern Utah, Red Rock country, nothing like the Four Corners Canyon system. It was beautiful. We talked about nothing important and ate bad camp food and looked at the stars and didn't say what we were both glad about, which was that none of it, the silence, the rocks, the dark, felt wrong. Some places are wrong, most are not. The skill is in learning to tell the difference before you are already 3 days in with your nearest exit 40 miles behind you. Pay attention to what the animals are doing. Pay attention to the quality of the silence. Pay attention to whether the figure on the ridgeline stops when you stop. And if something in the landscape calls out to you in a voice you love, do not answer it. Do not give it the satisfaction of knowing it got the voice right, because the voice is the easy part. The voice is just the door. It's what comes through the door that you cannot afford to let in. Story 2. A black-eyed child never asks twice. The child on my porch looked exactly like my neighbor's daughter. Same coat, same braids, same height, until she turned around and her eyes were just gone, replaced with something flat and black, and so completely without depth that looking into them felt like leaning over the edge of something with no bottom. I want to be precise about that description, because I have spent 3 years trying to find better words for it, and I haven't. It wasn't that her eyes were dark brown or very dark or even black in the way that some people have very dark eyes. It was that where eyes should have been there was instead an absence that had taken the shape of eyes. Like someone had cut 2 holes in the face, and behind them was not a skull, not darkness, not anything, just a void that your brain kept trying to process as depth and kept failing, the way you fail to focus on something that has no surface to focus on. That was the moment I understood that whatever was standing on my porch was not a child. But I am getting ahead of myself. Let me tell you how the evening started, because the beginning matters. The beginning is the part where everything is still normal, and you need to understand what normal felt like that night in order to understand what not normal felt like when it arrived. My name is not important. What is important is that I am a 34-year-old licensed electrician from a small town outside Asheville, North Carolina, and I live on a rural property at the end of a gravel road that is 3/4 of a mile from the nearest paved surface. The house is a 3-bedroom ranch that my wife and I bought 6 years ago because we wanted space and quiet and a place to put a shop where I could work on projects without neighbors complaining about the noise. We got all of those things. We also got the particular quality of isolation that rural properties deliver in the winter months when the trees are bare and the nights come early and the nearest house with a light in the window is a 1/4 mile through the woods. My wife, I'll call her Carla, was in Knoxville that night visiting her sister who had just had a baby. She had left that morning and was not coming back until the following afternoon. I had the dog, a 4-year-old shepherd mix named Boone, and a project I was trying to finish in the shop, and a long quiet evening ahead of me that I was genuinely looking forward to. I am not someone who gets unsettled by being alone in a rural house at night. I grew up in a place like this. I know the sounds it makes. That is relevant context for what I am about to tell you. It was the last Friday in November. The temperature had dropped hard after sunset, down into the low 20s, and there was a skin of frost on the gravel by the time I came in from the shop at around 8:30. I fed Boone, made dinner, watched about 40 minutes of television without really registering what was on, and was thinking about turning in early when Boone started to act strange. Strange for Boone is specific and recognizable. He is not an anxious dog. He is not a dog that startles at night sounds or gets wound up over raccoons in the trash or barks at cars on the road. He is calm and quiet in the way that working breeds often are purposeful, economical, not given to drama. In 4 years I had heard him bark seriously, the way he meant it, maybe a handful of times, and each time there had been a concrete cause of coyote at the fence line, a stranger's truck in the driveway, once a bear working the edge of the tree line behind the shop. At 9:15 that night he stood up from his place beside the couch, walked to the front door, and stood there with every muscle in his body locked up, rigid, staring at the door with an intensity that I can only describe as dread. Not alertness, not the focused attention of a dog that has heard something interesting. Dread. He was trembling slightly, the fine all-over tremor of an animal that has encountered something outside its frame of reference for danger, and he was completely silent, no growl, no bark, nothing, which was the most wrong thing about it, because Boone does not go silent when he is concerned. He goes silent when he is genuinely frightened, and in 4 years I had never seen him genuinely frightened. I went to the window beside the front door and looked out. The porch light was on, throwing a yellow circle across the front steps and the first 20 feet of the gravel driveway. Beyond that, the driveway was dark, the tree line on either side of it a black wall against the slightly lighter sky. I could see frost glittering in the gravel where the porch light reached it. At the very edge of the light, right at the boundary where the yellow glow gave out and the dark began, two small figures were standing, side by side, perfectly still, facing the house. I want to be precise about the distance because it matters. They were far enough out that the porch light barely touched them, far enough that I couldn't make out detail, close enough that I could tell they were child-size, upright, and not moving. They were just standing there at the edge of the light like they were waiting for something, like they had been waiting for a while and had settled into it. My first thought was completely rational. Kids from somewhere up the road, lost or in trouble, come to the nearest house for help. It was 9:15 on a Friday night in late November, and it was 22 degrees out, and the thought of two children standing at the end of my driveway in that cold was alarming in a completely ordinary way. I was already reaching for the door when Boone made a sound I had never heard him make before. Not a bark, not a growl, something lower and more continuous, more like a sustained note of distress produced somewhere deep in his chest, and he pressed himself against my legs with the full weight of his body. Not aggressively, but with the desperate insistence of an animal that is communicating something it has no other language for. I stopped with my hand on the door. The two figures at the end of the driveway had not moved. I stood there for a moment, just watching them, and feeling Boone's weight against my legs, and feeling the specific quality of the quiet outside, which had the same evacuated texture I would later struggle to describe to the sheriff's deputy. Not the quiet of a cold night in the country, which has its own sounds, its own texture of owl calls and wind and distant road noise. This was the quiet of a place where all of that had been removed, as though someone had turned off a sound system you hadn't consciously noticed was running. Then one of the figures moved. It walked up the driveway toward the house. The other one followed. They walked with a measured, unhurried pace, side by side, and as they came into the porch light I could see that they were children, a girl and a boy, both appearing to be somewhere between 10 and 12 years old. The girl was wearing a dark coat with the hood down, her hair in two braids. The boy was in a gray zip-up sweatshirt that was completely inadequate for the temperature. They were not hurrying, they were not shivering. They walked up the porch steps, and the girl knocked on the door. 3 knocks, measured, even. The precise interval of someone who has practiced the correct way to knock on a door and is executing it from memory. Boone pressed harder into my legs. I did not move. 3 more knocks. Identical spacing, identical force. Hello. The girl's voice, coming through the door. Flat. No inflection of cold or urgency or the particular stress of a child in trouble in the dark. Just a word, delivered at a volume, calibrated to pass through a door. We need to use your phone. Boone made the sound again, the low, sustained distress note, and I put my hand on his collar. I am not someone who would normally leave 2 children in the cold on the wrong side of a door on a November night. I want to be clear about that. I am also not someone who makes decisions like the one I am about to describe without cause. What held me back from opening that door, what stopped my hand 2 separate times when it moved toward the handle, was Boone, and the quality of the silence, and something underneath those things that I cannot name except to say that it registered in some pre-rational layer of my nervous system as a warning of the most fundamental kind. The kind that does not require context or explanation, the kind that exists for situations where context and explanation would take too long. I compromised. I would not open the door fully. I would crack it, confirm that these were children who needed help, and go from there. I cracked the door. The girl was standing directly in front of it, close enough that I could see her clearly in the porch light. The coat, the braids, the pale face, the expression of complete neutral calm that no child standing outside in 22-degree weather at 9:30 at night should be wearing. She looked up at me when the door opened, and that was when I saw her eyes. The child on my porch looked exactly like my neighbor's daughter. Same coat, same braids, same height, until she turned around and her eyes were just gone, replaced with something flat and black and so completely without depth that looking into them felt like leaning over the edge of something with no bottom. I shut the door. The deadbolt was already thrown before I had consciously decided to throw it. There was a pause of perhaps 3 seconds. Then 3 more knocks. Same spacing, same force. Exactly identical to the first set, in the way that a recording is identical to its source. Not similar, identical. We need to use your phone. Same voice, same inflection, same calibrated volume. Not louder, not more urgent, not reflecting in any way that the door had just been shut in her face. As though the sequence of events between the first knock and this moment had not registered, or had registered and been set aside as irrelevant, or had simply not occurred within whatever framework she was operating from. Boone had stopped making the sound. He was now pressed flat against the back of the couch, and I do not mean he had retreated to the couch. I mean he had somehow gotten himself behind the couch and was flat against the wall behind it, as invisible as a 60-pound dog can make itself in a furnished room. And he was silent in the way that prey animals go silent. I stood with my back against the door and my hand on the deadbolt, and I did not speak and I did not move. We need to use your phone. The boy's voice this time, and this was the first time he had spoken, and his voice was the same as the girl's same flat, affectless delivery, same calibrated volume, same total absence of the emotional coloring that belongs in a child's voice when a child is cold and scared and standing outside a stranger's house in the dark. Same absence of anything. But what he said next was not a repetition of the request. Carla is in Knoxville, he said. She won't be back until tomorrow afternoon. My wife's name. The details of where she was and when she was returning. Details that were not publicly available. Details that I had not mentioned to anyone on that road. Details that a child standing outside my door at 9:30 at night in the cold had no mechanism for knowing. I did not move. I was very aware of my breathing and of Boone behind the couch, and of the frost on the gravel, and of the distance to my truck in the driveway, and of the fact that I had not looked out the window since they had knocked, which meant I did not know exactly where the boy was. You should let us in, the girl said. It's cold. Still no urgency in the voice, still no shiver, no catch of breath, no child quality. The words themselves were the words a cold child would say. The voice delivering them belonged to something that had learned what a cold child would say, and was saying those words the way you read coordinates off a map accurately, precisely, without the embodied knowledge of what cold actually is. And then every exterior light on the property went out simultaneously. Porch light, driveway light, the light above the shop door that I leave on all night, all of it at once, without the flicker of a tripped breaker or the gradual dim of a power issue, just off. Between 1 second and the next, the world outside every window went from lit to absolute dark. Boone did not make a sound. That was the thing that frightened me most in that moment, more than the lights, more than the name, the complete absence of any sound from behind the couch where my dog had been. I pulled out my phone. My hands were steady, which surprised me. I have done electrical work in conditions where a mistake means electrocution, and my hands are always steady in those moments. The body commits to the task, sets aside everything extraneous, focuses down to the level of the specific action required. My hands were steady. I turned on the flashlight on my phone. I swept the beam around the room. The room was empty. The front door was dead bolted. The windows were closed. The room was exactly as I had left it. Boone was behind the couch, visible now in the phone light, flat and silent and looking at me with an expression that I can only describe as pleading. I looked at the dark window on the far side of the room. the one that faced the back of the property, facing away from the porch and the driveway because the window was dark now and the glass was therefore reflective. And in the reflection of the room behind me, I could see the front door and the couch and the entry and the edges of the space that my body was blocking. And in the upper right corner of that reflection, standing 3 feet behind me, was one of the children. I did not turn around. I want to explain that decision because it was not paralysis, it was calculation. If I turned around, I was going to be face to face with whatever was standing 3 feet behind me in a room with a dead-bolted front door and closed windows and no explanation for how it had gotten there. And every instinct I had said that face to face was not the configuration I wanted. The eyes. I did not want to be close to those eyes again. I threw open the front door instead. I went through it fast, off the porch in 2 steps, across the frost-covered gravel of the driveway at a run, and I hit the truck door, got it open, got inside, got it locked, got the engine running, and got the headlights on, all of it in under 10 seconds, all of it in the specific controlled fast motion of someone who has made a decision and is executing it without deliberation. The headlights cut a long white beam down the driveway toward the road. Both children were standing at the tree line where the driveway met the property boundary, side by side, facing the truck, perfectly still. In the headlights I could see them clearly for the first time, the girl's braids, the boy's gray sweatshirt, their faces tilted slightly upward toward the light, with the identical expression of neutral calm they had worn throughout the entire encounter, not squinting against the headlights, not reacting to the brightness in any way, just standing there at the tree line watching. Neither of them was in the road. Neither of them stepped into the headlight beam. I sat in that truck for 4 minutes, engine running, heat beginning to move through the vents, hands at 10 and 2, watching them at the tree line. They did not move. They did not speak. They did not indicate in any way that my running from the house and locking myself in the truck had altered anything about their evening. They just stood there at the exact boundary between the driveway and the wood line, as though there were a line drawn in the frost that they were not able or not willing to cross. At the 4-minute mark, I put the truck in reverse and backed out the driveway without taking my eyes off them until the distance was too great to see them clearly, and then I kept backing until I hit the paved road. I drove to the county sheriff's substation in town, 8 miles away. It was 10:18 when I walked in. The deputy on duty that night, a man in his mid-40s named Hargrove, solid, unhurried, the particular brand of calm that comes from years of being the person people come to when things go wrong, took my report without interrupting me and without the expression I had been bracing for, the one that says the person across the table has quietly decided you have lost your mind. He wrote down everything I said. He asked me to describe the children. He asked about the eyes. He asked about the lights going out. He asked about the reflection in the window and what I had seen there and how long it had been present before I moved. When I finished, he closed his notebook and looked at me for a moment. "This is the 3rd call we've had from that road," he said, "in the last 2 months." He said it the way you say something that you have been waiting for an opportunity to say, something you have been holding in a professional silence because the context to say it hadn't arrived until now. He did not elaborate. He did not tell me what the other 2 calls had described. He simply noted the number and the time frame and let that information sit between us on the table like an object we both had to decide what to do with. He drove out to the property with me. We went through the house room by room with flashlights. Nothing disturbed, nothing moved, nothing to indicate that anything had been inside that house. The exterior lights had all tripped. He checked the breaker panel and found 3 breakers flipped simultaneously, which he noted was consistent with a power surge. A perfectly ordinary explanation for a perfectly explicable event. He wrote it down. He did not find any footprints in the frost near the back of the house. He noted this. What he did find, at the tree line where I had seen the children standing in the headlights, were 2 sets of impressions in the frost-covered grass, the kind of impressions that a pair of feet make when standing still for several minutes in frozen ground. Small feet, child-sized. They stopped exactly at the tree line. On the driveway side, the impressions were there. On the woodside, nothing, as though whatever had made them had materialized at that boundary and could not move past it in either direction. Hargrove looked at the impressions for a long time without saying anything. Then he took photographs with his phone and put the phone back in his pocket. He gave me the incident number before he left, report number 441, filed November 29th. He told me to call if anything else happened. He said it in the way that people say things when they believe you and cannot help you, and know that the best they can offer is the documentation. I called Carla that night. I told her what had happened, in a version that was approximately 70% complete. I told her about the children, and the lights, and the drive to the substation. I did not tell her about the reflection in the window. I did not tell her about the eyes. I did not tell her that the boy had known her name and her location and when she was coming home. I made a judgment call that there are some details that do not make a situation more manageable and only make the people you love more afraid, and those details can wait until you are in the same room and can hold someone's hand while you say them. She came home the next afternoon, earlier than she'd planned. She has not stayed in Knoxville since. She has not, to my knowledge, told her sister why. I have done a significant amount of research in the 3 years since that night, and I am going to tell you what I found, because I think it matters for anyone who lives in a rural area and who might one day find themselves in the position I was in, standing at a door with a deadbolt under their hand and something on the other side that is wearing the shape of a child. The accounts are consistent in ways that are not explainable by coincidence or group delusion. The eyes are always described the same way, not dark brown, but absent, a void that takes the shape of an eye without carrying the properties of one. The voice is always described the same way, flat, affectless, calibrated, the words of a person in distress delivered in the tone of a machine reading those words from a list. The request is always for entry, a phone, a ride to come in from the cold, and the request is always framed as the most reasonable thing in the world, the thing that any decent person would grant without hesitation. That framing is the mechanism. That is the architecture of what these things do. They present themselves as a situation that a good person would respond to without question, and the ask is always for the one specific thing that changes the terms of the encounter entry. Crossing the threshold. An invitation. They cannot come in unless you invite them. This appears to be consistent across every account I have found, and it maps onto what I experienced on my porch that night. The one that got inside my house, the one I saw reflected in the window glass, did not come in through the door. I cannot explain how it got inside. What I can tell you is that when I opened the door and ran, I was already outside before it could close the distance, and it did not follow me out. It stayed inside, or it returned to wherever it had come from. When Hargrove and I went through the house an hour later, nothing was there. But here is what I keep thinking about, the thing that sits at the back of every quiet evening in that house since November 29th, the thing I turn over when I am lying awake listening to Boone breathe at the foot of the bed. In the 4 minutes I sat in the truck watching them at the tree line before I backed out the driveway, in those 4 minutes I was sitting in a vehicle with the doors locked and the engine running and 2 children standing 30 yards away, who were not moving and not reacting and not doing anything except standing and watching. And in those 4 minutes, not once did I think to check the back seat. I don't know if that matters. I don't know what would have been back there if I had checked, or whether anything would have been back there at all. I am telling you this because the encounter, for all of its horror, contained at least one moment where I made a decision without full information and survived it, and I would rather you have that information than not. 3 rules, because I have had 3 years to think about this, and I believe these 3 things are the ones that kept me alive that night. First, your animals know before you do. Whatever Boone registered at 9:15, he registered it before any of it reached a human level of perception. If your dog or your cat or your livestock is responding to something you cannot see with the specific quality of fear rather than alert, do not go to the door. Do not open the window. Do not present yourself as available. Second, do not look at the eyes directly. I do not know the full mechanism of what those eyes do, but every account I have found includes a description of what happens to a person who looks into them for more than a moment, and none of those descriptions are good. I saw them for less than 2 seconds, and I still see them when I close mine. Do not give them more time than that. Third, And most important, they need you to let them in. That is not a figure of speech, and it is not metaphor. The request is always for entry, and the entry requires your consent, and your consent is the only thing standing between you and whatever comes after the threshold is crossed. You are allowed to leave a child in the cold. You are allowed to not be a decent person in this one specific situation. You are allowed to deadbolt the door and back the truck down the driveway and drive to the nearest substation and let someone else make sense of the footprints in the frost. Whatever those things are, they have been asking to come in for a very long time. They will keep asking. They are patient in the way that things are patient when they have all the time in the world and you have only the rest of your life. Do not let them in. If you're enjoying these stories tonight, drop a comment and let me know where in the world are you listening from right now. I read every single one. There is one more detail I have not included in any report and have not told anyone except my wife. And I am telling you now because I think it is the most important detail of everything that happened that night. And I think you need to have it. When I was standing at the cracked door in that moment before I saw the eyes, in the half second where I was still operating on the assumption that these were children who needed help, the girl looked up at me and something crossed her face. Not an expression, exactly. More like the memory of an expression, the shape that a face makes when a feeling moves through it, except that the feeling itself was absent and what remained was only the shape. The corners of her mouth moved. The muscles around her eyes shifted. The specific configuration of her features rearranged for just a fraction of a second into something that was almost a smile. And in that fraction of a second, before the expression collapsed back into the flat, neutral calm she had been wearing before, and before I processed what her eyes actually were, my hand moved toward the door to open it wider. Not because I decided to open it, not because I thought it through and concluded that opening the door wider was the right call. My hand moved on its own, ahead of my conscious awareness, responding to something that the expression had triggered, before I had time to evaluate whether the expression was real. That is the mechanism. That is what they are doing with the face and the voice and the framing of the request. They are not trying to convince you logically. They are not making an argument. They are triggering responses that exist below the level of argument. The automatic reactions that a decent person has to a child in distress. The hand that moves toward the door. The instinct to help. The deeply embedded social programming that says a child in the cold is a situation that requires your intervention. They have learned to aim directly at that. Whatever they are and wherever they come from and however long they have been doing this, they have learned that the most efficient route to the threshold is not through your reasoning, but through the part of you that acts before you reason. The part that moves your hand before your brain catches up. My brain caught up because of the eyes. The eyes broke the illusion before the hand finished moving. I don't know what would have happened if the eyes had looked normal. I don't know if I would have opened the door all the way. I want to believe I wouldn't have. I want to believe that Boone's behavior and the quality of the silence and the rational impossibility of two children at the end of my driveway at 9:30 on a 22-degree night would have been enough to stop me even without the eyes. But I don't know that, and I think about it. There is a version of that night where the eyes look normal, where they are dark brown or dark green or any ordinary color, where the face that looks up at me when I crack the door looks like nothing more than a cold child who needs a phone, where my hand finishes opening the door and they step inside and I find out what happens after the threshold. I live in that house. I walk past that front door every single day. I know exactly where I was standing when my hand moved toward the opening, and every time I walk past that spot, I am aware in the specific way that you are aware of a place where something almost happened, that I am walking past the place where one version of that night ended and another one began. Be careful what you open your door to in the dark. Be careful of the face that knows exactly which expression to make. Be careful of the voice that is calibrated to pass through a door. And be more careful than anything else of the moment when your hand moves before your mind does. Because That is the moment they have been engineering from the second they stepped out of the tree line and into the edge of your light. That is the moment that belongs to them, if you let it. Don't let it. Story 3. A dogman has no reason to hide. The thing that came out of the tree line was built like a man from the waist up and a dog from the waist down, and the worst part wasn't the size of it or the sound it made when it saw me. It was that it didn't run. It didn't hide. It just stood there in the open like something that has never once in its life had a reason to. I have been a hunting guide in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan for 14 years. Before that, I spent 6 years as a wildlife technician with the DNR doing population surveys in the same forests. I now take clients through every fall. I have tracked black bear through tag alder swamps in the dark. I have field-dressed bull elk in the rain at 4 in the morning. I have spent more nights alone in the woods than I have spent in my own bed over the past decade. And I say this not to establish credentials for their own sake, but to make clear to you that what I am about to describe did not happen to someone who panics in the dark, did not happen to someone who confuses a stump for a bear or a coyote for something larger. I know this forest. I know what belongs in it. I know what it looks like when something that does not belong has moved through. What moved through that ridge in the first week of November 2 years ago did not belong, and it knew I was there, and it came anyway, and when it was finished doing whatever it had come to do, it left in no particular hurry. Let me start at the beginning. My client that week was a man I'll call Harlan, mid-50s, retired engineer from downstate, had been booking guided bow hunts with me for 3 consecutive seasons. Good hunter, patient, physically fit for his age, the kind of client who listens and follows instruction and doesn't get rattled by cold or long sits. I liked guiding him. He was easy company and a clean shot, and he always helped with the pack out without being asked. We were targeting a mature buck that my trail cameras had been picking up on a ridge above a river bottom in an area of state land I'd been hunting for the better part of a decade. The buck was moving on a consistent pattern, hitting a scrape line along the ridge at first and last light, using a funnel between 2 bedding areas to move back and forth through the morning hours. I had a ground blind set up on the downwind side of the funnel, backed against a blowdown of white birch that had come down in a storm 3 summers prior. It was a good setup. I had taken 2 mature bucks from that blind in previous seasons, and I was confident about the odds. The plan was for me to go in the evening before and do an overnight in the blind, check the scrapes, confirm the buck was still on pattern, and have Harlan meet me at the logging road trailhead at 5 the following morning so we could go in together for first light. Standard procedure for that kind of high-pressure setup. You don't want 2 people crashing through the woods in the dark on the morning of the hunt. I parked my truck at the logging road at 2 in the afternoon and hiked the 1.5 miles into the blind. The weather was what you want for early November in the UP cold, low 20s, light northwest wind, the kind of air that carries scent away from the funnel and holds it low. The leaves were down, the forest floor open and readable, the sky through the bare hardwood canopy a flat pale gray that was going to hold through the night. I settled into the blind, got my gear organized, ate, and sat. The first thing I want to tell you about happened at around 4 in the afternoon, maybe an hour after I'd set up, and I want to be honest with you that when I noticed it, I did not immediately understand its significance. It only became significant later, in the way that all of the early details in a story like this only become significant when you have enough of them to see the shape they make together. The gut pile was gone. Let me explain. 3 weeks prior, I had taken a client to a different stand location about 400 yards from the blind on the same ridge system, and he had killed a doe. We had field dressed her on site and left the gut pile. As you do, it's standard practice. The gut pile is organic material. It goes back into the forest. Other predators work it over, and it's gone inside of a week in active country. I had walked past the site of that gut pile on my way in that afternoon and noted that it was gone. Not worked over by coyotes and scattered the way a gut pile looks after the normal succession of scavengers has moved through it. Gone. The site was clean. The ground cover around it was undisturbed. And 15 feet uphill from where the gut pile had been, In a shallow depression between two maple roots, there was a dark stain in the leaf litter that was the size and general shape of what a gut pile looks like after it has been moved, dragged uphill, against the grade, in a direction that no predator I know of operates: coyotes, bears, fish or cats. None of them drag kills uphill. They work a carcass where it lies, or they move it downhill to cover, never up. Whatever had moved that gut pile had taken it uphill 30 feet and deposited it against the base of the ridge, and it had done so cleanly enough that the drag path through the leaf litter was only faintly visible, a subtle compression of leaves that I only read because I was looking at the ground carefully, and because 14 years of tracking had made that kind of reading automatic. I noted it and kept walking. Filed it the same place I file things that are unusual but not yet alarming in the back of the mind, available for retrieval if something else starts rhyming with it. The afternoon hunt was uneventful. The buck did not show. Two does came through the funnel at last light, moving fast, not feeding, already heading for their nighttime cover, and the speed and direction of their movement told me something had moved through the area recently enough that they were still on edge. I noted that too. Filed it. Dark came at around 5:30. I had a sleeping bag, a foam pad, a small thermos of coffee, and a headlamp that I kept off because I didn't want to burn any residual alertness the deer might have from the evening movement. The temperature dropped fast after sunset into the low teens, and the forest settled into the specific nighttime quality of cold hardwood country in November, a deep, textured quiet full of the particular sounds that belong there and no others. I was awake because I am always awake in a blind. This is a professional habit. You do not sleep in a stand the night before a guided hunt. You sit and you listen, and you keep your baseline for what the forest sounds like at every hour, so that when something outside the baseline appears, you have the context to identify it. What I heard at midnight was outside the baseline footsteps, bipedal, which already separated them from deer or bear, and heavy enough that each step had a distinct compression, not the quick light tap of a coyote or fox, not the 4-beat shuffle of a raccoon, but the deliberate single foot, then other foot cadence of something walking upright with considerable weight behind each placement, moving from my left to my right, parallel to the ridge, approximately 30 feet from the blind. I sat very still and listened. The footsteps continued for about 20 yards, then stopped. Silence. 20 seconds, maybe 30. Then they started again, from a slightly different position, still to my right, but further along the ridge, moving now at an angle that was going to take whatever was making them around the uphill side of the blind. Circling, I put my hand on my headlamp, but did not turn it on. Turning on a light in the middle of the night in a ground blind has consequences for the following morning's hunt. Regardless of what you see, it burns your night vision. It sends whatever deer are in the area out of the county. And if what is outside the blind is a bear or a large canine, introducing a sudden bright light into its immediate environment is not a guaranteed de-escalation. I left the headlamp off and listened. The circling continued for what I estimate was about 15 minutes. Full circuit of the blind at a consistent radius of roughly 30 feet, with occasional pauses of 10 to 20 seconds that felt, and I use the word deliberately, attentive, like something that was stopping to evaluate rather than stopping because it had lost interest in what it was doing. There is a difference in the quality of an animal's pause when it is resting and when it is thinking, and I have spent enough time in the woods to know what the second kind feels like. This felt like the second kind. Then it stopped. One last pause, on the downhill side of the blind, closest to the funnel where I would be watching in the morning. A pause that lasted long enough that I began to wonder whether it had simply sat down, whether it was going to stay there, whether the morning was going to arrive with something I couldn't identify parked between me and the stand I needed my client to occupy at first light. Then I heard it move away, down the ridge, toward the river bottom, the footsteps getting quieter and then inaudible. I did not sleep. I sat in that blind with my headlamp in my hand and my bow across my knees, and I watched the dark and listened, and nothing came back. Harlan's truck was at the logging road trailhead when I hiked out to meet him at 4:45 in the morning. His truck, a dark green pickup, was parked at the pull-off where I had told him to park, engine off, headlights off. What was not right about it was immediately visible even in the dark. The driver's side door was hanging open, not ajar. Open. Standing open into the cold night air, dome light on, casting a yellow rectangle onto the frost-covered ground. No Harlan. I called his name. No response. I checked the truck. His pack was in the back seat. His bow case was on the floor behind the driver's seat. His orange vest was on the passenger seat. Everything he would have needed for the morning's hunt was in the truck. He was not. I pulled out my phone. No signal at the logging road, which I had known and had told Harlan, which was one of the reasons we had arranged to meet there rather than coordinate in the morning. I started walking the logging road in the direction of the main road, calling his name every 30 yards. I found him a quarter-mile down the road. He was walking toward me, moving at a normal pace, wearing his hunting clothes, but no pack and no orange and no bow. And when I got close enough to see his face in the beam of my headlamp, he had the specific expression of a person who has just woken up and not yet finished understanding where they are. Not injured, not in distress. Just disoriented in a deep and fundamental way that was not the disorientation of a man who had taken a wrong turn in the dark. Harlan, I said. What happened? Where did you go? He looked at me for a moment. Then he said, I was just in my truck. Your truck is back there, I said. Doors open. Your gear's inside. He looked back down the road in the direction I had come from. I was just in my truck, he said again. And the repetition wasn't stubbornness or confusion. It was the repetition of a man reporting the only fact he had available, the last clear data point before a gap he could not account for. He had been in this truck. Now he was a quarter-mile down the road. What had happened in between was not available to him. I am not going to speculate about what that means. What I am going to tell you is that when I walked Harlan back to his truck and we loaded up, and I told him we were calling the hunt for the morning, he did not argue. He didn't ask why. He looked at his truck, and at the open door, and at the frost on the ground where the dome light had been shining on it, and he nodded once with the expression of a man who has decided that some questions are better left unasked. He has not booked a hunt with me since. I understand that. I went back into the ridge alone that afternoon. Not for the hunt that was done. That whole setup was done for the season as far as I was concerned, but because I needed to look at the ground around the blind in daylight, and because I needed to understand what had circled me in the dark. What I found around the blind confirmed the bipedal gait I had heard, but added detail that the darkness had kept from me. The prints, and there were clear ones, in a section of bare soil on the uphill side of the blind, where the leaf cover was thin and the ground had held moisture, were not human. The rear impressions were broad and elongated, with a claw register at the toe line, 4 distinct points pressed into the soil with enough force to suggest considerable weight. The front impressions, knuckle impressions, pressed into the ground at intervals that matched a rolling gait, the kind of print that a large animal leaves when it moves on all fours but is capable of extended bipedal movement, were on either side of the main track, where hands had touched down during moments of increased speed or change of direction. Whatever had been walking upright outside my blind had not always been walking upright. It had a mode of movement that was both, and it switched between them as the terrain and the situation called for it. The track measured out at 16.5 inches from heel to toe. For reference, the largest black bear track I have ever personally documented in 14 years of working this forest measured 11 inches. I photographed everything. I took measurements. I flagged the site and hiked out and drove to the DNR field office in town. The wildlife officer who took my report was a man named Briggs, someone I had known professionally for several years, a solid and methodical man who did not dismiss what I brought him and did not offer me easy explanations. He came back out to the site with me that afternoon and walked the track pattern and took his own photographs and measurements and said nothing for a long time. Then he told me that 3 trail cameras had gone missing from that management unit since the beginning of the season. Not stolen the trees the cameras had been mounted on, showed no sign of human interference. The cameras had been removed by something that could reach a mounting strap at 7 feet and had the strength and dexterity to work the buckle. He said this in the specific tone of a man sharing information that he has been sitting with for a while and is relieved to have a context to share it in. He filed the incident under Predator Encounter, Unclassified Species, recommended the area be flagged for additional monitoring. That report is on file. I have the case number. I did not go back to that ridge for the remainder of the season. I told my other clients that the area had been hunted out and relocated them to stands in a different unit. I did not tell them why. What I saw on the logging road happened 4 days after I found the tracks. I had gone back in to pull my trail cameras, not the ones that had gone missing, my own cameras, the ones I'd been using to pattern the buck. I went in mid-morning, non-hunting hours, in clear daylight, moving fast and direct, with no intention of sitting anywhere or spending more time than necessary. I pulled 3 cameras, put them in my pack, and was walking back down the 2-track logging road toward my truck when I came around a bend and stopped. It was standing in the road, 60 yards, full daylight, standing upright, fully upright, in the center of the 2-track, with the posture of something that had chosen to be there and had chosen to be visible. It was, and I am going to describe this as precisely as I can, because precision is what I have instead of a framework that makes sense. It was approximately 7.5 feet tall in its upright stance, broad through the shoulders in a way that suggested a skeletal structure wider than any human frame I have reference for, with arms that hung past what would have been the mid-thigh on a person of that height. The lower half, the legs, the feet, were not human. The joints were not human joints. The proportions were not proportions that belonged to a biped that developed the way humans developed. They were the proportions of something that spent a significant portion of its movement on all fours, and had retained the architecture for it even when standing upright. The face I could not see clearly at 60 yards. What I could see was the color of it dark, very dark, the deep brown-black of old fur in low light, and the shape of the head, which was not a human head shape. It was looking at me, not toward me, not in my general direction, at me specifically, with the focused attention of something that had known I was coming down that road before I came around the bend, and had positioned itself where it wanted to be when I arrived. I did not run. I want to be clear about that because I think it matters. I did not run because running was not a rational response to the situation, and I have enough years in this forest to know that running from a large predator triggers responses that you do not want to trigger. I stood still. I put my hand on the bear spray on my hip, not drawing it, just making contact with it. The thing in the road did not move. We stood there for what I estimate was 45 seconds, and what felt considerably longer. And in those 45 seconds, it did not charge, it did not vocalize, it did not display in any of the ways that large predators display when they are establishing dominance or working up to an aggressive action. It simply stood there and looked at me with the complete and terrifying calm of something that has done a threat assessment and concluded that the outcome of any escalation it chose to initiate was not in question. That was the most frightening thing about it. Not the size, not the wrongness of the proportions, the calm, the utter absence of any uncertainty in its posture, the way it occupied that space in the road like it had been occupying spaces in roads long before there were roads, like my presence was a minor variable in a calculation that had already been completed. I started backing up slowly, one step, then another, keeping my eyes on it, keeping my hand on the bear spray. It watched me back up. When I had covered about 20 yards, it made a sound. I am not going to try to describe it in detail, because every description I have attempted has fallen short of the actual quality of the sound, but I will tell you that it was not a growl, and it was not a bark, and it was not a howl. It was something that combined elements of all three into a vocalization that my nervous system processed not as a sound but as a physical event, a pressure that moved through my chest cavity and my back teeth and the bones of my forearms. It lasted maybe 3 seconds. Then it dropped to all fours and moved off the road into the timber on the right side, and within 4 strides the forest had absorbed it completely, and the road was empty. I walked back to my truck without turning around. I drove to the logging road junction, turned onto the gravel, and when I hit the first stretch of road where I had a clear sight line in both directions, I turned on my headlights, even though it was full daylight. At the field edge, where the gravel road ran along the timber boundary 1/2 mile from where I had been standing in the road, it was at the tree line, standing upright again, watching the truck. When the headlights swept across it, it stopped. It had been moving parallel to the road, maintaining pace with the truck, and when the light reached it, it stopped. It stood at the wood line with the headlights on it for about 3 seconds, and then it turned and walked into the timber at a normal, unhurried pace, like something that had decided it had seen enough and was satisfied with how the encounter had concluded. I filed my report with Briggs that evening. He added it to the existing case file. He has not told me what, if anything, the additional monitoring of that unit has turned up, and I have not asked, because I think there are questions in this line of work that you ask when you are ready for the answer and not before. I still guide in the UP. I still take clients into that forest unit, into different stands, on different ridge systems, away from that particular stretch of river bottom. I have not been back to that ground blind, and I have not set cameras on that ridge again. Whatever is working that section of timber has it, as far as I am concerned, and I have enough force that I do not need to contest the point. But I want to tell you one thing before I close, because I think it is the most useful thing I have learned from this, and the thing most worth passing on to anyone who spends serious time in the deep woods. The thing on that road was not afraid of me. That is the sentence I keep returning to. Everything in North American wildlife, every predator, every large animal, every creature you might encounter in a backcountry setting has some level of wariness around humans, some calculation it runs when it encounters us, some degree of uncertainty about the outcome. Bears bluff charge and then run. Mountain lions ghost out before you see them. Even moose in rut, which are genuinely dangerous, are running a threat assessment. They are uncertain. That thing was not uncertain. It had no wariness. It had no calculation that included me as a significant variable in the outcome. It stood in that road in full daylight because it had no reason not to stand in the road in full daylight, because there was nothing in its experience that had taught it to weigh my presence as a threat worth accounting for. There is a category of encounter in these woods where the thing you are encountering has no reason to be cautious about you, and that category is the most dangerous category there is. More dangerous than aggression. More dangerous than hunger. Because aggression and hunger are predictable, they follow patterns, they have thresholds, they can be navigated. But something that simply does not factor you into its calculations at all is something you have no leverage with. You cannot negotiate with indifference. If you are in the deep woods and you encounter something that looks at you with that quality of calm, that absolute, settled, baseline calm that has no uncertainty in it, do not try to make yourself larger. Do not try to make noise. Do not try to assert yourself as a threat. You are not a threat to something that has never needed to develop a threat response to anything it has encountered. Back up slowly. Keep your eyes forward. Get to your vehicle. Turn on the headlights. And then drive. And do not stop driving until the forest is behind you and the lights of a town are ahead, because whatever is back there in the timber is still there, and it is still calm, and it is still not afraid of you. That is not a comfortable thing to know about the forest you work in, but it is the truth of it, and the truth is the only thing that keeps you coming home. I have talked to other guides since then. Not many, and not openly. This is not a conversation you have at a check-in station or a sporting goods counter. Not if you want to keep your reputation intact in a professional community that runs on credibility. But there are conversations that happen at the end of long days in the field, over a fire or a tailgate, in the specific language of people who have spent enough time in deep wilderness to have run out of easy explanations for everything they have seen. Those conversations are where this territory gets discussed carefully and obliquely, and what I have gathered from them is this: whatever I encountered on that ridge is not unique to that ridge, and the people who have encountered it are not a small number. A trapper I know who works a line in the northern part of the peninsula told me that he has found trap sets disturbed in ways that no animal he can identify is responsible for. Not sprung removed, carried off. His best trap, a number 4 long spring that weighs close to 4 pounds, was found hanging in the fork of a white cedar 12 feet off the ground, still set, untriggered, placed there with a delicacy that the strength required to put it there should have made impossible. He found it in mid-January in fresh snow, with no tracks approaching the tree except those of a deer mouse. A logger who has worked the same timber company land in that county for 22 years told me that there is a section of the operation, a particular drainage along the river system, approximately 3 miles of timber ground, where his crew will not work after 2 in the afternoon, not because management has told them not to, not because of any formal policy, because the men who have worked that drainage longest have an unspoken agreement about what the light looks like when it starts to go, and what that light means, and what you do not want to still be doing when it arrives. He told me this without elaboration and without apparent expectation that I would push for more detail, and I did not push, because the way he said it told me he had seen whatever he had seen and made his peace with it, and what he wanted from me was not discussion but acknowledgement. I acknowledged it. This is the thing about the deep woods that does not make it into the conversation most people have about wilderness and the outdoors and what happens when you spend serious time in the back country. The conversation people have is about bears and hypothermia and getting turned around without a compass. Those are real concerns, and I do not minimize them. But they are the known concerns, the cataloged concerns, the concerns for which there are protocols and training and a body of knowledge built over generations of human experience in wild places. The bear you know how to read, the weather system you can track, the terrain you can map. What I am describing is something that does not appear in that conversation. It appears in the other conversation, the one that happens at the end of long days between people who have been in the woods long enough to stop pretending that everything in them has been cataloged. I am a professional. My livelihood depends on people trusting that I know what I am doing in the forest and that I can keep them safe while they are in it. I do not make statements I cannot support. What I am telling you I experienced. What I am telling you I found. The photographs are on my phone. The DNR report is on file. The case number is real. And what I am telling you about that thing standing in the road, about the quality of the calm it had, about the absence of any uncertainty in the way it occupied that space, that is the truest thing I have told you, and the thing I most need you to hear. The forest is large, and most of what is in it is not interested in you. Most encounters in the backcountry, even with animals that could hurt you, and with the animal leaving, because most animals have learned over a long time in proximity to humans that humans are loud and unpredictable and not worth the energy. That knowledge, that accumulated wariness, is your safety margin in the deep woods. It is the buffer between you and the things that could take you apart. But there are things in certain forests that have not learned that lesson, things that have not acquired that wariness because they have never needed it, because nothing that has encountered them has been in a position to teach it. Things that look at you across 60 yards of logging road in full morning light and stay exactly where they are and feel nothing resembling the impulse to move. When you encounter one of those things, your safety margin is gone. You are operating without the buffer. Every rule you have internalized about how wild animals behave does not apply, because the thing you are looking at has not read those rules and would not care if it had. The headlights stopped it. I do not know why, and I am not going to speculate about the mechanism. I know that when the beam reached it, it stopped, and when it had decided the encounter was complete, it walked into the timber without urgency and did not come back. That is the information I have, and I am passing it on to you because it is the only concrete, actionable piece of data I came out of the whole experience with. If you are in the deep woods of the Upper Peninsula or anywhere in the Great Lakes Forest Country, because I do not believe for a second that what I encountered is limited to one ridge on one river system in one county, and you come around a bend in a trail or a logging road and something is standing there that should not be standing there, and it looks at you with that quality of absolute settled calm. Do not try to identify it. Do not try to understand it. Do not stand there in the road, working through your mental catalog of North American wildlife looking for a match. Back up, get to your vehicle, headlights on, and if it follows you to the road, if it comes to the tree line while you are sitting in your truck with the engine running and the lights on and your hands on the wheel, do not turn the lights off. Do not get out of the truck. Do not wait for it to leave on its own timeline. Drive. Let the distance do the work that the light started. Some things in this forest have never had a reason to be afraid of you. The least you can do is give them no reason to change that assessment. Story 4. What the Fleshgate Practiced in the Dark. If you're hearing this, it means I finally decided that keeping it to myself was doing more harm than telling it, because what I watched that thing do at the edge of my campfire light wasn't hunting. It wasn't stalking. It was practicing how to be me. And it was almost perfect. I need you to understand what almost perfect means in that context. It does not mean close. It does not mean a reasonable approximation that you might mistake for the real thing at a distance, in poor light. Almost perfect means that if you had seen it walking out of the tree line toward me that night, if you had been standing at the edge of that firelight watching it move with my exact gait, my exact forward lean, my exact stride length, wearing a face that was in the process of becoming mine, you would have felt something wrong before you identified anything wrong. And by the time you identified it, you would already be looking at something that had gotten close enough that the distance was no longer on your side. That is what almost perfect means. And I am telling you this because I think the almost is the most important word in that sentence, and I think you need to know why. My name is not the point. What is the point is that in late September, 2 years ago, I was doing a solo section hike on the Appalachian Trail through the Nantahala National Forest in western North Carolina. I am an experienced backpacker, 12 years, multiple through hike attempts, enough miles in the southern Appalachians specifically that I know the character of that particular forest, the way you know the character of a place you have spent serious time in. The Nantahala is dense and steep and wet, all second-growth hardwood and rhododendron thicket and creek hollows that hold the cold even in September when the nights drop fast and the morning fog sits in the gaps between ridges until mid-morning. It is a forest that has its own quality of presence. I say that not to be dramatic, but because it is simply true. Anyone who has spent significant time in that specific piece of country will tell you the same thing. It is a forest that feels aware. I had been on trail for 6 days. The plan was 10 days total, a section I had wanted to complete for 3 years, starting at a trailhead on the southern end and walking north to a pickup point near the Tennessee border. I was carrying a standard load, a 3-season tent, a quilt rated to 25 degrees, a 4-day food carry topped up at a road crossing on day 4, a water filter, a headlamp, a paper trail map, a compass, a small first aid kit, and a fuel canister for my stove. Standard gear for that trail in that season. I had done this enough times that the packing was automatic and the weight was comfortable and the daily mileage was sustainable without destroying my legs. I want to establish all of that because what I am about to describe did not happen to someone who was out of their depth, did not happen to someone who was alone in the woods for the first time getting spooked by shadows. It happened to someone who was on day 6 of a solo Appalachian section hike, comfortable and competent and moving through terrain they knew well, and it happened in full daylight before it happened in the dark, which is the detail I think people miss when they hear stories like this one. The campsite I passed at around 3 in the afternoon on day 6 was the first thing that told me something was off. It was a designated site, one of the established tent pads that the Forest Service maintains along that section of trail, a flat cleared area with a bare box, a fire ring, and room for 2 or 3 tents. Whoever had camped there last had left their gear behind, not abandoned it in the way someone leaves gear when something urgent pulls them away, left it arranged. The word I keep coming back to is arranged. And I keep coming back to it because I came back to it at the arranged animal carcasses in the canyon country and the arranged personal items of a stranger's camp in the Nantahala, and I think the word is significant. Things that have been arranged have been handled with intention. Someone, something, spent time on this. A pair of hiking boots, laces tied, placed side by side facing the fire ring. A journal, closed, set on top of them. A cook pot, handle oriented toward the journal, sitting empty beside the fire ring. A stuff sack that had been turned inside out and laid flat, its contents a rain jacket, a dry bag, a headlamp arranged beside it in a row from largest to smallest. A water bottle, cap on, standing upright in the center of the fire ring in the cold ash. No tent, no sleeping system, no food, no pack, no person. I stood at the edge of that campsite for a long time looking at the arrangement and running through the explanations. Someone had packed out in a hurry and left some gear. Someone had organized their camp before going for a day hike and had not come back yet. Someone had done a gear audit and left behind what they did not need. Each explanation failed against the specific quality of the arrangement, the precision of the spacing, the facing direction of the boots, the graduated sizing of the items laid beside the stuff sack. These were not the organizational choices of a person packing or unpacking or sorting gear. They were something else. They were the choices of something that had handled these objects as objects, turning them over and examining them and placing them with a careful attention to their properties, size, shape, orientation, rather than their function. I picked up the journal. I should not have. In retrospect, I should have left everything exactly as it was and kept moving and reported it at the next ranger contact. But I picked it up because it was the most personal object in the arrangement, and because the thought of a person's journal sitting in a cold fire ring in an empty campsite in the Nantahala was something I could not walk away from, without at least confirming there was no emergency information inside. The journal had been opened and the pages had been gone through. I could tell by the way the spine cracked when I opened it, not the clean crack of a new book, but the cracked at multiple points quality of a book that has been opened many times at many different places by something that was not reading, but examining. Going through the pages the way you go through the pages of something written in a language you do not speak, but are trying to decode, not linearly, not following the content, but searching for a pattern in the physical marks themselves. Whoever's journal it was, they wrote in a small, neat hand. I did not read the entries. I put it back on top of the boots, facing the same direction I had found it, and I kept walking. I did not make the connection between the campsite and what came later until much later. At the time I filed it the same way I always file the unexplained, in the back of the mind, available, not yet alarming. I told myself a stranger's camp was not my business, and kept moving. The footsteps started 2 miles further up the trail, on a steep climb out of a creek drainage toward a ridgeline shelter where I planned to camp that night. I heard them before I registered what was wrong with them. They were behind me on the trail, the sound of boots on packed dirt and root, steady and even, the footfall of another hiker. The AT in that section sees enough traffic that encountering another hiker is not unusual, and for the first minute or so I simply moved to the right side of the trail to let them pass if they were moving faster than I was. The standard trail etiquette, and kept my pace. They did not pass. The footsteps stayed behind me, same distance, same interval. I sped up slightly to test the gap, and the footsteps sped up at precisely the same rate, maintaining the distance with an accuracy that was too consistent to be casual. I slowed down. The footsteps slowed. I stopped entirely, stepping off the trail and turning around. The trail behind me was empty as far back as the next bend, maybe 40 yards. Nothing. No hiker, no movement. I stood at the side of the trail for 30 seconds, listening. Nothing. The forest sounds wind in the canopy, a creek somewhere below me to the right, a woodpecker on a dead tree up the slope, all present and normal. I started walking again. The footsteps resumed. Behind me. Same distance. Same cadence. And this is when I understood what was wrong with them, because once I was listening for it, I could not unhear it. The cadence was mine. Not a similar cadence. Not the cadence of a person walking at the same pace. My specific cadence, the exact weight distribution, the particular way my right foot lands slightly harder than my left because of an old ankle injury that I have walked with for so long I barely notice it anymore. The precise interval of my stride, which is longer than average, and which I have been told before is distinctive. Whatever was behind me on that trail was not matching my pace the way a following hiker matches the pace of the person ahead. It was replicating my footstep. Each step I took was being produced again behind me, with an accuracy that should not have been possible. I stopped again. The footsteps stopped. I waited. Nothing. I started walking, and they started behind me, and I did not stop again for the remaining mile and a half to the shelter, because I had made a decision that stopping was not the correct response, and that the correct response was to get to the shelter, which was a structure which had walls on 3 sides and a roof and a fire ring and the possibility of other hikers, as fast as my legs would carry me without running. I did not run. I have thought about why not, and I think the answer is that running changes the quality of an encounter with a predator in ways that almost universally disadvantage the person running. And whatever was behind me on that trail, I did not want to give any signal that I was prey. So I walked at a pace that was close enough to running to matter, but kept enough of walking's quality to not cross the line. The shelter was empty when I arrived. No other hikers. I checked the trail register, a spiral-bound notebook in a weatherproof box nailed to one of the shelter posts, and the last entry was 2 days prior, a couple from Georgia doing a section hike going the opposite direction. They had written about the fog and the rhododendron and having seen a bear at a distance in a meadow. Normal trail register content. I made camp. Fire first, I always do, in that forest, and that evening more than usual. The fire ring at that shelter was a good one, deep stone construction, and I had the fire going well before dark, larger than I usually build, using the full cord of available firewood stacked under the shelter roof and adding to it from deadfall in the immediate area. I ate, kept the fire high, and watched the tree line. Nothing came. By 10 o'clock I was tired enough that staying awake was going to cost more than it was worth, and I made the judgment that I needed to sleep, that the fire would burn for another 2 or 3 hours on the load I had put on it, and that if something was going to come out of the trees, it was going to do so regardless of whether I was awake to observe it, and that being rested gave me better options than being exhausted. I got into my tent, which I had pitched in the shelter structure itself rather than on the tent pad outside, and I was asleep within minutes. I woke at 2 in the morning. I know the time because I checked my watch immediately after I was awake, which was a reflex from years of backcountry travel. When you wake in the middle of the night in the woods, you note the time, because the time tells you how much dark is left, and how much dark is left is information you might need. 2 in the morning. 4 hours until first light. The fire was low, barely coals, the orange glow visible through the tent mesh, but providing almost no real illumination. What had woken me was silence. I know that sounds paradoxical. You do not wake to the absence of sound. But in the forest there is a difference between the silence of a quiet night, which still contains wind and insects and the small movements of nocturnal animals, and the silence of a night where all of that has been removed. I have woken to that second kind of silence twice in 12 years of backcountry camping. Both times something was close. I lay still and breathed slowly and looked at the mesh panel of the tent door. Something was crouched at the tree line. It was at the edge of the coal light, just far enough out that the details were not clear, close enough that I could see the shape of it low to the ground, hunched, the outline of something that had folded itself into a compact mass and was holding very still. I could not see the face. I could not see the hands. What I could see was the quality of its attention, which was oriented toward my tent with the focused precision of a scientist looking through a microscope, not the attention of a predator waiting for movement. The attention of something that was documenting. Every few seconds, it tilted its head. A small rotation, precise, clockwork, left, then back to center, then right, then back to center. The specific movement of something that is examining an object from multiple angles to build a complete model of it, not emotional, not predatory. Methodical, I watched it for what I think was close to 20 minutes, though time in that state is not reliable. I did not move. I did not unzip the tent. I lay on my back with my headlamp in my right hand and my canister of bear spray in my left, and I watched it watch me, and I kept my breathing controlled and slow, and I thought with great clarity about how far I was from the next road, crossing, and what my options were, and how much fuel was in the canister on my stove. Then it stood up. It unfolded from the crouch with a fluid, unhurried motion, and when it was upright, it was tall, not impossibly tall, not the kind of tall that removes all doubt about what you are looking at, but tall enough and proportioned in a way that put it outside the range of any person I have reference for. And it began to walk toward the shelter, across the open ground of the campsite, in the dying orange glow of the coal bed. It walked exactly like me. I am going to say that again because I need you to understand what I mean when I say it. I do not mean it walked like a person. I do not mean it walked upright in a human-like way. I mean it walked with my specific gait, the forward lean I carry from years of hiking with a loaded pack, the slight asymmetry from the ankle injury, right foot landing heavier than left, the particular length of stride that I have been told is distinctive. It had been crouched at the tree line watching me sleep for God knows how long, and it had learned these things, and it was using them, walking toward the shelter in the coal light, wearing my walk like a coat it had just put on. I unzipped the tent, not because I had decided that was the best option, because whatever calculated calm I had been maintaining for the past 20 minutes cracked when I saw my own gait coming toward me out of the dark, and the unzip was the first motion of a body that had decided it was done lying still. I was out of the tent in one motion, headlamp on, and the beam caught the thing full in the face. Its face was in the process of becoming my face. I want to be precise about this because it is the hardest part to describe without either overstating or understating it. It was not my face. It was not wearing my face. It was in the act of becoming my face. The features were in motion, shifting and settling like something being molded from soft material. The basic geometry of my face sketched in, and the details arriving in sequence, some finished and some not. One eye was close enough to right that it turned my stomach. The other was not yet. The socket was wrong. The color not yet settled, the shape still approximating rather than replicating. The mouth was thin and too wide and working, the lips moving through shapes as though practicing a set of expressions in sequence, running through them systematically the way you run through scales on an instrument. Practicing, I threw the fuel canister into the coals. Not the stove, the spare canister, the backup I was carrying for the second half of the trip, full, which I had pulled from the side pocket of my pack in the 3 seconds between coming out of the tent and turning on the headlamp, because in those 3 seconds, some part of my brain had already identified the fire as the relevant resource and the canister as the relevant tool, and had done the calculation faster than I could have done it consciously. The canister hit the coals, and the coals erupted. Not an explosion, a sudden violent expansion of the fire. A column of heat and light that threw brightness across the entire campsite, the shelter, the tree line, everything. A wall of light where a wall of dark had been. The thing screamed. I am not going to try to describe the sound except to say that it contained frequencies that I am not sure human hearing is designed to process, that it was not a sound of pain in any way. I can identify pain in an animal vocalization, and that it was the sound of something that had encountered a condition it had not accounted for and was responding to it from a place of pure reaction before the calculating part of whatever it was caught back up. Pure, unfiltered reaction. It was the only moment in the entire encounter where it was not in control of itself, and it lasted about 4 seconds. Then it was in the tree line, gone. The silence that followed was absolute. I stood in the firelight. The fire was high and bright, and going to burn for a while on the fuel. The canister had fed it, and I held my headlamp with both hands, and I watched the tree line, and nothing came back out of it. I did not sleep again. I kept the fire going until first light by feeding everything I could find into it, and at first light I packed my camp in under 10 minutes, and I was on the trail north before the fog had lifted from the creek hollows. I reached the Nantahala Outdoor Center, the outfitter and hostel complex, at a road crossing mid-trail by early afternoon. I found the ranger station, and I filed a report. The ranger on duty, a woman named Aldridge, took it seriously in the specific way that someone takes seriously a report that they have context for. She asked me about the campsite I had passed, the arranged gear. She asked about the footsteps on the trail. She asked about the face, and she did not flinch when I described what I had seen, and that absence of flinching told me more about what she already knew than anything she said directly. 2 hikers at the hostel that evening, a man and a woman doing the same section in the opposite direction, asked me over dinner if I had seen anything strange in the Nantahala. They said it the way you say something when you are hoping the answer is yes, because yes means you are not alone in what you saw. I told them what I had experienced. They were quiet for a moment, and then the man told me they had heard something following them 2 nights prior on the same trail section, the same footfall mimicry, the same matched cadence. They had camped at the next shelter up from where I had been and had not seen anything in the night, but had found in the morning, in the soft soil at the edge of the tent pad, impressions that they could not identify, elongated, deep, the pressure distribution wrong for any animal they could put a name to. Aldridge included both accounts in the report. It was filed under Unusual Wildlife Activity, Nantahala section, mid-trail. I have the report number. I finished the section hike. I want to tell you that because I think it matters. I went back to the trail the next morning, and I finished what I had started, because the alternative was letting whatever happened in that campsite decide what I was and was not capable of, and I was not willing to hand that over. I kept fires large and bright every night for the remaining 4 days. Nothing followed me on the trail again, nothing came to the tree line again. But I have thought about it every time I have been in the backcountry since, and I think about it now when I am in any forest after dark. And what I think about most is not the face or the walk or the sound it made when the light hit it. What I think about most is the campsite I passed at 3 in the afternoon, the arranged objects, the journal that had been opened and examined, the pages gone through not for the content but for the pattern and the marks, the boots placed side by side facing the fire ring. It had been studying that person before I arrived, learning them from their objects, from the texture and weight and arrangement of the things they carried, building a model of them from the material record they had left behind. And then I arrived, a new subject, and it had followed me to the next camp and spent however long it needed watching me sleep, documenting my movement and my features and my walk, adding me to whatever catalog it was building. That is what I think about. Not the encounter, the preparation for the encounter, the patience of a thing that studies before it acts, that observes before it approaches, that practices in the dark until the practice is good enough to use. Because almost perfect means it had done this before. Almost perfect means it was learning, improving, getting closer to something it had been working toward across an unknown number of encounters in that forest. Almost perfect means the next person it studied might not have the 1 second of warning that the unfinished eye gave me, might not see the face mid-process and have the visceral wrongness of it override the almost rightness, might not have the extra canister in the side pocket and the presence of mind to use it. Here is what I know for certain, and what I believe may keep you alive if you hike alone in the southern Appalachians or any deep forest where this thing or something like it has learned to operate. It studies before it moves. There is a phase before the approach where it is watching, documenting, building its replica. If you wake in the night and the forest is too quiet, and something at the tree line is tilting its head at you in the dark, you are in that phase. You are being measured. You are being memorized. It has not committed to the approach yet, and it does not yet have everything it needs. What it needs, most of all, is time. Time to watch. Time to practice. The fire denied it time. The light disrupted the practice. Whatever it was building when I threw the canister into the coals, it was not finished, and the unfinished face was the thing that saved me. Build big fires. If you wake in the night in the backcountry and the silence is wrong, build a bigger fire before you try to see what is in the dark. Do not use your headlamp. First headlamps throw a narrow beam that shows you one thing while leaving everything outside the beam in deeper dark. Use fire. Use broad light. Give it nowhere to stand that is not illuminated. And if you pass a campsite where someone's belongings have been arranged by something that was learning them rather than using them, do not pick up the journal. Do not touch the objects. Keep walking. Whatever it is learning from those objects, you do not want to become the next lesson. There is a final thing I have not yet told you, and I am telling you now because I have wrestled with it for 2 years, and I have concluded that withholding it serves no one. When I unzipped the tent and came out and turned on the headlamp and saw the face, I recognized something in it. Not my features specifically, as I told you. One eye was close and one was not yet. The mouth was wrong. The whole thing was mid-process in a way that made it difficult to resolve into anything specific. What I recognized was something underneath the features, something in the architecture of the face itself, the underlying structure on which the features were being mounted. It was mine, not close to mine, not similar. The underlying structure, the width between the eyes, the height of the forehead, the relationship between the nose and the orbital bones was my structure, mapped correctly and completely, the foundation on which the right face was being built, and the face was being built correctly, detail by detail, from a study of me that was more comprehensive than any study a person could have conducted in the time it had been crouched at my tree line. Which means it had been watching me before that night, not just the following footsteps on the trail that afternoon, not just the hours at the tree line while I slept before. At some point earlier in my 6 days on that trail, or perhaps across multiple trips into that forest, across multiple seasons, it had been close enough and attentive enough to build an accurate structural model of my face. It had a base to work from that it had developed over time. The night I saw it was not the beginning of its study. It was a presentation of how far the study had come. I do not know when it was close enough to do that work. I do not know which night or which day or which stretch of trail. I have walked 12 years of backcountry miles in that forest and in forests like it, and somewhere in those miles, at a distance and in conditions that left me completely unaware, something was watching me with the patience and precision of a craftsman taking measurements. That is the thing I sit with, not the face in the firelight. The time before the face, the invisible accumulation of observation that made the face possible. The fact that by the time I knew it was there, it had already been there long enough to know me in ways I couldn't account for. I have gone back to the Nantahala since. I go every fall. I do not go alone anymore. I go with at least one other person, and we keep the fires large, and we note the quality of the forest silence, and we do not linger in any campsite where the objects have been touched by something that was not reading them, but studying them. We sign in and out with rangers at every contact point. We carry extra fuel. It has not come back, or if it has stayed far enough out that we have not encountered it. Whether that is because the fire and the light and the two of us have made the study more difficult, or because it has moved on to other subjects in other parts of the forest, I cannot tell you. What I can tell you is that it is in that forest, and it is patient. And somewhere in the time since it last came to my firelight, it has been adding to what it knows, watching whoever passes through its territory with the quiet, methodical attention of something that is always in the study phase and never quite done with the lesson. So if you are planning a solo section hike in the southern Appalachians or anywhere the trees are old and thick enough and the trails quiet enough that you might go a full day without seeing another human face, take this with you You are never as alone as you feel in those woods, and not always in the way that is meant to be comforting. Build your fire before dark. Keep it high. Keep it fed. And if you wake at 2 in the morning and the forest is too quiet and something at the edge of the light is tilting its head at precise intervals, do not wait to understand what it is doing. You already know what it is doing. Take away its time. Take away its dark. Give it light it wasn't expecting, and as much of it as you can produce. The thing that practices in the dark cannot practice in the light. That is the one advantage you have, and it is the only one you need. If these stories are keeping you up tonight, drop a comment below and tell me what is the one cryptid you would least want to encounter alone in the woods. I read every single response. Story 5. A thunderbird casts a shadow like a coffin lid. The shadow that passed over us was the size of a football field, and it moved against the wind, and when I looked up to find what made it, the sky above us was completely empty. I want you to hold that detail carefully, because it is the one that broke my framework before anything else did. Not the size of the shadow size is something your brain can eventually metabolize, can eventually fold into a category, even if that category is wrong. What your brain cannot metabolize, what it simply refuses to process and keeps returning to, with the same flat refusal, is a shadow that exists without a source, a shadow cast by nothing, moving against the wind at a speed and scale that had no referent in anything I had encountered in 36 years of spending serious time in wild places, and when I snapped my head up to find the thing that made it, the sky above the river was open and pale and completely, impossibly empty. That detail is why I kept paddling. That detail is why I did not stop on the gravel bar and wait to see if it came back around. Because a shadow of that size, with no visible source, is a thing that your nervous system correctly identifies as outside the boundaries of known threat assessment. And when you are outside known threat assessment, the correct response is to move toward constriction and away from open sky. I figured that out about 4 seconds after it happened. I wish I had figured it out sooner. My name is not important to this story. What is important is that I am a 36-year-old wildland firefighter from Western Washington, and in the off-season, I do long river trips. I have been kayaking Pacific Northwest rivers since I was 19, and in the years since, I have done multi-day solo trips on most of the significant river systems in Olympic National Park. The Quinault is one I return to regularly, a cold, clear river running out of the Olympic Mountains through old-growth rainforest to the coast, remote enough in its upper sections that you can run 2 or 3 days without seeing another person, technical enough in places to keep you honest, beautiful in the specific way of old growth Pacific Northwest forest, which is a beauty that has a quality of weight to it, a density, the accumulated biomass of trees that were old when this country was young, pressing in from both sides of the river corridor. I launched in early October. The weather window was good, a high-pressure system that was going to hold for at least a week, cool and clear, the kind of October weather in the Olympics that is genuinely rare and genuinely worth organizing your calendar around. I had 5 days of food, a dry suit for the cold water, a tent, a sleeping system rated for near freezing temperatures, and the standard safety kit that any serious kayaker carries in that kind of country. I had done the Upper Quinault 3 times before. I knew the river. I knew the gradient and the hazards and the gravel bars where you could camp and the sections where you needed to be paying attention. What I did not know, what I could not have known, was what was working that drainage that fall. The elk carcass was on the 3rd gravel bar I passed on day 1, maybe 6 miles into the float, mid-afternoon, in good light. I spotted it from the water and beached the kayak on the upstream end of the bar to look at it because a carcass on a gravel bar in that drainage could mean several things: a bear predation site, a wolf kill, a natural death from injury or age, and understanding what had killed an animal and how recently is relevant information when you are camping alone in the same watershed. I want to be clear about that. I did not go look at it out of morbid curiosity. I went to gather information that was professionally and personally relevant to my safety for the next 4 days. What I found when I reached it was none of the categories I had been sorting it into as I crossed the gravel bar. The elk was a mature bull by the antler configuration, a large one, probably in the 500 to 600 pound range in life. He was dead on the gravel bar in a position that was not the position of an animal that had died where it stood or been dragged to a location by a predator. He was in the position of an animal that had been dropped. The carcass was compressed to the bones of the spine, and the rib cage had the specific failure pattern of something that has experienced a sudden high-impact vertical force, the same pattern I have seen in avalanche fatalities, the same pattern you see when a heavy object falls from a significant height onto a hard surface. The rib cage had collapsed inward. The legs were at angles that no living animal achieves and no predator produces. They were the angles of something whose skeletal structure had failed simultaneously across multiple joints at the moment of impact. There were no tracks approaching the carcass from any direction. The gravel bar was fine enough to hold impressions. I could see my own boot prints clearly from 20 feet away, and in every direction from the carcass the gravel was undisturbed. Nothing had walked to this elk. Nothing had walked away from it. It had arrived on that gravel bar from above, dropped from a height sufficient to produce the impact damage I was looking at, and whatever had dropped it had not landed. I stood at the edge of the carcass for a long time, running through the explanations. There were none. There was no framework in which a 600-pound bull elk ends up with impact pattern skeletal failure on a remote gravel bar in the Olympic rainforest, with no approach tracks and no predation evidence. There is no animal in the Pacific Northwest, no weather event, no geological process that produces that specific combination of evidence. What I was looking at required something that flew, something large enough to carry a mature bull elk, and something that had dropped its load from altitude rather than landing to feed. I filed it in the back of my mind and returned to the kayak. I was still filing it, still running it through the rationalization process, still looking for the explanation that would make it ordinary when the shadow came. It was 20 minutes later. I was in a straight section of river, current moderate, paddling on the left side to hold my line. The sky open above the river corridor. In the way the sky is open when the forest on both banks is tall, old growth, and the river runs wide enough that the canopy does not close overhead. The sky was pale blue, high thin cloud, the kind of light that makes the water almost silver. The shadow arrived from upriver, moving downstream, and it covered the entire river surface from bank to bank and extended well onto both gravel bars on either side. I looked at it the way you look at the shadow of a cloud when a cloud passes overhead, automatically, without urgency. I looked up to find the cloud. The sky was empty. I turned my head both ways, checking the full visible arc of sky above the river corridor. Nothing. No bird, no aircraft, no cloud. Nothing between me and the pale blue sky that could have produced a shadow of that dimension. The shadow had passed over me and continued downstream, and the sky above the point where it had been was as open and empty as the sky above my head. The sound hit 3 seconds later. Not the sound of wings, not a flapping or a beating or any cyclic sound. A sound like a sustained pressure change, like the specific quality of air displacement that large moving objects produce. A deep concussive texture that you feel in the chest before you hear it with the ears. It lasted about 4 seconds and then it was gone and the river was quiet. 3 seconds is too long. I work in wildland fire. I know how sound and light and physical phenomena move through air. 3 seconds of delay between a shadow and the sound source means the source was at a distance and moving at a speed that should have made it visible. At the distance and speed required to produce a 3-second sound delay, anything large enough to cast that shadow should have been unmistakable against the sky. Should have been the only thing in the sky. The sky was empty. I paddled hard for the next 2 miles without stopping and without looking up more than I had to. I was processing and I was moving, and I was doing both at the same time because I had enough backcountry experience to know that staying in one place while you process is almost never the optimal choice. I beached at the next gravel bar. because I needed to look at something that would give me a scale reference. And because the gravel bar was the only place in that section where I could get out of the river corridor and see downstream, I pulled the kayak up and walked to the bar and almost walked past them before I saw them. Talon impressions in the gravel, 4 of them in the configuration of a single foot, pressed into the soft gravel at the upstream edge of the bar where the surface was wet enough to hold fine impressions. Each individual talon mark was as long as my forearm. I held my arm alongside the longest one for the comparison, and the talon impression extended from my elbow to the tips of my fingers, with room left over. The overall span of the foot that had made them the arc from the outermost talon to the innermost was wider than my shoulders. Whatever had made those impressions had landed on this bar, had stood here, had then left without those impressions being accompanied by any of the other physical evidence. A landing of that scale should produce no impact crater, no disrupted gravel beyond the immediate contact points, no sign of the weight that 4 talons of that size implied having compressed the bar surface outside the talon marks themselves. It had landed with a precision and a lightness that did not correspond to the scale of the foot. I photographed everything. I measured the talon impressions with my paddle blade for scale and photographed those too. I got back in the kayak. I was trying to think clearly about what kind of bird has a foot with talons that length, and I was failing, because there is no bird in any field guide to North American wildlife that has a foot that size. And the part of my brain that keeps the field guide was having a loud argument with the part of my brain that had just measured the talon impressions against its own forearm, and neither side was winning. The second pass happened in the late afternoon, 2 hours further downriver. I heard it before I saw the shadow this time, that same pressure, change, texture of sound, that deep concussive quality felt in the chest, arriving from behind me and upstream. I looked back and up. For 1 second, 1 fraction of a second, at the upper edge of my field of view, above the tree line on the north bank, I saw something. Not clearly. Not with enough resolution to give you a precise description. What I saw was scale. The underside of something moving downstream above the tree line, close enough that the canopy of the old-growth firs was below its flight line, and the portion of it visible above the canopy edge, the portion that was not obscured by the trees, was wide enough to block a significant portion of the sky in my peripheral vision. That is the only description I can give you that is honest. It was wide enough to block a significant portion of the sky in my peripheral vision, and I was not looking directly at it. And the old-growth firs on that bank average over 150 feet in height. Then the pressure wave hit the water. It came as a line moving downstream ahead of the thing above me, a visible compression of the river surface, the water flattening and then roughening in a moving line that crossed the river from bank to bank and hit my kayak like the wake of a large vessel. The kayak rocked hard. I braced with the paddle and held my line and kept moving, and I did not look up again because the looking up was not giving me information I could use, and it was costing me the attention I needed to keep the boat right side up. The sound faded downstream. The river normalized. I was shaking. I want to be honest about that. My hands on the paddle were not steady, and my breathing was not the controlled breathing of someone who has the situation managed. I was frightened in the specific way that you are frightened, when the scale of what you are dealing with has been made physically clear to you, not by seeing it fully, but by feeling the displacement of the air it moved through, by having your boat rocked by the pressure wave of its passage, by understanding in your body, rather than just your head, that the thing above the tree line was large enough to produce those effects at that distance. I made a decision. I was going to paddle hard for the canyon section I knew was coming, a place 2 or 3 miles further downstream where the river entered a tight rock constriction, walls coming in close on both sides, the canopy overhead nearly closing over the water. Too tight for anything large to follow, too constricted for anything with a wingspan of that scale to navigate. I paddled the next 3 miles faster than I have ever paddled anything. I did not stop. I did not look up, except in the periphery to monitor the tree line. I kept the boat pointed downstream, and I kept the paddle moving. and I thought about the canyon section with the focused intention of someone who has identified a destination and is treating every stroke as the cost of admission. It came back before I reached the canyon. I was in a wide pool section, the river slowing and spreading across a broad gravel flat, the banks low and the sky open overhead. The worst possible configuration, given what I now understood about what was working that drainage. I was in the middle of the pool, 50 yards from either bank, when it came over the ridge to the north. It landed on the ridge. I saw it land, or I saw the consequence of it landing the tree canopy along the ridgeline, moving in a way that tree canopies move when something of significant mass settles onto them, a ripple and a compression. The tops of the old-growth firs swaying inward and then stabilizing. And above the canopy line, rising above it, the folded geometry of wings being drawn in against a body, the leading edges visible above the ridge, and the way that the top of a sail is visible above a dock, just the upper portion, the part that crested the ridge, the part that was above the concealment of the canopy. The wings, folding, covered a section of ridgeline that by my estimate was between 80 and 120 feet wide. Then the head came over the ridge. It looked down at me. I know what it feels like when a large bird looks at you, osprey, bald eagle, great blue heron, any of the raptors I have encountered in 20 years of river travel. There is a quality to the attention of a bird, a specific and recognizable character of observation that is predatory and immediate and without the quality of assessment that you feel from a mammal's gaze. This had that quality, amplified by the scale to something that went beyond category. It was looking down at me across the width of the river pool, with the absolute focused attention of a raptor that has located its target, and the target was me, and the pool was open, and I was 50 yards from either bank with the kayak sitting low in the water and nowhere to go. That was not more open than where I already was. I went left. Hard left, the fastest turn I can execute in a loaded kayak, burning the angle toward the south bank where the river curved and the canyon section began. I paddled with everything I had, and I did not look at the ridge, and I did not look at the sky, and I counted strokes, because counting strokes gives the part of your brain that wants to panic something to do that is not panicking. I heard it leave the ridge. The sound of the canopy releasing something that had been compressing it, a rush of branches returning upward, and then the pressure change of wings extending and catching air, and then the concussive texture of it airborne above me, closer than either previous pass, close enough that the air displacement hit my back and my paddle and nearly took the blade out of my hand. I went into the canyon on the best brace stroke of my life. The walls came in. The sky above the river narrowed to a strip. The old growth on both canyon walls leaned inward overhead, the canopy nearly meeting in the middle, the light dropping immediately to the dim green quality of a space that the sun reaches only at midday. The river between the walls was 30 feet wide. The current accelerated in the constriction. It circled outside. I could hear it or feel it, that chest pressure texture of its movement passing back and forth above the canyon. Twice, 3 times, the sound coming from above and then receding and then coming back from the other direction as it worked the outside of the constriction, looking for a way in or waiting for me to come out. I stayed in the canyon. I floated the current slowly, paddling just enough to maintain steerage, and I stayed in the canyon for 2 hours while the light dropped and the temperature dropped and the sound outside gradually, over the course of the second hour, moved further away and then was gone. I camped on a gravel deposit inside the canyon that night, under the narrowest section of sky I could find, with the walls of the canyon rising 60 feet on either side of my tent. I did not sleep well. I did not expect to. I was at the takeout by early afternoon the following day. I drove directly to the Olympic National Park ranger station and filed an incident report with a ranger named Scoville, a quiet, methodical man who took down everything I told him and asked clarifying questions about the talon impressions and the wing dimensions and the behavior at the canyon constriction. He did not offer me explanations. He told me that the elk population in the upper Quinault drainage had been showing an unusual decline pattern for the past 2 seasons, not consistent with known predator activity, not consistent with disease, not consistent with hunting pressure given the remoteness of the area. He said the carcass recovery pattern in that drainage was also anomalous animals found dead on open gravel bars with no predation evidence and what the wildlife biologist on the case had described as high-impact skeletal trauma, inconsistent with any identified cause. He said this in the tone of a man who has been sitting with a data set that does not resolve into a known category, and who has just been handed a piece of information that makes the category somewhat clearer, though not more comfortable. He filed the incident under large unidentified avian, unusual predation behavior, upper Quinault drainage. The case is on file. I have the report number. I have not gone back to the upper Quinault. I run lower sections of the river, sections that stay in the valley, sections where the canyon walls are frequent and the open sky is limited. I tell people it is because the upper section is too committing for a solo trip, which is true but is not the reason. The reason is that the upper section is open, wide gravel bars, broad pools, long straight runs, where the sky above the river corridor is unobstructed from bank to bank. Beautiful water, the kind of water you plan trips around, the kind you think about in the off-season when you are sitting in a fire camp somewhere in August thinking about October. Beautiful open water under a beautiful open sky, and something very large is working that open sky. Something that can carry a 600-pound elk to altitude and drop it onto a gravel bar. Something with a foot that makes a talon impression the length of my forearm. Something that will circle a canyon constriction for 2 hours but will not enter it because the constriction removes the open sky that is the condition it hunts in. This is what I want to leave you with, because it is the one piece of actionable information that came out of everything I experienced on that river. If you are an open water river, lake, coastal estuary, anywhere the sky above you is broad and unobstructed, and a shadow passes over you that is larger than any shadow a known bird produces, do not look for the source before you move. Move first. Look second. Get to the narrowest piece of water you can find. Get under the canopy overhang. Get between the canyon walls. Get to any constriction that reduces the open sky above your position. Open water under open sky is the hunting condition. Remove the open sky and you remove yourself from the condition. The canyon saved my life on the Quinault. Whatever was circling above it could not or would not enter the constriction, and I do not know whether that is a physical limitation or a behavioral one, but it held through 2 hours, and that was enough. Find the narrow water, find the covered water, and if you hear a pressure change in the air above you before you hear the thing that caused it, you are already behind. Get to the canyon before it gets to you. I have done a significant amount of research since the Quinault, and I want to share what I found because I think it gives context that makes the experience less isolating and, in a practical sense, more navigable. The accounts exist. They are not common. This is not something that populates the internet the way other cryptid encounters do, not something you find on the first page of a search, not something that has become a genre with its own established vocabulary and community. But they are there, in the places where people who spend serious time in the backcountry of the Pacific Northwest and the Great Basin and the Northern Rockies talk honestly about what they have seen and what they describe as consistent in ways that are not explainable by coincidence. The shadow is always the first thing. Almost every account I have found begins with the shadow, the impossible scale of it, the movement against prevailing conditions, and then the snap upward to find the source and the open empty sky. That sequence, in that order, appears across accounts from people who have never spoken to each other, from different states, different decades, different landscape contexts. The shadow first, then the absence where the source should be, then the delayed pressure sound. The sequence is the signature. The second consistent element is the open sky preference. Every account I have found involves open terrain, wide river corridors, open ridge systems, alpine meadows, coastal flatlands. No account I have found describes an encounter in closed canopy forest or in a deep river canyon. This is not because those environments are safer in any absolute sense. It is because whatever this thing is, it hunts in conditions where the approach can be made from altitude with an unobstructed descent, and closed canopy removes that condition. The old growth of the Pacific Northwest provides the cover. The rivers and the ridge lines provide the hunting ground. It works the boundaries between them. The third element, and this is the one that I find most significant, the one that kept me in the canyon for 2 full hours rather than paddling out the moment the sound receded, is the constriction behavior. It will not enter tight spaces. It circles them, it waits outside them, but it will not commit to a descent into terrain that removes its operational advantage. Whether this is instinct or calculation, I cannot tell you. What I can tell you is that it held consistently enough that I was willing to bet my life on it, and I am here to tell the story. A river guide I found through a backcountry paddling forum had a similar experience on a river system in northern Idaho several years before mine. He described the shadow, the sound delay, the open pool where he felt most exposed. He described paddling hard for a section of river where a basalt intrusion had narrowed the channel to 20 feet between vertical rock walls, and spending several hours in that section before the sound above the canyon stopped. He described coming out at dusk and finding 2 talon impressions in a sandbar downstream of the basalt section single foot, same scale I had found, same absence of landing weight distribution, as though whatever had made them had touched down with a control and precision that belied the size the impressions implied. He had not filed a report. He did not think anyone would take it seriously. I understand that. I filed mine because I come from a professional context, wildland fire management, where incident documentation is foundational and where the absence of a record is itself a kind of loss. A piece of information that does not get added to the dataset that informs decisions. If the wildlife biologist working the Quinault elk decline data never gets my account of what I saw and measured on that river, the dataset stays incomplete. The pattern that might eventually make sense of the elk carcasses stays unrecognized. I filed the report because incomplete data kills people in fire management, and I have to assume the same is true in wildlife management, even when the wildlife in question does not appear in any field guide. There is one more thing I want to tell you, and it is the thing that I have turned over more than any other detail from those 2 days on the Quinault. When it looked down at me from the ridge when the head came over the canopy line, and the eye found me in the open pool, I had exactly enough time before I committed to the hard left and the sprint for the canyon to form one. Complete thought, not a thought about survival or tactics or distance to the canyon. A complete, fully formed thought that arrived with the clarity that extreme situations sometimes produce. The thought was, it has done this before. It has stood on that ridge, or one like it, and looked down at something in an open pool on a river below, and it has known exactly what the geometry of the situation meant and what the outcome of the geometry was going to be, and the absolute certainty and the quality of its attention, the absence of any uncertainty, the complete settled confidence of it was the confidence of something that has run this particular play enough times to have stopped thinking of it as a play and started thinking of it as a fact. I was a fact it was in the process of confirming. The canyon interrupted the confirmation. I do not know what the confirmation would have looked like if I had stayed in the open pool. I do not know what a 600-pound elk feels in the moment before it becomes a carcass on a gravel bar. I know what I felt, looking up at that ridge, with my paddle in my hands and the open water on all sides. And what I felt was the specific quality of being seen by something that has never had a reason to doubt the outcome of being seen. Run toward the narrow water, run toward the canyon, run toward any constriction that removes the open sky from the equation. Whatever works the open sky above the Pacific Northwest rivers is patient, and it is large, and it has been doing this long enough to be very good at it. Do not give it the open sky. That is all you have. That is the whole of your advantage. Take it and go. If you're out there listening tonight, drop a comment and let me know. Have you ever seen something in the sky that you couldn't explain? I want to hear about it. Story 6. A rake does not wait to be found. I should have left when my dog wouldn't come inside because 4 hours later I was watching something that moved, like a broken marionette, drag itself across my bedroom ceiling with its fingers. And the only reason it didn't reach me is that I had the presence of mind to do something I am still not sure I should have done. I want to start with that qualifier, the part about not being sure I should have done it, because it is the detail that I carry most heavily from that night, heavier even than the image of the thing on the ceiling, heavier than the sound it made when it hit the floor. What I did worked. What I did ended the encounter and got the thing out of my house and kept me alive. But in the 3 years since that night, I have occasionally lain awake in the dark and wondered whether what I did was a removal or a relocation, whether what came out of my house that night went somewhere else, and whether somewhere else had anyone in it. I do not have an answer to that. What I have is the account, and I am giving it to you because I think the specific details of what worked are worth more than my uncertainty about the implications. My name is not relevant. What is relevant is that I am a 42-year-old former Army medic who has been living alone on a 12-acre property in the Catskill foothills outside Delhi, New York, since I left the service. I bought the property because I needed space and quiet, and the particular kind of productive isolation that rural land provides there is always something to fix, always something to maintain, always a physical problem with a physical solution, and after years of a job that dealt in problems that did not always have solutions, I needed that. The property has a house, a barn, 4 acres of cleared pasture, and the remaining acreage in second-growth hardwood that backs up against a larger stretch of state forest to the north. I kept 3 goats and a small flock of chickens. I had a dog, a 7-year-old shepherd named Holt, who was as solid and dependable an animal as I have ever worked with, a dog that had been through enough in his years with me that very little rattled him. The first sign was the livestock. It started on a Tuesday in the 3rd week of February, on one of those late winter nights when the temperature drops into the single digits and the snowpack settles and cracks in the cold and the whole property takes on a brittle, contracted quality. I went out to do the evening check on the goats and found them in the far corner of the barn, packed together with the chickens roosted directly above them, which they do not normally do. The chickens, preferring their own corner of the structure, all of them oriented toward the barn wall that faced the woodline. All of them silent, not the restless quiet of animals that have been disturbed by a passing predator and are waiting for it to move on. The deep-held quiet of animals that have decided the best option is to take up as little space as possible and make as little noise as possible, and wait. I check the perimeter. No tracks in the snow outside the barn. No sign of predator activity, no scat, no disturbance in the snow at the wood line, no indication that a coyote or a fox or a fisher had been working the edge of the property. Nothing that explained the behavior of every animal in that barn. I noted it, went back inside, figured I had missed something, that whatever had unsettled them had come and gone before I got out there. The second night was the same, third night the same. 3 consecutive evenings of livestock packed into the far corner of the barn, oriented toward the north wall, silent and held, and 3 consecutive perimeter checks that found nothing. On the 4th morning, I found the bark stripping. It was on 3 trees, at the woodline on the north edge of the property, the edge closest to the state forest, mature hardwoods, 2 maples and a beech. The bark stripped in long vertical tiers from about 4 feet off the ground to about 9 or 10 feet up. Not the gnawing pattern of a porcupine or a beaver, not the scoring pattern of a bear marking territory. Long, clean, vertical strips, 3 to 5 inches wide, the underlying wood pale and exposed, the strips themselves lying in the snow below each tree in neat parallel lines, like something had taken them off deliberately and dropped them where it stood. The height was wrong for any animal I could put a name to. A bear marking will go higher, but the pattern is different, more random, more forceful, the claw marks distinct in the remaining bark. A moose will strip bark, but not in clean vertical tears. What I was looking at had a regularity to it, geometry, that did not correspond to feeding behavior or territorial behavior or any behavior I had a reference for. It looked like something had taken hold of the bark at shoulder height, pulled downward with significant force and significant precision, and dropped the strip at its feet. I photographed it and sent the photos to a wildlife biologist I know through the local agricultural extension office. She got back to me the following day and said she could not identify the cause. She asked if I had trail cameras. I did not. She suggested I put some up. I ordered cameras that day. They arrived 2 days later. I did not get them mounted before the night that ended the need for them. That evening, the evening of the day the cameras arrived, still in their boxes, Holt would not come inside. He had been inside every night of his life in this house. Cold, warm, rain, snow, it made no difference. He was a house dog in the evenings, a working dog during the day, and the routine of him coming in at my heel when I came in from the evening chores had been unbroken for 7 years. That evening he came to the door with me and stopped, sat down at the threshold, and would not cross it. I called him. He looked at me with an expression I had never seen on him, not the stubborn look of a dog that does not want to do something, not the distressed look of a dog in pain, but the specific and unsettling look of a dog that is making a considered decision, that has weighed the options and arrived at a clear conclusion, and is communicating that conclusion as plainly as a dog can communicate anything. He was not coming inside. Whatever was inside was not something he was willing to be inside with. I checked the house. Room by room, every closet, the basement, the attic hatch, nothing. No sign of entry, no disturbance, everything exactly as I had left it that morning. I stood in the middle of the kitchen and I listened, and the house was quiet and normal and gave me nothing to work with. I brought Holt's bed out to the barn and settled him there with the goats and the chickens, and I went back inside and I locked the door, and I told myself he had smelled a mouse or heard something in the walls, and that dogs have their reasons, and those reasons are not always accessible to us. I almost believe that I was in bed by 10, which is my normal schedule, farm hours, up before 5, in bed early. I read for about 40 minutes and then turned off the bedside lamp and lay in the dark and listened to the property, the way I always do before sleep, the routine inventory of sounds that tells me everything is as it should be. The barn, the pasture, the tree line, the house settling in the cold. All of it normal. I was asleep within minutes. I woke at 3:13 in the morning. I know the time because the clock on my nightstand has a red digital display, and it was the first thing I focused on when I came awake, before I understood what had woken me or registered the open bedroom door. 3:13. The room was dark except for the red numbers and the faint ambient light from the snow outside coming through the gap in the curtains, a dim blue-gray light that was just enough to give the room edges. The bedroom door was open. I had closed it before sleep. I always close it, not a security habit, a comfort habit, a preference for the enclosed quality of a closed room when sleeping. The door was open, standing at about 90 degrees into the room, and beyond it the hallway was dark. I lay still and listened. The sound in the hallway was not footsteps. It was lower and slower than footsteps, a dry, dragging sound at irregular intervals, the sound of something moving across hardwood in a way that was not the way a person moves across hardwood. Knuckles, I thought, before I had fully processed why I thought that the specific, dense, irregular contact of knuckles on a wooden floor, the rhythm of something that was not walking but was crossing the distance between where it had been and where it was going by a different mechanism entirely. The sound reached the doorway and stopped. Silence. 20 seconds. 30. I lay on my back with my hand finding the lamp switch on the bedside table, the same automatic reach that had saved me in other situations, the trained response of the part of the brain that runs ahead of deliberate thought. Hand on the switch. Do not turn it on yet. Hold the advantage of knowing while it does not know you know. Then I heard it come into the room. Not the knuckle sound this time, something different. A series of small contact sounds distributed widely, too widely, spaced across more of the room than a single body on the floor should have produced. Spread out, distributed at a height that was not the floor. I looked up. It was on the ceiling. Pale. extremely pale, the color of something that had not seen sun in a very long time. Skin so thin over the underlying structure that the joints and the angles of the skeleton were visible from below, the way they are visible in a hand held in front of a bright light. Long, not tall in the standing sense. The proportions were not the proportions of height, they were the proportions of length. Limbs extended beyond the range of any human frame, the arms and the legs occupying more of the ceiling than a human body should have been able to occupy in that position. It was moving across the ceiling the way a spider moves across a wall, using the gap between the crown molding and the plaster surface to get purchase with its fingers, each hand finding the gap and pulling and releasing and finding the next point, covering the distance between the door and the bed slowly and with a terrible and deliberate patience. The head was turned toward me, fully inverted, the face angled down to look at me on the bed below it, and the face had the expression that has stayed with me above all other details from that night, not anger, not hunger, not any expression that carries the quality of active feeling. Complete blank vacancy, the lights-off quality of a face from which whatever animates a face has been entirely removed, leaving only the structure, the eyes open and oriented in my direction, but with the specific quality of eyes that are looking without seeing, registering without processing, present without being in any meaningful sense there. It was perhaps 8 feet from the bed when I turned on the lamp. Every light in the room came on simultaneously. I had replaced the single bulb in the overhead fixture with a 4-bulb array the previous fall for better work light when I was doing repairs, and the bedside lamp was a 100-watt equivalent LED, and the combined effect of all of that coming on at once in a room that had been nearly dark was substantial. The room went from dim to aggressively bright in a single instant. The thing dropped from the ceiling, not a controlled descent, not the smooth release of something that had decided to come down. A drop sudden, complete, the full release of every contact point at once, hitting the hardwood floor with a sound that was both lighter and more wrong than the impact of that much limb length should have made. A quick dry slap rather than the heavy thud of weight. It hit the floor and it scrambled. All fours, impossibly fast, the movement of something that has no hesitation in that configuration, no awkwardness, no transition time between the ceiling and the floor and the door. It was through the bedroom door before I had fully processed that it had let go. I heard it in the hallway. The knuckle sound, fast now, nothing like the slow, deliberate pace it had used on the way in. I heard it reach the back entry. I heard the dog door, the large dog door I had installed for Holt, reinforced rubber flap, big enough for a large dog. I heard it go through the dog door and out into the dark. Silence. I sat on the bed with every light in the room on, and I did not move for a long time. I was running the medic's inventory, checking myself for the physical markers of shock, monitoring my own breathing and heart rate, checking whether my hands were steady. The hands were not steady. The heart rate was elevated. The breathing was controlled because I was controlling it deliberately, and it was requiring effort. I was functional. I was intact. I was in my bedroom on a February night in the Catskills, sitting under every light I owned and listening to the silence of a house that had just been vacated by something that had no business being inside it. I called the Delaware County Sheriff's Office at 3:41 in the morning. The deputy who arrived, a man named Purcell, solid and unhurried, the same quality of professional calm I have encountered in every official who has taken one of these reports, went through the house with me and found nothing, no evidence of forced entry, no damage inside. The dog door in the back entry showed no damage, the rubber flap intact, but there was a smell at the threshold that Purcell bent down to examine and then straightened from without commenting on. He went outside with a flashlight and walked the back of the property toward the wood line. I went with him. He found the bark stripping on the north tree line, and he stood in front of it with his light on it for a long time without speaking. Then he moved his light to the snow at the base of the trees. The body impression was still there, partially obscured by 2 days of wind, but the outline still legible in the compacted snow, long, thin arms stretched above the head, pressed into the snow at the precise angle of something that had been lying there looking at the property for long enough to leave a deep settled impression, something that had been there more than once. Purcell shone his light on it, and I watched his jaw tighten, in the specific way that a professional's jaw tightens when they have received information they were not expecting and are deciding what to do with it. He filed the incident as an unidentified intruder, possible wildlife involvement, and gave me the report number before he left. Before he got in his cruiser, he turned back and said, in the tone of a man offering advice that has come from specific experience, that should put motion sensor lights on every exterior wall and keep the interior lights on at night until further notice. I did exactly that. The motion sensors went up the following day. I have not turned off the interior lights at night in 3 years. Holt came back to the house on the third night after the encounter. He came to the door in the evening and crossed the threshold without hesitation and went to his place beside the couch and lay down, and whatever had been in the house was no longer in the house, and Holt knew it. And that was the clearest confirmation I had that the encounter was, for the present, over. I want to tell you what I have concluded, because I think the mechanism matters as much as the event itself. The rake does not announce itself. It does not stalk you through the woods or follow you on a trail or demonstrate itself at a distance. It finds a property where a person sleeps and it observes from outside for as long as it needs to. The bark stripping, the body impression in the snow, the livestock terror across 3 consecutive nights, all of that was the observation phase. It was learning the property, learning the routines, learning the dog and the animals, and when the lights went off and when the door closed and when the house went quiet. And then it came inside. What I do not know, what I turn over. On the nights when the motion sensors trip on a deer at the woodline and the lights flood the backyard, and I am at the kitchen window at 2 a.m, watching the snow, is how many times it had been inside before I saw it. The impression in the snow was the impression of multiple visits, and a thing patient enough to make that impression is patient enough to have made other visits that did not end with me waking up. Whether it had been in the bedroom before, whether the blank vacancy of that face was the face of something seeing me for the first time, or the face of something that had been watching me sleep long enough that the watching had become routine, I will never know the answer to that. What I know is that the light ended it instantly, completely, without negotiation. The light removed the condition it required, and it left, and it did not come back. Here is the rule. Here is the only rule that matters in this specific situation. Do not lie still in the dark trying to determine what is in the room with you. The moment a door you closed is open, the moment you hear a sound in a hallway that should be empty, the moment the quality of the dark in the room changes in a way you cannot immediately explain, reach for the switch. Do not wait for more information. Do not try to see it in the dark first. Light before anything. All of it, all at once, as fast as you can reach the switch. The darkness is not neutral in a house where this thing is operating. The darkness is the operating condition. Remove it, and you remove everything the encounter requires to continue. Turn on the light. Keep it on until morning, and if the dog won't come inside, listen to the dog. There is one thing I have not told anyone outside of a small group of people who have had similar experiences, and I am telling you now because I think it changes the calculus of how seriously you take what I have described. In the 2 weeks after the encounter, after the motion sensors went up and the lights stayed on and Holt came back inside, I started noticing things on the property that I had not noticed before. Not new things. Old things that I had observed and filed away without connecting to anything, the way you file away the small anomalies of rural property ownership without looking at them as a pattern. The bark stripping I had found on the north tree line was not the first bark stripping on that property. When I walked the full perimeter of the wood line in daylight, looking carefully at the base of every tree within 30 feet of the cleared land, I found evidence of earlier stripping on 4 other trees, older, weathered, the exposed wood gray rather than pale, the strips themselves long since blown away or decomposed into the snow. Earlier than this winter, possibly last winter, possibly longer. It had been watching this property for more than one season. I do not know for how long. I do not know what changed in the third week of February that moved it from the observation phase into the entry phase. I do not know whether the transition was triggered by something I did, something that changed about my routine, something about the property or the season, or some internal threshold I have no access to. What I know is that the observation phase was longer than I had assumed, that the patience of this thing runs deeper than a few nights in the snow, and that by the time I saw the body impression, it had already spent a significant and unknown period of time learning everything about how I lived on that land. That detail reframes everything about the encounter for me. It reframes the livestock behavior. They were not reacting to a new presence on the property. They were reacting to a presence that had been there long enough that their tolerance for it had finally collapsed. It reframes the bark stripping, not the mark of a single visit, but the accumulated record of a long surveillance. It reframes the blank vacancy of the face on the ceiling, the face that was looking at me with the absence of surprise, the absence of any quality that suggested I was new to it. I was not new to it. It knew this house and this property and the man who slept in the back bedroom with the door closed and the dog at the foot of the bed, and the night I woke up and turned on the light was not the first night it had been inside. It was the first night I had been awake to see it. I have been awake many nights since, thinking about the nights I was not. I replaced the dog door. I installed a solid core steel door in the back entry, with no pet access and no gap at the threshold. Holt goes out through the front door now, on a leash, and he comes back in through the front door, and I watch him do it. The back entry is sealed. Every exterior door on the property has a steel frame and a deadbolt. The motion sensors cover every approach to the house from the wood line. I do not know if any of this matters. I do not know whether a thing that can move across a ceiling with that facility is meaningfully deterred by a steel door, or whether the deterrent is entirely the light and the sealed door is just the thing I needed to do to feel like I had done something. Both can be true simultaneously. The practical measure and the psychological measure can occupy the same action. What I know is that Holt sleeps at the foot of my bed and the lights stay on, and nothing has come through the back entry in 3 years, and I sleep better than I did in the weeks when I was lying awake trying to figure out what was wrong. With the barn animals, sometimes knowing the thing is what lets you manage the thing. Sometimes the account is the utility. That is why I am telling you this. The light is the rule. Everything else is maintenance. And whatever is watching your property from the tree line right now, whatever has been making the marks you have not yet looked for closely enough, it is patient, and it has been there longer than, and it is very good at the observation phase. Do not give it a dark room to complete the next phase in. Leave a light on tonight. If you haven't been, start now. And if you found this tonight because something has been wrong at your property that you cannot explain, drop a comment. Tell me what you have been seeing. You are not the only one, and knowing that matters more than you might think. There is a community of people who have encountered this thing or something sufficiently like it that the accounts map onto each other with an accuracy that is not coincidental. I have found them over the past 3 years through the slow and cautious process of raising the subject carefully in backcountry and rural property forums, and waiting to see who responds in a way that indicates they are not speculating, but remembering. They are not a large group. They are not organized. They are scattered across the rural northeastern states and the upper Midwest and a few accounts from the Pacific Northwest, and what they share is not a community of belief, but a community of experience, which is a different and more durable thing. What their accounts share with mine, beyond the physical description of the thing itself, is the structure of the approach. The animal behavior first, always the animals, always before any human perception, always the specific quality of prey-animal silence rather than predator alert. Then the peripheral evidence, the marks and the signs that read as wrong without being immediately alarming. Then the escalation into direct contact, always at night, always in the darkest hours, always in the interior of a structure rather than outside it. And then, in every account where the person survived, to give the account the light as the termination point, the light as the reset that ends the encounter and empties the space. One account from a woman in rural Vermont described an encounter nearly identical to mine in its physical details: the ceiling, the movement, the face, and she had turned on a battery-powered lantern. She kept beside the bed rather than a wired light switch, and the result had been the same. The thing dropped and left. The light source did not need to be fixed or wired or high wattage. It needed to be sudden, and it needed to be broad, and it needed to fill the space completely. That is a useful detail. That is the kind of detail that matters at 3 in the morning in a rural property when the power has gone out and the switch on the wall is not an option. Keep a battery lantern beside the bed. Keep it charged. Keep it where your hand can find it in the dark without having to search. Another account from a man who had been ranching in the hill country of upstate New York for 30 years described finding the body impression in the snow, the long, thin outline, arms above the head on 3 separate occasions across 2 winters before he ever had an interior encounter. 3 winters of evidence that something had been lying in the snow at the edge of his property watching his house, and in all that time he had attributed it to deer bedding, to the oddities of wind-driven snow accumulation, to the 100 ordinary explanations that a person with decades of experience on rural land has available when the evidence does not yet demand something extraordinary. He had not connected the dots until after the interior encounter, just as I had not connected the bark stripping to the livestock behavior to the dog's refusal to enter the house until the thing was on my ceiling. That is the nature of the approach. It is slow enough and incremental enough and explainable at each stage enough that the pattern does not resolve into an alarm until the alarm is already inside the house with you. So I am telling you the pattern. I am giving you the whole shape of it, because the shape is what I did not have and what would have changed my response if I had the animals first, then the marks, then the peripheral sightings, the something at the wood line that dropped before you could see it clearly, then the closed door that is open in the morning, then the sound in the hallway. If you are at any point in that sequence, you do not need to wait for the next point to act. The pattern is the warning. The early stages of the pattern are the warning. You do not need the thing on your ceiling to tell you something is wrong. Put up motion lights, light the wood line, close every gap in the exterior of your house that is larger than your fist. And on the night that the animals will not settle and the dog will not come inside and the tree line feels watched, do not go to bed in the dark. That is the night to keep every light burning. That is the night to sit in the lit room with your hand near the switches and wait for morning, because the thing that does not wait to be found has been finding you for longer than you know, and the only language it understands is light. Give it light, all of it, all at once, and do not give it the dark again. Story 7. The Mothman stood at the bridge before it fell. 11 people were on that bridge when it came down. I was supposed to be the 12th, and the only reason I wasn't is that something with wings, the color of a fresh bruise, and eyes like 2 red cigarette burns was standing at the on-ramp staring at me, and every instinct I had told me that whatever it was not there by accident. I want to be precise about what I mean when I say instinct, because I am a structural engineer with 19 years of professional experience, and I do not use words like instinct carelessly. I use words like load capacity and fatigue fracture and corrosion index and service life. I use words that have specific technical meanings, and I use them precisely, and I do not, as a rule, reach for language that locates causation in anything other than physics and material science and the documented behavior of engineered systems under stress. I am telling you this because what I am about to describe sits in complete opposition to every professional and personal framework I have operated inside for my entire adult life, and I need you to understand the weight of that opposition before I ask you to take seriously what I have to tell you. The conference was in Point Pleasant, West Virginia, late December, 2 years ago, a 3-day structural engineering symposium that I had been scheduled to attend for 6 months. I had driven down from Pittsburgh the previous afternoon, checked into the hotel by the river, spent the first day in sessions, and on the evening of the second day had agreed to meet 3 colleagues for dinner at a restaurant on the far side of the river. A 20-minute drive, according to the navigation on my phone, cross the river bridge and a few turns south. Simple. I was running late because I had stayed too long talking to a presenter whose work on suspension bridge cable fatigue assessment had direct application to a project I was working on, and I was in the specific mild frustration of a person who is behind schedule through their own choices and is mentally reorganizing the evening to account for it. This is the most ordinary possible state of mind. This is the psychological baseline of a competent professional running slightly behind on a Tuesday evening. I want you to have that image clearly, because it is the image that was replaced by something else approximately a quarter mile from the bridge on-ramp. The radio cut out first. I was listening to a news station out of Charleston, nothing remarkable, and between one word and the next it dropped to static, not the gradual fade of moving out of range. Instant. Mid-sentence, static. I reached for the preset buttons and cycled through 4 stations and got static on all 4, which is not something that happens on a clear evening in a river valley, with no significant topographic obstruction between the vehicle and the nearest transmission tower. I checked my phone at the next red light. No signal. 4 bars to 0, no transition, just gone. I noted it as a coincidence and kept driving. The on-ramp to the bridge came up on my right, and I moved into the right lane, and that was when I saw it. It was standing on the concrete apron at the base of the on-ramp, between the road surface and the bridge railing, in the specific narrow strip of pavement that exists at the entry point of a bridge structure before the roadway proper begins, standing upright. Still, in the yellow-orange wash of the sodium light above the on-ramp, and I want to be precise about the light conditions because they matter. The sodium light was directly above it, and the light was good enough that I was not straining to see, was not interpreting shadow or peripheral movement. I saw it clearly. It was tall, taller than any person I have referenced for 7 feet, perhaps closer to 8, though estimating height in a situation like that is not reliable, and I will not pretend to precision I do not have. Dark, a deep charcoal color across most of its visible surface, with the folded mass of something behind its shoulders and along its back that resolved, as I slowed and the angle changed, into wings. Folded wings, held tight against the body, the leading edges visible above the shoulder line, the coloring of them a deep bruised purple-black that was distinct from the darker body color in the sodium light. The limbs were proportioned wrong for any person, too long in the arm, too narrow in the torso, the legs occupying a stance that was bipedal but not quite right in the joint angles, and the eyes, 2 fixed points of red-orange light, the specific intense red of heated metal or a coal at full temperature, located at what would have been face height on something of that stature, not reflective, not the eye shine of an animal caught in headlights, producing their own light. Steady, unwavering, oriented directly at my vehicle as I slowed on the approach. I stopped the car. I was 50 feet from the on-ramp. I put the car in park without consciously deciding to put it in park, and I sat there with the engine running and the heater running and the radio producing static, and I looked at the thing at the base of the on-ramp, and it looked back at me with those 2 red points of light, and neither of us moved. Cars were passing me on the left, 4 of them, 5, moving into the right lane ahead of me and up the on-ramp and onto the bridge. Nobody slowing, nobody stopping. Nobody in any of those vehicles giving any indication that they could see what I was seeing at the base of the on-ramp, which was either because they could not see it or because they could and had decided to proceed anyway. I do not know which. I could not flag any of them down. I could not call anyone. I had no signal. The thing at the on-ramp did not move when the other cars passed. It did not react to the headlights, did not shift its attention from me, did not change its posture or its position. It stood with the absolute stillness of something that has decided where it is going to be and is going to be there until whatever it is waiting for has happened. The red eyes stayed on my car. The wings stayed folded. The posture stayed fixed. I sat there for what I estimate was between 3 and 4 minutes. though I cannot be certain because I was not tracking time in any organized way. I was doing what I do when I am confronted with a situation that does not fit my existing framework. I was gathering data, running assessments, trying to find the category, large bird, costume, some kind of structure or installation that I was misreading in the sodium light, a person in unusual clothing with some kind of reflective element at eye level that was catching the light in a way that looked like illumination. I went through all of it. I held each explanation up against what I was seeing, and each one failed against the specific combination of details: the height, the wings, the self-luminous eyes, the absolute stillness, the fact that it had been oriented toward my specific vehicle before my vehicle had slowed enough to be the obvious focus. It had been looking at me before I was looking at it. That detail is the one that collapsed the last of the rational framework I was trying to hold together, because I had slowed when I saw it, and when I slowed it was already oriented toward me, already had those red eyes on my approach, already positioned at the exact point on the on-ramp approach where a vehicle coming from my direction would see it before committing to the bridge. It was not a thing I had stumbled across. It was a thing that had positioned itself to be stumbled across, specifically by me, specifically at this approach, specifically at this moment. I did not go onto the bridge. I cannot give you a clean, rational account of why I made that decision, because the decision did not come from the rational part of my brain. I can reconstruct it after the fact in language that sounds like reason: the anomalous figure at the on-ramp, the simultaneous loss of radio and cell signal, the general professional caution of a structural engineer who knows that bridges fail and who has read enough failure reports to know that the warning signs are not always visible to the traveling public. I can put those things together into a sentence that sounds like a logical conclusion, but that is not what happened in the car. What happened in the car was that something underneath reason looked at the thing at the on-ramp and understood at a level that did not require language or analysis that proceeding onto that bridge was not something I was going to do. I put the car in drive. I pulled back into the left lane. I drove past the on-ramp and continued south along the near bank, looking for a crossing that would take me around to the restaurant by a different route. I was 4 blocks south when the sound reached me. It is difficult to describe the sound of a bridge failing because there is nothing in ordinary experience that it resembles. There is a structural groan, the deep resonant protest of material under load beyond its design tolerance, and then there is a sequential cascade, the sound of individual elements letting go in rapid succession, a sound that has both a mechanical and a percussive quality, like a very large and very complex thing being unmade quickly, and then there is the impact, which is not a single sound, but a compression of sounds, a truncated roar that ends in a silence, that is the specific silence of a space that was recently occupied by something large and is now not. I pulled over. I got out of the car. The dust cloud was already rising from the river corridor to my right, lit from below by the sodium lights that were still on at the approaches, a gray-white column climbing into the cold December dark. The sound had stopped. The river valley was quiet in the way that it is quiet immediately after something large and sudden has happened, and the air itself has not yet decided what to do next. I stood at the side of my car on a street in Point Pleasant, West Virginia, and I looked at the dust cloud above the river, and I understood completely, in a single moment of absolute clarity, what I had been looking at on the on-ramp. I called 911. I got through. The cell signal had returned the moment I pulled away from the on-ramp. Another detail that I have never been able to account for in any framework I have tried to build around the experience. I told the dispatcher that the bridge had come down, that I was on the South Approach Road, that I had been at the on-ramp minutes before the failure. She told me to stay where I was. I stayed where I was. In the time between parking the car and the arrival of the first emergency units, I walked back to the area of the on-ramp approach. I do not know why I did this. Professional reflex. Probably the part of me that assesses structural failures wanted to see the approach condition. wanted to see what the roadway and the railing and the entry geometry looked like at the moment of failure. Whatever the reason, I walked back to the on-ramp. The thing was gone. The concrete apron where it had been standing was empty. The sodium light above the approach was still on, still throwing the same yellow-orange light across the same strip of pavement, and the pavement was empty and unmarked. No damage to the railing. No impressions on the concrete. No physical evidence of any kind that anything had been standing there, except that the concrete apron at the base of the railing, the narrow strip between the roadway and the bridge structure, was warm. I pressed my palm flat against it, and it was warm in the specific way that a surface is warm when something has been in contact with it long enough to transfer heat, and the shape of the warmth, the distribution of it across the concrete, was approximately the footprint of something very large that had been standing there for an extended period in the December cold. I did not tell the state police about the warmth on the concrete. I told them I had been approaching the bridge and had stopped before the on-ramp and had not proceeded onto the bridge and had then heard and seen the collapse. All of that was true. I told them I had stopped because I had observed what I believed was an anomaly in the approach lighting that had made me uncertain about the structural condition of the bridge. That was a formulation I arrived at in the minutes between the collapse and their arrival, a technically defensible account that located my decision in professional observation rather than in what I had actually seen, because what I had actually seen was not a thing I was prepared to put in a police statement. The state trooper who took my initial statement was competent and thorough. When I mentioned that I was a structural engineer, he excused himself and came back with a senior investigator, a man who asked more specific questions about what I had observed from the approach and what in my professional assessment had caused me to stop. I told him what I could tell him. He wrote it down. 3 days later, I was contacted by the team conducting the preliminary failure assessment for the State Transportation Department. My engineering credentials meant that they shared with me, informally, over a phone call that lasted 40 minutes, more of the preliminary findings than they would have shared with a civilian witness. What they shared was the failure had initiated at a primary support element at the near end of the bridge, the end I had been approaching, in a location that had shown accelerated corrosion fatigue in the last scheduled inspection 18 months prior. The inspection had flagged the element for follow-up assessment. The follow-up assessment had been scheduled but not yet completed at the time of the failure. The failure was not unforeseeable from an engineering standpoint. It was, in fact, the kind of failure that experienced bridge engineers recognize as a risk category in aging infrastructure, and that inspection protocols are specifically designed to catch before they become catastrophic events. The lead investigator told me this, and then paused, and then said, in the careful tone of a professional who is choosing his words precisely, that the timing of the failure occurring as it did in the narrow window when I had stopped at the approach rather than proceeded onto the structure was the kind of coincidence that structural failure investigations do not normally require them to account for. I told him I understood that. I did not tell him what had made me stop. 11 people were on the bridge. 7 were recovered from the river in the days following. 4 were not recovered. Their names are public record, and I will not include them here out of respect for the people who share those names and who do not need them appearing in an account like this one. I know their names. I say them sometimes in the quiet of my house late at night, in the specific act of remembering that is the least inadequate thing I know how to do. I was supposed to be the 12th. I had confirmed dinner with my colleagues. I had been in my car, on the approach road, moving toward the on-ramp at the speed of a person who is slightly late and trying to make up time. Without the thing at the on-ramp, I would have been on that bridge. Without the thing at the on-ramp, the number is 12 and not 11, and my name is in the public record, alongside the other 4 who were not recovered. I have thought about this every day for 2 years. I have thought about the mechanism of it, what the thing at the on-ramp was doing, what it was capable of, why it was there and why it was oriented toward my specific approach, before I had slowed enough to be the obvious focus. I have thought about the other vehicles that passed me while I sat stopped at the approach, the 5 or 6 cars that went up the on-ramp while I was stationary, the drivers of those vehicles who did not stop and who did not come back, whether the thing at the on-ramp had been oriented toward them first and they had not stopped. Whether I stopped because I saw something they could not see, or because something about the encounter was designed for me specifically, or whether I stopped simply because I am a structural engineer who has read enough failure reports to have a hair trigger for anomalies at bridge approaches, and the thing at the on-ramp was the anomaly that triggered it, regardless of what it was. I do not have clean answers to any of those questions. What I have is the warmth on the concrete and the 2 years of thinking about it and the following conclusion, which is the most honest thing I can offer you. The Mothman, and that is the name that the history of this region applies to what I saw, the name that has been applied to similar accounts from the Point Pleasant area across 6 decades of documented sightings, does not cause the disasters it appears before. I want to be direct about that because I think the causation question is the one that most distorts the way people think about what these encounters mean. It does not bring bridges down. It does not make things fail that would not otherwise have failed. The bridge was going to fail. The inspection 18 months prior had documented the fatigue. The follow-up had been scheduled and missed. The physics of the failure were already written in the material of that structure long before that December evening. What the thing at the on-ramp appeared to be doing was something different from causing the failure. It appeared to be marking it. Standing at the threshold of the event, present at the approach, visible to at least one person who had the training to be stopped by an anomaly at a bridge approach, even when the anomaly was not one that belonged in any engineering inspection protocol. Whether it was warning me or simply witnessing, I cannot tell you. Whether it knew I would stop or was standing there for every approaching vehicle in the same way, and I happened to be the one who read the signal correctly, I cannot tell you. Whether there is any intelligence or intention behind what it does, or whether it is something more like a natural phenomenon that occurs in proximity to large structural failures, the way certain atmospheric conditions occur in proximity to certain weather events, I cannot tell you. What I can tell you is this. If you are ever approaching a bridge, in any city, in any conditions, and something is wrong in the approach, not wrong in the engineering sense, not a visible crack or a failed joint, but wrong in the sense that the air is not right and the signal has gone and something is standing at the threshold that should not be there, and every instinct you have that does not speak in words is saying, do not proceed. Do not proceed. Pull over. Let the other cars go. Sit in your vehicle with the engine running and wait. It may be nothing. In the overwhelming majority of cases where your instincts fire at a bridge approach, it will be nothing, a trick of the light, a shadow, a reflection, the ordinary anxiety of a driver on a cold December evening, running slightly behind schedule. In the overwhelming majority of cases, you will pull over and wait, and nothing will happen, and you will feel mildly foolish, and you will proceed and arrive late to your dinner, and the bridge will be fine. But if the thing at the threshold has red eyes that produce their own light, and wings the color of a fresh bruise, and the absolute fixed attention of something that is not there by accident, you already know what it is telling you. Listen to it. Do not go onto that bridge. Whatever is on the other side of that water is not worth what is on this side. Nothing is worth what is on this side. I went back to Point Pleasant 6 months after the collapse. Not for professional reasons. I had no formal involvement in the failure investigation beyond my witness statement and the informal phone call with the assessment team. I went because I needed to stand at the place where the bridge had been and look at the river and do the thing that humans do when they need to mark the distance between what happened and where they are now. The bridge was gone. The approaches were barricaded. The river was open and moving and indifferent in the way that rivers are indifferent, carrying whatever it carried downstream toward whatever was downstream, unconcerned with the structure that had crossed it and the people who had fallen when it fell. I stood at the barricade on the near approach for a long time. I looked at the concrete apron at the base of the on-ramp where it had been standing, which was still there, still intact, still marked with the yellow warning paint of the barricade system. The sodium light above it was off in the daytime, the fixture dark. I do not know what I was looking for. Confirmation that it had happened, evidence that the encounter was real and not a dissociative episode produced by stress and the specific professional anxiety of an engineer who has spent 2 decades reading about structural failures and may have finally generated a hallucination from the accumulated material. I have considered that explanation seriously, and I have rejected it, but I have considered it. What I found at the concrete apron was nothing. No physical evidence of any kind. The concrete was cold. The barricade was in place. The river moved below the absent span in the gray morning light of late June. But I want to tell you what I felt standing there, because I think it is the most honest thing I can close this account with. I felt watched, not in the threatening way of the red eyes on the on-ramp approach, not the predatory attention of something assessing you as a target or a subject or a variable. Watched in the way that a place can be watched by something that has been associated with it long enough that the association has become structural, has become part of the character of the location itself. Point Pleasant, West Virginia has that quality in a way I have not felt in any other place I have stood. The river has it. The approaches to where the bridge was have it. The whole river corridor has the quality of a place that has been attended to by something for a very long time, and the attention has left a mark. I am a structural engineer. I assess load paths and material properties and the behavior of engineered systems under stress. I do not have a professional framework for what I just described. What I have is the felt sense of it, and 19 years of calibrated professional judgment telling me that my felt sense in that river corridor was not random noise. Something attends that river. Something has attended it for longer than the bridge stood, and the bridge stood for decades. Whatever attends it is not malevolent in the way that the things in other accounts I have described are malevolent. It did not try to draw me onto the bridge, did not obscure the danger, did not place itself in a position that would have made it harder to stop rather than easier. It placed itself where I would see it. It stayed visible until I had made the decision. It left the moment. The decision had irreversible consequences. That is not the behavior of something that wants you dead. That is the behavior of something that has been watching this river long enough to know what is coming before it comes, and that found on one December evening a person at the approach who was capable of being stopped by the right kind of signal. I do not know what it is. I do not know what it wants, or whether want is even a category that applies to it. What I know is that it was there, and it was real, and the warmth it left on the December concrete was real, and the 11 people in the river are real, and I was not the 12th. And the reason I was not the 12th was standing at the on-ramp with folded wings and red eyes that produced their own light. I have not crossed a bridge at night since without looking at the approach first. Not checking the structural elements, I do that anyway, professionally, automatically, the practice scan of someone who knows what deterioration looks like in the elements that matter. I look at the approach. I look at the base of the on-ramp. I look at the threshold. Most nights there is nothing there. Most nights the approach is empty and the sodium light is ordinary, and the bridge is just a bridge carrying its load the way it was designed to carry it, and nothing is watching me from the boundary between the road and the span. But I look every time. I look before I commit to the crossing, and if something is standing at the threshold with red eyes and the absolute fixed attention of something that has positioned itself to be seen, I will stop. I will always stop, because the thing at the threshold of a disaster is not the disaster. It is the only warning you are going to get, and it is standing there so that you will see it, and it is staying there so that you will stop. And if you do not stop, it will watch you proceed the way it watches everything proceed, with the long patience of something that has been attending this river since before the bridge was built, and will be attending it long after the last trace of the bridge is gone. See it. Stop. Do not go onto that bridge. Whatever is waiting on the other side is not going anywhere, but you might not be coming back. If this story stayed with you tonight, leave a comment below. Have you ever had a moment where something stopped you from being somewhere right before something went wrong? I would genuinely like to know. There is a body of sighting reports from the Point Pleasant area that spans more than 6 decades, and I have read all of it that is publicly available since that December evening. I read it the way I read structural failure reports, looking for the consistent details, the elements that appear across accounts that had no access to each other, the data points that suggest a real underlying phenomenon rather than cultural contamination or collective imagination. What is consistent across the accounts is not the physical description, which varies more than people who discuss the subject tend to acknowledge. The height, the wing configuration, the precise coloring, these details fluctuate across accounts in the way that eyewitness descriptions always fluctuate, the way that two people describing the same traffic accident will give you two different accounts of the vehicle color and the speed. What is consistent is the behavior, the proximity to infrastructure, the positioning at thresholds, bridges, tunnels, highway approaches, the liminal points where a person commits to a crossing and is no longer on ground they can easily leave, the orientation toward specific individuals who then, for reasons they often cannot fully articulate, do not proceed. And then the event. Not always a bridge failure, not always structural. Accidents, collapses, incidents on water, events on roads. The accounts reach back further than the collapse that made this region known for the phenomenon, and they continue after it. And the pattern is consistent across decades and across the careers of witnesses who had no reason to be thinking about any of this before they found themselves stopped at an approach with something at the threshold that should not have been there. I have talked to 2 other engineers since my encounter who had experiences they could not explain at infrastructure sites. Neither of them described what I described. One described a persistent sense of wrongness at a dam inspection site that caused him to halt the inspection and request a full team review. The review found a failure condition that the standard inspection protocol had not flagged. One described stopping her vehicle on a rural highway bridge for no reason she could identify before she felt the span shift under the wheels, a lateral movement that should not have been there, and driving back off the bridge and calling her state DOT contact who dispatched an inspection team that found a critical bearing failure. Neither of them had seen anything. Neither of them had a figure at the threshold with red eyes and folded wings. What they had was the signal without the visible source, the same instinct firing, the same stop before the proceed, the same outcome of being off the structure before the structure announced its condition to the traveling public. I think about that, about whether what I saw was the visible form of something that those 2 engineers received as pure intuition, whether the thing at the on-ramp is always there at the threshold of these events, and most people receive it below the threshold of conscious perception, a signal that arrives as a feeling rather than a figure, as a hesitation rather than a halt. Whether I saw it because I was primed to see it, because 19 years of reading failure reports had calibrated my attention to the specific frequency that the signal travels on, I do not know. What I know is that the signal is real regardless of the form it takes. The engineer who felt wrongness at the dam did not see anything, and the outcome was the same as mine. The structure was pulled before it failed. The failure was caught. The people who would have been downstream when the dam let go were not downstream. The form of the warning was different. The effect of the warning was the same. Pay attention to the approach. Pay attention to whatever fires in you when you are about to commit to a crossing. Pay attention to the hesitation that arrives without a reason you can name, because the reason may be operating below the level of the name. The thing at the threshold may not always be visible, but it is there, and it is oriented toward you specifically, and it is staying visible or staying felt until you make the decision that came to the threshold to help you make. The decision is always the same. Do not go onto that bridge. Listen to whatever is standing at the threshold, in whatever form it takes. See it, feel it, name it, or do not name it. Just stop the car. Story 8. What the Goat Man Did to the Campsite. The trail camera we recovered from that campsite had 47 minutes of footage on it, and the ranger who watched it with me said 3 words when it finished, closed the laptop, and never spoke about it again. Those 3 words were, "Do not camp there." I want to start with the camera rather than with what I saw, because the camera is the piece of this that I think people need to sit with before they hear the rest. The camera was a standard motion-activated unit that one of the other trail crew volunteers had mounted on a tree at the edge of the campsite 3 weeks prior, positioned to catch any wildlife using the area after dark. Standard practice in that park for sites with recurring bear activity. The camera was rated to capture 30 days of footage on a single battery charge. When I recovered it the morning after my overnight, it had 47 minutes of continuous footage on it. Not the fragmented clips of motion-triggered capture, but one continuous recording, which meant the motion sensor had triggered once and not stopped triggering for 47 minutes, which meant whatever had been in front of that camera for 47 minutes had not stopped moving for the duration of the recording. The ranger who watched it with me was a woman named Aldridge, who had worked that park for 11 years. She was not a person who startled easily. She watched the footage on her laptop in the small office at the back of the ranger station with the door closed, and when it finished, she sat for a moment with her hand still on the trackpad, and then she said, "Do not camp there." And she closed the laptop, and she has not discussed it with me since. In the 2 years I have continued to volunteer with that trail crew. I have not seen the footage. She did not show it to me. I saw what was in front of that camera for 47 minutes, and I will tell you about that, but I have not seen the footage, and I do not know that I want to. Let me tell you about the campsite first. Patapsco Valley State Park runs along the Patapsco River in central Maryland. A long, narrow strip of second-growth hardwood and creek bottom and rocky trail that is heavily used in its accessible sections and genuinely remote in the stretches between trailheads. The campsite I had been assigned to service was in one of the remote sections, a designated backcountry site about 4.5 miles from the nearest trailhead, used maybe 20 or 30 times a season by permit holders who want a distance from the car camping areas. It had a bear box, a fire ring, a small wooden tent platform, and a trail camera mounted on a tulip poplar at the southeast edge of the clearing. My job was to replace the bear box latch hardware that had been reported damaged by a recent user, reset 2 trail markers on the approach trail that had been knocked loose, and spend the night to do a morning assessment of the water source condition at the creek 60 yards from the site. I was 32 years old and had been volunteering with the trail crew for 4 years. I had done maybe a dozen solo overnight maintenance trips in that park and in the adjacent Patapsco Trail system, and I knew that section of creek bottom well. I was carrying a full overnight kit, a headlamp and a backup, a water filter, food for 2 days, and a small first aid kit. Standard gear. I knew the trail. I was not concerned about the overnight. I reached the campsite at around 3:30 in the afternoon and stopped walking about 20 feet short of the clearing because what I was looking at did not match the site condition report I had been given. The bear box was open. Not unlatched open in the sense that the door had been removed from the frame. The heavy-gauge steel door that is designed to withstand several hundred pounds of applied force from a black bear, removed and placed on the ground 10 feet from the box with the hinge pins still in their sleeves. The box itself was intact, but the interior had been emptied. The few items that permitted users sometimes leave in it a forgotten fuel canister, a packet of dehydrated food, a small tarp scattered around the clearing in a radius that suggested they had been thrown rather than dropped. The fire ring stones had been displaced from their ring and scattered similarly. Each one moved at least 8 or 10 feet from its original position. The tent platform, a pressure-treated wooden deck about 8 by 10 feet, anchored to the ground with 4-inch lag screws into treated posts, had been lifted and cracked, one corner driven downward into the soil, as though something had applied upward force to the opposite corner, with enough leverage to shatter the decking. I stood at the edge of the clearing, and I looked at all of this, and I ran through the explanations. A bear can open an improperly latched bear box. A bear cannot remove a door from its hinges. A bear can displace fire ring stones in the process of investigating a campfire site. A bear does not selectively move stones 8 to 10 feet in what appeared to be a deliberate pattern. A bear can damage a tent platform if it walks across it. A bear does not apply leverage to a platform corner in a way that shatters the decking from below. Whatever had done this was strong, and it had hands. Those were the two conclusions I reached within 60 seconds of arriving at the edge of that clearing. Strong enough to remove a bare box door from its hinges as a single action, strong enough to leverage a lag-bolted platform, and in possession of something that functioned as hands rather than paws because the displacement of the objects had a deliberate geometry to it, a moved by intention quality that paw contact does not produce. The smell reached me about 30 seconds after I stopped at the edge of the clearing. I want to describe it carefully because I think the smell is one of the early warning signs that I did not give enough weight to in the moment and that I believe would have changed my decision making if I had. It was organic, deeply organic, the smell of something biological and large, but it was not the smell of a living animal and it was not the smell of a dead one. It occupied a middle territory between those two categories that I do not have precise language for the smell of something very much alive and also somehow in a process of decomposition simultaneously. The two qualities present together in a combination that had no reference point in my experience of wildlife encounters. Heavy and wet and warm despite the August air being cool in the creek bottom shade. Persistent, the kind of smell that coats the back of the throat and does not leave when you move away from the source. There was no visible source. I walked the clearing perimeter looking for the origin and found nothing. No carcass, no scat, no visible biological material that could have produced it. The smell was ambient, distributed, as though the thing that produced it had been in the clearing recently enough that the air still held it, but not recently enough to have left a fresh physical source. I noted the smell. I noted the destruction. I filed a preliminary report to Aldridge by radio, described the site condition, and was told to document everything photographically and proceed with the maintenance tasks. I could complete the trail markers, the water source assessment, and hold the bare box repair for a follow-up crew with the right hardware for the door rehang. I photographed everything. I reset the trail markers. I went down to the creek and did the water source assessment. It was at the creek that I found the prints. The creek bank at that location had a section of soft exposed soil at the inside of a bend where the current had cut away the bank over years and left a clay-heavy deposit that held impressions well. I had used that section before to check for wildlife sign. What I found that afternoon were tracks I could not immediately identify. Cloven, which placed them in the deer or livestock family, but larger than any deer track I had measured in that park, larger than most livestock tracks I had reference for, and the configuration was wrong for a quadruped. The stride length, the spacing between left and right tracks, the depth distribution, all of it was the configuration of a biped. Something that walked on 2 cloven feet, upright, with a stride length that implied a standing height of at least 6 feet, based on the proportional relationship between stride and stature that I had learned in my trail work. I measured one of the clearer impressions with my hand for reference and photographed it. It was approximately twice the length of my palm from heel to toe. I went back to the campsite. I made the decision that I am still not sure was the right one. I decided to stay. My reasoning was practical. I had an assigned task, I had the gear, I had daylight remaining, and the water source documentation to complete, and whatever had damaged the campsite had done so hours before my arrival based on the dried edges of the displaced soil around the platform corner and the state of the thrown items, which had begun to collect the light dew of late afternoon. The site had been disturbed. The thing that had disturbed it had not been present when I arrived and had not been present in the 2 hours since. I built a fire in the displaced ring, which I had reset imperfectly but adequately, and I ate and I sat with my back to a large tulip poplar and I watched the tree line. At 8:45 the smell came back, not gradually, not the slow approach of something moving through the woods from a distance. The smell is simply present again at full intensity, the same ambient distribution as before, arriving as though a door had been opened somewhere in the tree line that let it in all at once. I put my hand on my headlamp but did not turn it on. I sat still and listened. Something was moving in the brush at the east side of the clearing. Not fleeing movement, the sound of something startled and leaving has a specific quality, a burst and then a receding. This was continuous, measured. The sound of something large moving through the tree line at a deliberate pace, not trying to be quiet, but not being unnecessarily loud either. The sound of something in its own territory conducting a survey. It circled the clearing. I tracked it by sound for most of a full circuit east side north, then losing it briefly on the west side where the creek noise partially masked it, then picking it up again on the south. Full circuit, maintaining a consistent distance from the clearing edge of approximately 30 to 40 feet, pausing when I moved my headlamp toward the sound, resuming when I held still. The pauses were the most unsettling part. Not the pauses of something that had been startled or was reconsidering its approach. The pauses of something that was waiting for me to stop looking at it so it could continue what it was doing. On the second circuit, it came closer. I could hear the vegetation giving way at maybe 20 feet from the tree line, the sound of something pushing through the understory rather than stepping through gaps in it. Something wide through the shoulders, or wide in some configuration that its movement through brush produced a wider disturbance than a deer or a bear would leave. I had my headlamp in my right hand and my folding knife open in my left, which is not a tool that is adequate for what I was hearing, but was the only tool I had available, and the having of it was better than the not having. The sounds stopped at the tree line. Silence for about 40 seconds. The fire was burning well. I had built it larger than necessary when the smell came back. A practical decision rooted in the general backcountry principle that fire is deterrence for most of what might approach a campsite at night. The fire threw good light across the clearing. Not the entire clearing, but a solid 15 to 20 foot radius off the ring. Then it stepped out. It came out of the tree line at the northeast corner of the clearing, where the tulip poplar with the trail camera was, stepping into the firelight with the specific unhurried quality I had come to recognize across all of these accounts as the signature of something that has no reason to be cautious about what it is walking toward. It stepped fully into the light and stopped and looked at me, and I looked at it, and for the first few seconds I was processing it the way you process something your brain has no existing category for, assembling the details sequentially rather than reading the whole at once because the whole was too much to read at once. Upper body. Large, heavily built, the broad chest and thick shoulders and long arms of something with substantial upper body mass. The skin was dark, a deep gray-brown, and the surface of it was wrong in a way I could not immediately name. Not fur, not scales, not the smooth surface of human skin, something intermediate that caught the firelight with a dry, slightly textured quality. The hands, and they were hands, with fingers, with the general architecture of hands, though the proportions were extended and the fingers longer than any human hand were hanging at its sides, and one of them was holding the bear box door, casually. One hand at its side holding a steel bear box door that weighed somewhere between 20 and 30 pounds, the way you hold a piece of paper you have not yet decided what to do with. Lower body. This is where the brain stops assembling sequentially and starts refusing. The legs were jointed wrong. Not the backward jointed configuration of a bird leg that people sometimes describe something more subtle and more disturbing than that. A configuration that was close enough to a correct bipedal leg structure that the wrongness was not immediately obvious but was absolutely unmistakable once it registered, like a word spelled almost correctly that reads as right until you look at it directly. The feet were cloven. Large, cloven, pressing into the soil of the cleared campsite with an audible solidity. The head was the head of something that was not a man. Wide, flat, the skull shape of a large ungulate, heavy at the brow, the ears set high and wide, the eyes forward-facing in the way that predator eyes are forward-facing rather than the side-set eyes of prey animals, which was itself a detail that did not belong in the configuration I was looking at, and that my brain flagged with its own separate alarm. Horns, short, curved, the gray-brown of old bone. It looked at me with an expression I can only describe as bovine, not threatening, not communicating, not assessing in the way that a predator assesses. The flat, deep, incurious attention of a large grazing animal that has looked up from what it was doing and noted your presence and is deciding whether you are relevant to anything it intends to do next. An expression of such complete and untroubled calm that it was more frightening than any display of aggression would have been, because aggression implies that you are a factor in the calculation, and what I was looking at did not appear to be calculating at all. It appeared to simply be there, present in the clearing, with the bear box door in one hand, looking at me the way you look at a piece of the landscape. I backed toward the creek. Not fast, not the panic sprint of someone who has broken and run. The deliberate, controlled backward movement of someone who has identified the correct direction and is moving in that direction with as much composure as the situation allows, which was not a great deal of composure, but was sufficient. I kept the fire between me and it as long as I could, keeping my headlamp off, because the headlamp would have narrowed my field of perception to whatever was in the beam, and I needed the broader firelight to track the whole clearing. It did not move toward me. It turned its head and watched me back toward the tree line, watching with that same bovine absence of urgency, the bear box door still in one hand, the cloven feet planted in the campsite soil, like something that owns the ground it stands on and is in no hurry to be anywhere else. I reached the tree line on the south edge of the clearing and moved through it toward the creek. The path to the creek was 60 yards through light brush, and I know that path well, and I moved through it faster than I had ever moved through it, my hand trailing the brush on the right side as a guide. Behind me, I could hear the thing in the clearing, not following, still in the clearing. Moving, I could hear the fire ring stones shifting, the sound of the bear box door being set down or placed or thrown, the sounds of something that had returned to doing whatever it had been doing before I arrived, and was doing it with complete indifference to the fact that I was leaving. I hit the creek at a half run and went straight across. The water was knee-deep and cold, and the stones were slick, and I went through it without slowing and came up the far bank and turned. The thing was at the creek bank on the near side. It had followed me from the clearing to the bank, quickly enough that it was there when I turned, standing at the water's edge with the fire behind it sending its shadow across the creek surface toward me. It was not in the water. It was at the bank, at the precise edge where the soil gave way to the gravel of the creek bed, and it stopped there. It looked at me across the water with the same bovine calm it had worn in the clearing, and it did not cross. I stood on the far bank, and it stood on the near bank, and the creek moved between us, and it did not cross the water. I do not know how long I stood there. Long enough for my wet boots and pants to go from merely cold to the specific deep cold that starts to affect your judgment. Long enough for the fire in the clearing to drop perceptibly, the orange glow above the tree line dimming as the wood burned down. Long enough for the thing on the near bank to gradually lose the specific quality of attention it had been directing across the water and to turn slowly and walk back into the tree line. I heard it for another 20 minutes, moving through the brush on the near side, moving north along the bank and then east, and then the sound faded and the creek bottom was quiet. I did not go back to the campsite. I spent the rest of the night on the far bank of the creek, in the dark, without a fire, with my back against a large rock and my headlamp in my hand set to its lowest output. I was cold, and I was wet, and I was entirely awake until first light. At first light I crossed back, went to the campsite long enough to retrieve my pack from the tree I had hung it in before dark, and I walked out the 4.5 miles to the trailhead without stopping. I reported to Aldridge at the ranger station at 9 in the morning. I told her everything, the destruction, the smell, the prints, the circuit, the figure in the clearing, the creek boundary, the night on the far bank. She listened to all of it, and then she drove out with me to retrieve the trail camera from the tulip poplar. She watched the footage in her office with the door closed. I was in the office with her. I did not see the screen clearly. She had the laptop angled away from me. Whether deliberately or by habit, I could not tell. I watched her face instead. For 47 minutes I watched her face while she watched the footage, and what I saw in her face was not fear exactly, and it was not shock exactly. It was the expression of a person who is watching something they were half prepared to see and are finding that being half prepared is not the same as being prepared. When it finished, she said those 3 words. Do not camp there. She closed the laptop. She has not discussed it with me since. The site is still on the park map as a designated backcountry campsite. I do not know whether the designation will be removed. I do not know whether the footage has been shared with anyone above Aldridge's level or whether it sits on a hard drive in that ranger station office doing the work that documented evidence does when no one is ready to act on it. Yet, what I know is this. There is a smell that comes before it, organic and wrong, in the specific middle territory way I described, not dead, not living in the normal sense, something between those two things that has no name I can give you, but that you will recognize if you encounter it, because there is nothing else it resembles. If you are at a backcountry site and that smell arrives without a visible source, do not wait for what comes after the smell. Leave the campsite, cross running water if there is running water available. The creek boundary held that night, and creek boundaries appear consistently in the accounts I have found from people who have encountered this thing in the mid-Atlantic brush country. Running water, not standing water. Moving water, creek speed or faster, and the boundary holds. And if you find a campsite that has been destroyed in the specific pattern I described, bare box door removed from hinges, stones scattered with a deliberate geometry, platform structure damaged from below, the destruction is not old. That pattern is not the pattern of damage that sits for days and weathers. It is fresh, and what made it is close, and the smell will arrive within hours of your arrival, because whatever left that destruction will be back to continue whatever it was doing when you walked in. Do not be there when it comes back. Cross the water. Stay on the far bank until first light. The water is the boundary, and the boundary holds. I have done the research that you do after something like this, and I want to share the relevant parts because I think the regional context matters for anyone who spends time in the mid-Atlantic backcountry. The Goat Man, and that is the name that has been attached to accounts from this region for decades, attached to encounters along the creek bottoms and the second growth timber of central Maryland and the northern Virginia, Piedmont, is not a recent phenomenon. The accounts go back further than the modern era of internet documentation, back through the oral record of people who lived and worked in that creek bottom country before it became state park land, back through the agricultural history of a region that had farms backing up against the same timber where I spent that night on a creek bank in wet boots. What is consistent across those accounts is not the physical description, which varies in the way that all eyewitness descriptions vary, but the behavioral pattern. The destruction of structures as a primary activity rather than an incidental one, not damage caused by something moving through a campsite looking for food, but deliberate, purposive destruction of human construction in the landscape, the smell that arrives without a visible source, the creek boundary that holds, and the bovine calm, described in account after account across decades. The quality of attention that is not predatory and not curious and not hostile in any way, that maps onto the emotional vocabulary of threat assessment. But that is nonetheless the most frightening thing about the encounter, because it places you outside any category the thing considers worth reacting to. A farmer whose family had worked land adjacent to what is now the park told a local historian in the 1960s that his grandfather had a name for what came to the creek bottoms at night and dismantled the fences and scattered the livestock without taking any of them, leaving the animals unharmed and the enclosures destroyed. The name his grandfather used was not the Goat Man. It was older than that, a name from an older language that the historian transliterated and noted was roughly equivalent to the phrase, the thing that undoes what is built, not the thing that destroys in the sense of violence or malice, the thing that methodically, patiently, with the bovine calm of something that has all the time in the world and no emotional investment in the outcome, takes apart what human hands have put together. I think about that phrase often, the thing that undoes what is built. It maps precisely onto what I found at that campsite and onto what I watched it do in the clearing while I was backing toward the tree line, the bare box door in one hand, moving through the clearing, attending to the objects in it with the focused indifference of something that has a relationship to human construction, that has nothing to do with human purposes and nothing to do with the humans who built the things it is taking apart. It is not interested in you as prey. It is not interested in you as a threat. You are an incidental presence in a space it is working in, and your presence is mildly relevant in the way that a fly in a workshop is mildly relevant, noted, assessed as not requiring response, set aside in favor of the work. That indifference is the thing that keeps me up. Because indifference means there is no behavior modification available to you, no display that will cause it to reassess, no action on your part that moves you from the irrelevant category to the relevant category in a way that changes the outcome. You are scenery, and the scenery's best option is to cross the water and get off the stage. There is one more thing I want to tell you, and it is the thing that most directly affects your decision-making if you spend time in backcountry sites in the mid-Atlantic or similar creek-bottom timber country. The destruction of the campsite was not the beginning of its engagement with that site. When I walked the full clearing perimeter the following morning before I left, I found evidence of earlier visits, firing stones that had been moved and restacked at a previous time. The restacking different from the original arrangement and different from the scatter of the most recent visit, indicating at least one intermediate event between the original construction and what I found. Marks on the bare box frame that were older than the marks from the door removal, parallel gouge marks at the hinge points that predated the final failure by the weathering on the exposed metal. It had been attending that site for at least 2 prior visits, building toward the final dismantling incrementally across an unknown number of nights, taking the structure apart in stages with the patience of something that has no deadline and no urgency and simply returns to the work when the work calls it back. That pattern, the incremental return, the staged dismantling across multiple visits, is the most important practical thing I can tell you about how it operates. If you find a backcountry site with damage that does not fit a single event explanation, damage that looks like it was done in stages across more than one occasion, that is the pattern. That is the site you do not camp at. Not because the damage makes it unsafe in any structural sense, because the thing that is doing the damage is coming back, and it is coming back on whatever schedule it has set for itself, and the next visit may be the one that completes the work. You do not want to be on a tent platform that something has identified as its current project. Pick a different site. Put the creek between you and the site it is working on. And if you smell something in the creek bottom that is organic and wrong and has no visible source, do not go looking for the source. The source is already moving toward you. The smell is how you know it is close. Treat the smell the way you treat the sound of a rattlesnake, not as an invitation to investigate, but as a definitive instruction to create distance immediately. Cross the running water, get to the far bank, stay there until the light comes. The boundary holds. I have been on the far bank of a creek with that thing on the near bank, and the boundary held all night, and I am here to tell you that it held. Trust the water. Cross it before the smell gets any closer. And if you are planning a backcountry overnight in Patapsco Valley or anywhere in that central Maryland creek bottom country, pick your campsite carefully and check the bare box hardware when you arrive. If the door has been touched by something that left parallel gouges at the hinge points, pack back out the way you came. You are not the first one there that season. Drop a comment below and tell me what part of the country are you watching from tonight. Wherever you are, I hope the creek is close. Story 9. An Ozark howler has no reason to scream that long. I made 3 mistakes that night in the Ozarks. I camped alone, I ignored the cattle, and when something in the hollow below me started screaming in a voice that sounded exactly like a woman dying, I went toward it instead of away. The only reason I am telling you this, instead of being a missing persons report, is that my cousin broke his own rule and came looking for me. I want to be precise about the scream before I tell you anything else, because the scream is the mechanism, and the mechanism is the whole story. It was not a sound that suggested a woman in distress. It was not a sound that could be interpreted as a woman in distress if you were in the right frame of mind or the wrong light or the particular suggestible state of a person who has been alone in the dark for too long. It was, with a fidelity that I still cannot fully account for, the sound of a woman screaming in the specific register and with the specific sustained quality of someone experiencing mortal fear, not animal, not ambiguous. The pitch, the timbre, the way it broke at the top of the register and came back down and sustained and broke again, all of it was the auditory signature of a human being in the worst moment of their life. And every part of my nervous system that had been assembled across 35 years of being a person in the world responded to it the way that part is designed to respond. I want you to hold that. I want you to understand that when I tell you I went toward it, I am not telling you about a failure of judgment or a lapse of fear response or the specific stupidity of a person who should have known better. I am telling you about the override, about what happens when a sound is calibrated precisely enough to the specific frequency of human distress that the rational brain, the brain that had noted the cattle behavior and filed it, the brain that was running threat assessments on the hollow below the ridgeline, the brain that knew it was 10 at night in a remote section of the Mark Twain National Forest, 4 miles from the nearest road, that rational brain simply steps aside, and what takes over is older and faster and does not submit to review. I went toward it because I am a person, and a person who hears another person screaming goes toward the sound. That is the mechanism. That is what the thing in the hollow understood and was using. My name is not important. I am a 35-year-old wildlife photographer based in Columbia, Missouri, and I have been doing assignment and personal work in the Ozark Hill Country for going on 12 years. I know that landscape, the ridge and hollow topography of the Mark Twain National Forest, the white oak and shortleaf pine, and the creek drainages, the way sound moves through that terrain in October when the leaves are down and the hollows carry noise further than they do in the leafy months. I know the wildlife. I have spent enough hours in blinds and on ridgelines in that country to have a calibrated baseline for what belongs in those woods after dark and what doesn't. What I was hearing at 10 o'clock on a mid-October night did not belong. Here is where it started. My cousin Rob had driven me to the trailhead that afternoon. Rob is not a backpacker. He drove me as a favor with the plan that he would drop me at the trailhead parking area and drive the 40 minutes back to his place in Mountain Grove, and I would hike out the following morning and call him for a pickup. Standard logistics for that kind of solo trip. Rob had done this drop and pickup arrangement with me a dozen times over the years. He knew the routine. He did not follow the routine that night, and that decision is the reason I am here to tell this story. The trailhead was on the boundary between the National Forest and a privately held cattle operation, a working farm whose pasture fence ran along the road for about a quarter mile before the forest boundary began. The cattle were visible from the parking area, a herd of maybe 30 head, black Angus, in the near pasture. As Rob pulled in and I unloaded my pack, I noticed the cattle. All of them were on the far side of the pasture, pressed against the fence line that ran along the forest boundary, facing the forest. Not grazing, not moving, just standing there in a mass, pressed together, all of them oriented the same direction, the way prey animals orient when they have identified a threat and are maximally alert and cannot decide whether to flee or hold. I have photographed wildlife in enough context to know that behavior pattern. It is the pattern of a herd that has scented or heard something that frightens it at a deep level, something that registers below the threshold of visible threat but above the threshold of ordinary background noise, something that is present at the edge of their territory and that they have collectively decided is worth every animal in the herd standing still and watching. I noted it. I should have weighted it more heavily than I did. I told Rob I'd call him in the morning, and I hiked in. The trail to my planned campsite was 4 miles, mostly ridge-line, with a final half-mile climbing to a flat section of ridge that I had camped on twice before, and that gave good morning light for the elk crossing I was hoping to photograph. I made the campsite by 6:30, set up in the remaining daylight, ate, and was settled by dark. The first 2 hours after dark were normal. The October night had that specific quality of sound that the Ozarks get in the dry weeks of fall, a carrying quality. The way sound travels further when the leaves are down and the air is cold and dry. I could hear the creek in the hollow below me, maybe 300 feet of elevation below the ridgeline, and beyond that the occasional sound of a coyote working the far ridge and the wind in the remaining oak leaves. Normal sounds. The baseline I know from many nights on that ridge. At 9:45 the coyote stopped. Not gradually, not the natural trailing off of a coyote moving away from the area. Stopped mid-call, cut off, the way a sound stops when something more significant has happened in the vicinity that makes continuing the sound a poor decision. I noted the silence, filed it, sat with it for a few minutes. Then the cattle started. I could hear them from the ridgeline. 4 miles is too far to hear cattle under normal conditions. But the hollow system between the trailhead and the ridge acts as an acoustic conduit in certain wind conditions. And that night the wind was coming out of the north, and the cattle sound was traveling up the hollow and reaching the ridge with a clarity that made it seem closer than it was. They were not making feeding sounds or the ordinary low vocalizations of a settled herd. They were making the sounds of a herd in a fear response, high, tight, clustered. The sounds of animals that have confirmed the presence of the thing they were watching earlier and are now significantly closer to the decision to flee. I put down the book I had been reading and sat very still and listened. The cattle sounds faded, not because they had settled, because something had reached a proximity that pushed them past the hold threshold and they ran, and the running sounds faded as they moved to the far end of the pasture. Then quiet, then the scream. It came from the hollow below the ridge, from the creek drainage, from somewhere in the 300 feet of elevation between my campsite and the creek bottom. It was a woman screaming. I have told you this already, and I am telling you again because I need the weight of it to be accurate. A woman in distress, in the specific sustained register of someone whose situation is irreversible, screaming with the full capacity of her lungs, and then breaking and coming back and screaming again. It rose from the hollow in the cold October air, and it reached the ridge with a clarity that the acoustic conduit of the hollow amplified, and it hit me in the chest before it hit my ears. I was on my feet before I had made a decision to stand. I want to be honest about the next 10 minutes because the honesty is the part that matters most. I did not conduct a rational assessment of whether the sound was human or animal or something else. I did not weigh the option of calling for help against the option of going toward the sound. I put on my headlamp and I started down the ridge toward the hollow because a woman was screaming in the dark below me, and I am a person, and that is what a person does. I was 200 yards down the slope, moving through the scrub oak understory, when something made me stop. Not a rational thought. A physical sensation, the specific cold that moves through your body when you have been running on autopilot and something at the body level rather than the mind level applies the brakes. I stopped. I stood on the slope in the dark with my headlamp cutting a beam down toward the hollow. The screaming stopped. The cessation was instantaneous. Mid-register, between one syllable and the next. Off. Not the end of a scream, not the trailing off of a sound that has run its course. Off. As though a switch had been thrown. I stood on the slope for 10 seconds, 30, listening to the hollow. Nothing. The creek, the wind, the silence that follows a very loud sound in a very quiet place. I took one step back up the slope, back toward the campsite. The screaming resumed. Same register, same sustained quality, same precise calibration to the specific sound of a woman in mortal distress. Starting not from the beginning of a new episode, but from approximately where it had left off, as though it had been paused rather than stopped, as though the pause had been a listening pause, and the resumption was the conclusion of a behavioral test. I stood very still on that slope, and I understood, in a moment of absolute cold clarity, what had just happened. The scream had stopped when I stopped moving toward it. It had resumed when I moved away from it. It was not a sound being produced in distress. It was a sound being produced in response to my movement, adjusted in real time to maintain the behavioral output it was designed to produce, which was me moving down the slope toward the hollow. The thing in the hollow knew I was on the ridge. It had known since before it started screaming. The scream was not a distress call. It was a lure. And for 200 yards down the dark slope in the Ozarks at 10 at night, I had followed it without a moment of resistance. My satellite communicator buzzed in my vest pocket. A text message from Rob. He had not driven home. He had parked in the trailhead parking lot and gone to sleep in the truck. His own version of a compromise between following instructions and not being comfortable, leaving me 4 miles out in country. He had watched the cattle behaving strangely and he had woken up when the screaming started because the hollow acoustic conduit delivered it to the parking area with the same unfiltered clarity it delivered everything else. His message said, "What is that sound? Are you okay?" I typed back, "Stay in the truck. Lights on. Do not get out." Then I turned on every light I had, headlamp on full. The small lantern from my pack that I had left at camp, I activated it remotely with the cord I'd strung when I set up the lantern coming on at the ridgeline above me. Both of my backup flashlights clipped to my shoulder straps, both on. I was standing on a dark Ozark slope at 10 at night, and I lit myself up like a work site. The screaming stopped. This time the cessation had a different quality, not the switched-off quality of the behavioral pause. The cessation of something that has encountered a changed condition and is reassessing. A silence with more weight in it, the silence of something that was present at very close range and had become very still. Then the trees moved. Not the canopy from wind, the specific, violent displacement of tree canopy from something large moving through it at close range. The tops of the scrub oak below me swaying and releasing in a moving line that tracked something traveling through the hollow at significant speed. A disturbance pattern that required something the size of a large bear at minimum to produce. Something heavy enough that its movement through the understory transmitted upward through the root systems and into the canopy. Something that was covering distance in the hollow fast enough that the line of disturbed canopy moved from south to north across the face of the drainage in under a minute. And then it screamed once more from directly below me. I have described the scream as a woman's scream. What I heard from directly below the ridge at close range with no intervening distance to filter it was not a woman's scream. What I heard at close range was the original sound, the thing underneath the calibration, the raw vocalization that the lure scream was built on top of, and it was not human and had never been human. It was a sound from a category of size that the hollow had been containing and the ridge had been insulating me from, and which arrived at full volume like a wall of physical force that I felt in my sternum and my back teeth and the bones of my forearms, deep, resonant, enormous in the specific sense of a sound that could only be produced by something with a body cavity large enough to generate that volume at that frequency. It lasted 4 seconds, and when it ended, the hollow was absolutely silent. I was still standing on the slope with every light I had burning when I heard Rob's truck. He had not stayed in the truck. He had driven the trailhead access road as far as the lock gate would allow, and then he had gotten out and walked the trail with his own headlamp and the powerful work light he keeps in his truck bed. And he had come up the ridge calling my name, and I have never been more relieved to hear my own name in my life. We went back to the campsite together. We stayed on the ridge with all the lights burning until 3 in the morning, and then we made the decision together that the ridge was as safe as we were going to get, and we tried to sleep and mostly did not. Nothing came back to the hollow. Nothing screamed again. The hollow was quiet for the remainder of the night, with the specific quality of quiet that follows something very large deciding to be elsewhere. We were at the trailhead at first light. Rob drove me to the Missouri Department of Conservation Regional Office in West Plains, and I filed an incident report with a wildlife officer named Garrett, a quiet man who took down every detail without the expression, "That means you are being managed," rather than heard. When I finished, he told me that there had been 3 elk found dead in that drainage over the course of the current season, mature bulls, significant animals, found with injuries that the wildlife biologist on the case had not been able to attribute to any known predator in the Missouri inventory. The injury patterns were inconsistent with mountain lion predation and inconsistent with bear. The biologist's report, Garrett told me, had used the phrase consistent with large predator of undetermined species, which is the language you use in a formal report when the evidence requires you to acknowledge a category you cannot yet name. He filed my incident under large, unidentified animal, unusual vocalization behavior, Mark Twain National Forest. He told me to call if I had any further encounters. I have not gone back to that ridgeline. I go into the Ozarks every fall for the elk photography. It is work I have done for years, and the work is good. And the light in that country in October is worth whatever the country asks of you. But I pick my sites differently now. I pick sites where the acoustic structure of the terrain does not funnel the hollow up to the ridge. I pick sites where Rob knows where I am and has a reason to come looking if something changes, and I stop responding. I do not camp at the edge of the ridge systems that drop into the creek drainages, the deep hollows where the sound travels in ways that remove your ability to judge distance and source. And I want to tell you the one thing that I think is the most important thing to come out of that night, the thing that took me longer to understand than it should have, because it required me to sit with the humiliation of having been manipulated by a sound for 200 yards down a dark slope before I caught myself. There are sounds in the natural world that produce an involuntary human response. Pain vocalizations, distress calls, the specific acoustic signatures of a being in crisis. These sounds bypass rational assessment because they were never meant to be processed rationally. They are processed in a part of the brain that is faster than reason and older than language, the part that hears a baby cry and responds before the conscious mind is engaged, the part that hears a scream and turns toward it before the ears have finished delivering the signal. That part of your brain is not a vulnerability. It is a feature. It is the part of you that makes you a person who helps other people, and that is not a weakness. But there is something in the Ozark Hill Country and in other deep wilderness areas where the acoustic structure of the terrain is right, that has learned to produce the exact input that activates that system, that has calibrated its vocalization to the specific frequency of human female distress, that adjusts in real time based on behavioral feedback, stopping when you stop, resuming when you retreat, maintaining the lure quality across the full behavioral arc until you are close enough that the distance no longer matters. When you are in the backcountry and you hear a sound that activates the help response, a sound that your body responds to before your mind has a chance to evaluate it, stop. Do not move. Stand completely still and wait for the rational brain to catch up to the body. And when the rational brain arrives, run the test. Stay still for 30 seconds. If the sound stops when you stop moving toward it, you have your answer. If it resumes when you move away from it, you have your answer twice. It is not a person. It has never been a person. Whatever is making that sound is very large and very patient and very good at producing the one input that makes a person walk down a slope in the dark toward a hollow they cannot see the bottom of. Do not walk down the slope. Turn on every light you have. Get to high ground. Text someone who knows where you are. And if that person is the kind of person who parks in the trailhead lot instead of driving home because something about the cattle felt wrong to him, listen to what his instincts are telling him, because those instincts exist for exactly the situation you are now in. Find the people who trust their instincts. Stay close to them. They are the reason some of us get to tell these stories at all. If tonight's stories have been keeping you company, I want to know, what is the one sound you have ever heard in the outdoors that you still cannot explain? Drop it in the comments. I read every one. There is something I have not mentioned yet, and I want to mention it now because it changes the texture of the encounter in a way that I think matters for anyone who spends time in that specific type of terrain. When Rob and I went back to the campsite and sat on the ridge until 3 in the morning waiting for first light, we did not talk much. Rob is not a talkative person under ordinary circumstances, and that night was far from ordinary. And we sat in the combined glow of every light we had, and we listened to the hollow below us, and we did not speak for long stretches. But at some point around 1 in the morning, Rob said, in the specific flat tone he uses when he is saying something he has been sitting with for a while, that the screaming had started before I had gotten out of my sleeping bag. I asked him what he meant. He said he had been awake in the truck at the trailhead for about 20 minutes before the screaming started, lying in his sleeping bag in the truck cab, not sleeping, listening to the hollow the way you listen to something that is bothering you, even when you can't identify what it is. And in those 20 minutes before the screaming started, he had heard something else, not the scream, something lower and more distant, a sound he described as a kind of pressure rather than a pitch, a felt sense sound that he had initially attributed to road noise or distant farm machinery before understanding that it was coming from the forest rather than the road, and that it had a quality of intention to it that road noise and farm machinery do not have. Then the screaming started, and the lower sound stopped, and he had been lying in the truck cab with his phone in his hand for the entire duration of the scream before he texted me. I think about what Rob described often, the lower sound, the felt sense sound, the pressure rather than pitch, because in the context of everything else that happened that night, it reads as a precursor, a baseline vocalization or a sub-vocalization or something functioning like communication that preceded the scream that was present in the hollow before the screaming started, that stopped when the scream started, as though one had transitioned into the other. What that suggests, if it suggests anything coherent, is that the scream was not the beginning of the thing's activity that night. The thing had been in the hollow making sounds that Rob could detect at the trailhead and I could not detect from the ridge before it shifted to the frequency that it had calculated would produce a response from the ridge. It had been present, vocalizing at a register below the lure register, doing whatever it does in the hollow on an ordinary basis, and at some point it became aware of the presence on the ridge, and it shifted modes. That shift is the most frightening detail of the whole night for me. More frightening than the lure working on me for 200 yards, more frightening than the sound at full volume from directly below the ridge. Because the shift implies assessment. It implies that whatever is in that hollow is capable of detecting a human presence at significant distance, evaluating that presence, and selecting an output specifically calibrated to move that presence in a desired direction. It is not reflexive. It is not an automatic vocalization triggered by proximity. It is chosen, deployed, directed. Something in that hollow assessed a person on a ridge 4 miles away and selected the sound most likely to bring that person down the slope toward it. I have no framework in which that level of behavioral sophistication belongs to an animal I do not have a name for. I have no framework in which it belongs to anything I was prepared to encounter on a ridgeline in the Mark Twain National Forest on an October night. What I have is the 200 yards I covered before I caught myself, and the feel of the cold clearing in my chest when the scream stopped the moment I stopped, and the knowledge that if Rob had followed instructions and driven back to Mountain Grove, I would have kept going down that slope. I would have kept going, because the sound would have kept adjusting, kept calibrating, kept producing exactly the input that moves a person toward a hollow they cannot see the bottom of, until the distance was gone and the hollow had what it was building toward. I do not know what happens at the bottom of the hollow. I do not know what the 47 minutes of trail camera footage from the Patapsco campsite showed, and I do not know what waits at the bottom of an Ozark Creek drainage when something has spent the early hours of the night lowering the threshold and the later hours running the lure at full output. I only know that the boundary I found was light and proximity, and the specific disruption of Rob's truck coming up the access road with its headlights on, and that the thing in the hollow dropped away from the ridge when those elements arrived. So here is the complete set of rules built from everything that happened that night. Tell someone exactly where you are camping. not approximately, exactly trail name, campsite number or description, GPS coordinates if you have them. Tell them when you expect to be out and what the check-in plan is if you are not. Find someone like Rob, someone who will follow the plan and also break the plan when the plan stops making sense, because the plan was made in daylight with incomplete information, and the night sometimes provides information the daylight didn't have. And if you hear a sound in the backcountry that moves you before you have decided to move, stop. Test it. A human in distress does not stop screaming because you stopped walking toward them. A human in distress screams regardless of your movement, because the distress is real and the sound comes from the distress rather than from a calculation about your behavior. If the sound responds to your movement, the sound is not what it is pretending to be. Get high, get light, get on the communicator, and do not go down the slope. Whatever is at the bottom has been there a long time, and it is very good at what it does, and the hollow will be there tomorrow and the night after, and for every night after that, and it will be patient about it. You do not need to be the person who finds out what is at the bottom. Stay on the ridge. I went back to the Mark Twain National Forest the following October. Not to that ridge, not to that drainage, not anywhere near the hollow system that connects to the creek bottom below the campsite. I went to a different section of the forest, a section with different topography, open ridge, no significant hollow below, the acoustic structure of the terrain running outward rather than channeling upward. I went with Rob, who had asked to come, and whom I had not tried to talk out of coming, because some lessons arrive fully formed and do not require reinforcement. The fall photography was good. The elk were moving on a ridge 2 miles north of where we camped, and I got the images I had originally planned to get from the first trip, the ones I had been trying to capture when the night in the hollow interrupted everything. Good light, good movement, the particular quality of an October dawn in the Ozarks, when the frost is on the grass and the elk are in the meadow and everything is exactly what it appears to be. We broke camp the second morning and hiked out and drove north and ate breakfast at a diner in a small town off the highway and sat across from each other in a vinyl booth and drank bad coffee and did not speak about the hollow. There was nothing left to say about it that we had not already said on the ridge, in the dark, sitting in the light from every battery we had, listening to the silence after the sound at full volume and waiting for Rob's truck to come up the trail. Some things you say everything that needs saying about in the dark, and then you eat breakfast in the light and you do not go back over it. I still go to the Ozarks every October. The work is there, and the light is there, and the country is worth whatever it costs to be in it carefully. I know the hollow systems now in a way I did not know them before. Know the acoustic properties of that specific terrain feature. Know the way the ridge and hollow relationship channels and amplifies and delivers sounds from below to above in conditions that remove your ability to judge distance and source. I know what the cattle were telling me in the pasture at the trailhead on the afternoon I hiked in, and I know that the information was available, and I chose not to weight it correctly. And that is a mistake I will not make a third time. The cattle are the first warning. They are always the first warning in that country and in country like it. Not because they see something you cannot see, though sometimes they do. Because they are prey animals with nervous systems calibrated across many generations to the specific frequencies of the predators in their landscape, and when the whole herd presses to the far fence and faces the forest and goes still, they are telling you something about what is in the forest that the rest of your evening's decisions should account for. Listen to the cattle. If they are watching the forest, watch the forest. And if the hollow below your campsite has an acoustic structure that delivers sound up the ridge with the kind of clarity that removes your ability to calibrate distance and source camp somewhere else, find a site where the terrain works with you rather than against you, where the hollow opens rather than funnels, where the ridge runs outward rather than down. The hollow is a throat. Everything in it travels upward. That is a feature of the landscape that most people file under interesting acoustic property, and it is that, but it is also the operating condition for something that uses the hollow's acoustic amplification, the way a musician uses a concert hall to deliver a sound to a specific location with a specific quality that the open air would dilute. Find the site where the hollow does not aim at you. Camp there and keep Rob's number at the top of your contacts list. The person who breaks the plan and comes looking for you anyway is the most important piece of safety gear you own. Story 10. The sheep squatch that came out of the fog. My hunting partner got out of the woods. I did not for 11 hours, not until a search and rescue volunteer found me at the base of a hollow I had no memory of entering, sitting in the mud with my rifle across my knees, and no explanation for the 4 miles between where I had been and where I was found. I want to be precise about the memory gap before I tell you anything else, because the memory gap is the detail that I have had the hardest time living with in the 2 years since it happened, not the thing in the fog, not the 4 miles. The gap itself, the 11 hours between the last thing I clearly remember and the moment the search and rescue volunteer put his hand on my shoulder and said my name. 11 hours of my life that are simply not there, not blurred or fragmented or available in the incomplete way that traumatic memories sometimes present, but absent a clean removal. The last thing I remember is the fog closing around me on the ridge above the hollow, and the next thing I remember is the mud at the base of that hollow and a stranger's hand on my shoulder, and the specific gray light of 5 in the afternoon in a West Virginia hollow in early May. 11 hours. 4 miles. No memory. I am a 44-year-old man who has been hunting West Virginia since I was 14. That is 30 years of time in the field, 30 years of early mornings in the timber and hollow country of the southern coalfields, 30 years of navigating terrain that does not forgive inattention. I know how to hold a compass, heading. I know how to read a hollow and a ridge line and the way weather moves through the drainage systems of the Appalachian Plateau. I have been in fog before, real fog, dense fog, the kind that reduces visibility to arm's length and makes every tree look like every other tree. I have been turned around in fog, and I have navigated out of it, and I have never in 30 years lost time in it. I lost 11 hours. That is the thing that tells me what happened in that hollow was not disorientation, not a fall, not a medical event, not the ordinary confusion of a hunter who got turned around in dense weather. Disorientation does not remove 11 hours from your memory like a page torn from a book. Whatever happened in those 11 hours happened to me as a complete event and left me with nothing, and the nothing itself is the evidence. Let me tell you what I remember. Walt is my hunting partner of 16 years. We turkey hunt together every May on a stretch of private timber company land in Boone County that we have had permission to access for most of those years. Land that runs through a system of ridge and hollow country in the southern part of the county where the terrain is steep and the timber is a mix of second growth, hardwood and managed pine, and the hollows hold moisture in a way that produces good mast and good turkey habitat in the right season. We know that land. We have walked every ridge on it and worked every hollow, and we know the personality of each drainage, the way you know the personality of a place you have spent significant time in. We were there on the first weekend of May. The weather the previous week had been unsettled rain through Thursday, clearing Friday, the kind of late spring pattern in the West Virginia highlands that produces heavy ground moisture and the specific atmospheric conditions that generate localized fog in the hollow systems on clear mornings. We had camped Friday night at a pull-off on the timber road and were on the ridge by 5:30 Saturday morning, working toward a gobbler Walt had located the previous afternoon. The morning was good. The sky was clear at first light, the temperature in the low 50s, the kind of May morning in those hills that makes you understand exactly why you keep coming back. The gobbler was working from the roost on a ridge 2 hollows east of camp, and Walt and I had separated at the ridge junction, him going east toward the bird, me swinging wide to the south to try to cut the bird's travel line if he moved toward the bottom. Standard split for that kind of setup. We had a radio check time of 9 and a rally point at the truck if either of us needed to break off. I was on the south ridge above the second hollow, set up against a large red oak, calling softly when the fog came in. I want to describe it carefully because the behavior of the fog was the first thing that was wrong, and it was wrong in a way that I noted at the time and did not act on and wish I had. Fog in a hollow system moves in a specific and predictable way. It forms at the bottom in the low, wet ground near the creek, and it moves down the drainage with the drainage gradient, filling the hollow from bottom to top as it builds and pulling back from top to bottom as it burns off. This is consistent. This is what fog does. This is the behavior that 30 years of mornings in those hollows has given me a clear baseline for. The fog that came into the hollow that morning moved uphill, not drifting up with a thermal, moving purposively, the dense white wall of it advancing up the hollow face against the drainage gradient, thicker at the top of its advance than at the bottom, the reverse of the distribution you expect, moving toward the ridge I was on rather than away from it. I watched it come up the slope for 2 or 3 minutes before I fully registered that what I was seeing was wrong, and in those 2 or 3 minutes it covered the bottom third of the hollow and kept coming. I got on the radio and called Walt. He answered, East Ridge, clear where he was, not seeing any fog. I told him the second hollow was filling with fog moving uphill, and that I was going to hold my position and monitor. He said he'd check in at the scheduled time. I watched the fog come up the slope. By 8:30 it had reached the ridgeline, and I was in it. Visibility dropped to about 30 feet, then 20, then the specific dense white, a full immersion where the world ends at 10 feet in every direction, and the trees appear and disappear as you move, and every landmark dissolves into the uniform white. I had my compass. I knew my heading. I held position and waited for it to thin. Walt's turkey call came from the northwest. Walt was east. I had spoken to him on the radio 20 minutes before, and he had been east, working the gobbler on the east ridge, and his voice on the radio had come from the east, the way voices on radios come from the direction of the person holding the other radio. The call from the northwest was not the radio. It was the specific sound of a box call, Walt's box call, the one he has been using for 12 years that has a particular tone I could identify in a crowd of hunters. His call, his box, coming from the northwest, from inside the fog, from a direction where Walt was not. I did not move toward it immediately. I want to be honest about that, because it matters. I was not as immediately responsive to the auditory lure as the narrator in the Ozarks account was to the scream. I held position for probably 5 minutes, calling back on my own call, listening to Walt's call respond from the northwest, running the assessment. Walt is east. That is Walt's call from the northwest. Those two things are not compatible, and the incompatibility needs an explanation before I move toward the call. The explanation I arrived at was that the fog was doing something to the acoustics of the hollow, bouncing the sound, refracting it, delivering it from the wrong direction, the way canyon acoustics deliver echoes from unexpected angles. It was a plausible explanation. I have experienced acoustic anomalies in fog before, sounds arriving from directions that do not match their source. I constructed the explanation carefully, and I believed it enough to start moving. I moved northwest into the fog toward the call. The call stayed ahead of me. I want to be precise about this. It did not stay at a fixed distance, which would have been suspicious. It moved as Walt would have moved, toward cover and away from my approach, staying roughly 60 to 80 yards ahead of me, answering my calls with his call, leading me northwest through the fog on a heading that I was tracking with my compass, and that was taking me off the ridge and down into the hollow system. I was maybe a quarter mile in when the compass started behaving strangely, not spinning wildly, not the dramatic failure of a compass in a movie, the specific subtle malfunction of a compass that is being influenced by something in its immediate environment, a slow drift-off heading, a failure to settle on a consistent bearing when I held still, a reading that changed by 10 or 15 degrees between one moment and the next without my position having changed, a compass in a magnetically disturbed environment. I have seen this near certain geological formations, near high voltage power lines, near concentrations of iron-bearing rock. There was none of those things on that ridge in Boone County. I stopped moving. I took a bearing, held it for 30 seconds, watched the needle drift, took another bearing, different heading. I was in the fog with a malfunctioning compass and no visible terrain features, and the call ahead of me continuing to pull northwest. I should have stopped there. I should have sat down, held position, gotten on the radio, and waited for the fog to lift, or for Walt to find me, or for the scheduled check-in to establish a plan. I know this. I knew it at the time in the abstract way that you know a thing when the knowing is not yet connected to the doing. I kept moving. I kept moving because the call kept pulling me, and because whatever had taken over the part of my brain that responds to familiar sounds had not yet been overridden by the part of my brain that was watching the compass drift and noting the hollow getting steeper and noting the fog getting thicker rather than thinner the further northwest I went. I kept moving for a reason I cannot fully account for even now, and this is the detail that I find most disturbing in retrospect. Not that I moved toward the call at all, but that I continued moving after I had enough information to know I should stop, as though the decision to keep moving was not fully mine. The smell reached me before I saw anything. Wet wool. Not the clean lanolin smell of a freshly shorn animal or the dry, dusty smell of wool stored in heat. Wet wool. The specific heavy smell of a large fleece-covered animal that has been in the rain for an extended period, concentrated and thick and carried on no wind because the fog had killed the wind entirely. And under it, or threaded through it, or inseparable from it, rot. The same middle territory rot I have encountered in other accounts of things that do not belong in the landscape they are working. The rot. That is, not the smell of something dead, and not the smell of something living, but the smell of something that occupies the space between those two categories in a way that has no name. The smell was coming from directly ahead of me. I stopped walking. I held my rifle across my chest, not raised, not aimed, across my chest, in the carry position, which is what your hands do when your brain has not fully committed to either the fight option or the run option, and is trying to hold both open. I stood in the fog, and I looked ahead of me, and I waited. It moved at the edge of my visibility, not emerging into the visible zone, not stepping into the 10-foot circle of fog that I could see through moving in the white just beyond that circle, visible as displacement rather than as form. A mass of pale moving through the fog, the white of the fog and the white of the thing, nearly the same color, so that what I was seeing was not the thing itself, but the boundary between the thing and the fog, the line where the fog ended and the thing began. A large boundary, a boundary that described something the size of which had no reference in the West Virginia Wildlife Inventory. It moved from my left to my right, slowly at the edge of visibility, crossing my field of view over perhaps 20 seconds. I tracked it. The mass of it at that distance was consistent with something very large. Not black bear large, not large in a way I could fit into a known category. Large in the way that something is large when the scale of it becomes a problem for your brain's ability to process it against the scale of the surrounding terrain. Then it stopped. The mass at the edge of my visibility was still. I was still. The fog was still. There was no wind and no sound from the hollow, and no bird calls and no creek noise, and nothing except the wet wool and rot smell and the pale mass at the edge of the visible zone and my own breathing, which I was controlling with deliberate effort. The fog thinned. Not all of it, not a clearing, not a lifting, a local thinning, a reduction in the density of the fog in the specific area directly ahead of me, as though the fog there had pulled back or been displaced, or had become less present for reasons the fog did not share with me. And in the thinned area, at a distance I estimate was 30 feet, I saw it. 4 seconds. I want to be precise about that, because 4 seconds is long enough to see something clearly, and short enough that the clarity arrives in pieces, and the pieces assemble into a whole that you spend a long time afterwards sitting with. It was white. Not the white of an albino animal, not the dirty off-white of a pale coat. White in the specific way that the fog was white, as though the thing had been made from the same material as the fog, and the boundary between them was not a boundary of color, but a boundary of density. The bulk of it was substantial. I am not going to give you a height estimate because my height estimates in that fog at that stress level are not reliable, but substantial in a way that put it in the category of things that are large enough that your nervous system makes a note without requiring your conscious mind to have finished its assessment. The shape was upright, bipedal. The general architecture of something that stands on two limbs and carries its upper body above them, but wrong in the proportions in the way that all of these things are wrong in their proportions. The arms too long, the torso too wide for the leg structure below it, the neck too short and too thick between the shoulder mass and the head. The head was flat. Wide and flat, the skull shape of something that is not built for the kind of forward-facing predator vision or the wide prey vision that the familiar animals carry, flat in the way of a face that has been pressed rather than sculpted, the features of it compressed into a surface that did not have the depth that faces require. And the expression, and I say expression because I cannot call it anything else, because the specific configuration of those flat compressed features carried a quality that the word expression is the only available container for, was vacancy. Complete, total, absolute vacancy. The lights-off quality of a face that has had whatever animates a face removed from it, leaving only the structure. Not looking at me with aggression or hunger or the predatory focus of something that has located its target. Looking at me with nothing. Looking at me the way a very old wall looks at you, present, solid, entirely without interest in what it is facing. The fog closed. The 4 seconds ended, and the fog filled the thinned area, and the thing was gone. And I was standing in the white alone, with the wet wool and rot smell already beginning to dissipate, thinning the way the visible form had thinned, fading from full concentration to background to nothing over the course of perhaps 2 minutes. And that is the last thing I remember. The next thing I remember is mud. The specific cold, wet mud of a hollow bottom in early May, the mud that forms at the creek edge where the bank has been undercut and the soil is saturated to the surface. My hands were in it. My rifle was across my knees. The light was the gray light of late afternoon, and the fog was gone, and the hollow was visible in all directions in the clear May air, and a man in an orange vest was standing 10 feet from me, saying my name. His name was Kevin. He was a volunteer with the Boone County Search and Rescue Team. He had been looking for me for 4 hours. Walt had radioed in my absence at the 9 o'clock check-in, and had spent 2 hours trying to find me himself, before calling it in, and the search team had been on the ground since shortly after noon. Kevin had found me at the base of the hollow 4 miles northwest of the Red Oak where I had been set up when the fog arrived. 4 miles. 11 hours. No memory. I was physically intact. No injuries, no signs of a fall or a trauma event, no hypothermia despite the wet and the cold. Physically, I was the same person who had sat down against the Red Oak at 7 in the morning, minus 11 hours and 4 miles. Kevin got me to the truck. Walt drove me to the hospital in Madison. They ran the standard workup for a disorientation and memory event, neurological, cardiac, metabolic, and found nothing. No seizure signature. No cardiac event. No metabolic explanation. The doctor on duty used the phrase dissociative episode of undetermined cause, which is the medical language for we cannot find a physical explanation for what happened to you. I filed a report with the West Virginia DNR the following week. The wildlife officer who took my report was a quiet woman named Ferris, who listened to everything I said and asked 2 clarifying questions, one about the compass behavior, one about the smell, and then told me, in the specific tone of a professional who is sharing information they have been sitting with, that there had been 3 other disorientation incidents reported in that hollow system in the previous 2 seasons. All hunters or hikers. All involving fog that behaved unusually. 2 of the 3 had involved memory gaps, shorter than mine, but present time they could not account for, positions they had no memory of reaching. The 3rd had not reported a memory gap, but had reported a smell that matched what I described and had exited the hollow area without being able to explain the route he had taken to exit. She filed my incident under unusual wildlife encounter, disorientation associated, Boone County Hollow System. The case is open. Walt does not hunt that hollow system anymore. We still turkey hunt together every May, still work the Boone County Timber Company land, but we work the ridge systems now, and we do not go into the hollow drainages. And we have an agreement that if the fog in any hollow starts moving uphill, we both get to high ground immediately, and we do not separate until we are back at the truck. That agreement cost us a gobbler last spring. I do not regret it. Here is what I want to leave you with, and I want to say it plainly, because plain is what it needs to be. There are places in the West Virginia hollow country where the fog does not behave like fog, where it moves uphill against the drainage, thicker at its advancing edge than at its base, filling a hollow from top to bottom in the reverse of every physical principle that governs how fog forms and moves. I have seen this once. Other people have seen it in that county and in adjacent counties in the southern coalfields, and the accounts that follow the anomalous fog share consistent elements: the compass failure, the sound from the wrong direction, the smell with no visible source, and the memory gap. The memory gap is the one I want to focus on, because I think it is the most practically important detail, and the one most people are not prepared for. You expect that if something frightening happens to you in the woods, you will remember it. You expect that the survival response, the adrenaline, the heightened perception, the specific clarity of a body in a threat situation will produce memories that are more vivid than ordinary ones, not less. That is how trauma usually works. That is the established pattern. The sheep squatch, and that is the name attached to the accounts from this region, the name that appears in the records going back through the oral history of the southern West Virginia coalfields, does not work that way. The encounter does not produce vivid memories. It produces the opposite. Whatever happens in the 11 hours between the fog closing and the mud at the hollow bottom is not available. It is not a blur. It is not a gap you can feel the edges of and know that something is missing. It is simply not there, and the not there-ness has a clean quality that is more disturbing than any fragmented or distorted memory would be. If you are in the hollow country of southern West Virginia in the spring fog season, watch how the fog moves. That is the one warning that arrives before the smell, before the compass failure, before the call from the wrong direction. Watch the fog. If it is moving uphill, if it is thicker at its advancing edge than at its base, if it is filling the hollow from the top rather than the bottom, get to the ridge immediately. Get to the logging road. Get to any cleared ground where the fog is thin and the compass holds and the terrain is visible. Do not follow any sound into the fog. Not a call you recognize, not a voice you know, not any sound that seems to be asking you to move toward it. The thing in the fog knows what sounds will move you. It has been in those hollows long enough to have that knowledge completely. Get out of the hollow before the fog closes at the top. Once the fog closes at the top, the hollow is its space, and the compass will not help you, and the sounds will come from the wrong directions, and the exit will be gone. The logging road is the boundary. Every account I have found ends at a logging road or a paved surface or some cleared, maintained ground where the fog lifts and the thing does not follow. Get to the road. Get to the gravel. Get to any surface that humans have maintained and cleared. And tell someone exactly which hollow you are going into and what time you expect to be out and what to do if you stop answering the radio. Because the 11 hours, I cannot account for those hours, exist somewhere. Something happened in them. I am sitting in the mud at the base of a hollow, 4 miles from where I started, with my rifle across my knees, and no explanation for how I got there, and whatever explanation exists for those 11 hours is not available to me. I do not know if I want it to be, but I know this: if Walt had followed instructions and stayed with the truck, instead of spending 2 hours looking for me himself before calling it in, Kevin finds me later, maybe much later. Maybe after the temperature drops and the May night comes to the hollow and the circumstances change in ways that the clean gray light of 5 in the afternoon did not include. Tell someone where you are going. Make them promise to come looking. The hollow keeps what it takes if no one comes for it. Do not let it keep you. That is the last story for tonight, and I want to say thank you genuinely for spending these hours with me in the dark. If any of these stories stayed with you, if any of them put a name to something you have seen or heard in the backcountry that you could not explain, drop a comment below. Tell me where you were and what you encountered. These stories do not belong only to the people who live them. They belong to everyone who knows that the wilderness is larger than the maps we make of it. Stay safe out there, keep the light close, and watch how the fog moves. There is one more thing I have not told anyone outside of Walt and my wife, and I am telling you now because I have decided that keeping it is doing more harm than sharing it. In the weeks after the search and rescue, after the hospital and the DNR report and the conversation with Ferris and the slow process of reestablishing a normal routine, I started having a recurring experience that I did not know how to classify and still do not. It happens at the threshold of sleep in the specific state between waking and dreaming where the conscious mind has released its hold but the deeper processing has not yet taken over the hypnagogic state. The doctors call it the threshold condition. In that state I have been seeing the 4 seconds of fog thinning. Not the whole encounter, not the approach through the fog or the smell or the compass drift. Only those 4 seconds, replaying with the specific clarity of something that was recorded at high resolution and is playing back at full fidelity. The white of the thing, the flat, wide face, the vacancy of the expression. I have had this experience perhaps 30 times in 2 years. It is not a nightmare because I am not asleep when it happens. It is not a flashback in the clinical sense because it is not intrusive or distressing in the way that intrusive memories are distressing. It is simply present, available, playing when the conditions are right, and then gone when I cross fully into sleep. What I have not told anyone is what happens at the end of each replay. The 4 seconds play. The fog closes, the thing is gone. And then, before the sleep comes, there is a 5th second that was not part of the original experience as I remember it, a 5th second that arrives only in the threshold state. In that 5th second the fog thins again, just slightly, just enough, and the face is still there, closer than it was. I do not know what to do with that. I have consulted the doctor in careful and incomplete language, and she has given me the clinical explanation for the threshold imagery, and it is coherent and professionally adequate. I have not told Walt, because Walt is dealing with his own version of what happened that day, and he does not need mine. I have told my wife in the full version, and she has not told me. I am imagining it, and I am grateful for that. What I believe, with the specific quality of belief that comes from repeated direct experience, rather than from information or reasoning, is that the 11 hours are in there. Not accessible in the ordinary way of accessible memories, not available to the waking mind in the way that normal memories are available, but present at the threshold, present in the specific condition of partial consciousness that the deep mind operates in when the surface mind has stepped back. The 11 hours are in there, and the threshold is where they live, and the 5 seconds of replay ending with the face closer than it was is the edge of the territory where the 11 hours begin. I have decided not to try to go further into that territory. I have decided that the threshold is a boundary I am choosing to respect. The way the logging road was a boundary, and the way running water is a boundary, and the way headlights are a boundary in all of these accounts. The threshold at the edge of sleep is the boundary, and the thing on the other side of it is the same thing that was in the fog, and the fog kept what happened in the 11 hours, and I am choosing to let it keep it. Some things are safer as gaps than as memories. I do not know if that is wisdom or avoidance. I have spent 2 years trying to tell the difference, and I have not resolved it. What I have resolved is that the logging road got me out, and Walt and Kevin brought me back, and my wife is in the next room, and the fog in the hollow country of southern West Virginia moves uphill in the spring, and when it does, you get to high ground and you do not follow any sound into the white. That is the rule. That is the whole of it. Watch how the fog moves. If it moves wrong, you move right up and out and onto the road and into the truck and away from the hollow before the top closes and the compass fails and the sounds start coming from the wrong directions. Some hollows are not yours to enter. The fog will tell you which ones. Listen to the fog.